Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Jie Ming fell into thought. The first method was impractical. Though the wizard civilization was advanced, 8th rank wizards were the absolute ceiling. As for 9th rank wizards, they transcended this world's concepts, existing beyond the ceiling. While the wizard civilization had many 8th rank wizards, they typically followed 9th rank wizards, expanding territories on major battlefronts. Norn Academy, even the entire Norn workshop, handled mere scraps of the planar battlefield. Not even bandit suppression, more like post-war reconstruction. Hoping for an 8th rank wizard's aid was out of the question, leaving the other two methods. Weakening a plane's origin was standard for the Academy, intensifying warfare while minimizing losses. The loss of wizard apprentices was merely a necessary cost, one even the apprentices themselves wouldn't dispute. Unexaggeratedly, high-tier wizards' value far exceeded thousands of low-tier ones. For the wizard civilization, the second method was a win-win. The third method was simple in principle. A 6th rank being could access a plane's origin, but only if the plane didn't resist. For an external 6th rank being, manipulating the origin was difficult without subjugating the plane. But a 6th rank being who ascended within the plane faced no such issue, even if originally an outsider. With someone restraining the plane's origin internally, other wizards could easily eliminate the enemy. However, even in the current wizard civilization, advancing to 6th rank was extraordinarily difficult, with a pitifully low success rate per generation. Enough talk, Clark patted his shoulder. Rest up, then get to work. Those returning wizards aren't patient. Task accepted, Jie Ming returned to his lab, slightly dazed. He had little time to complain or overthink. Almost immediately, tens of thousands of cubic meters of gold arrived in batches, piling into mountains in the storage warehouse. The next half-month was a blur. Jie Ming was intimately familiar with refining refined gold. To avoid exhaustion, he used his cultivation system's true fire as the core, integrating material processing and energy conduction arrays from wizard alchemy to build an efficient refining pipeline. He embedded himself as the core component, his pale golden true fire burning day and night. Gold blocks were fed into the array, then refined in the true fire zone. Vast true essence was continuously consumed and replenished. His mental energy, wielding the alchemy technique like invisible hands, precisely controlled each step, removing impurities and extracting the conceptual essence. Even with the pipeline's aid, the half-month was grueling. It was both mentally and physically taxing. For half a month, he barely slept, only meditating briefly when exhausted. He downed mental restoration potions constantly, sometimes feeling bloated from them. Half a month later, as the final batch of gold was processed into a shimmering, subdued, refined gold ingot, Jie Ming let out a long sigh. Stepping out of the lab, the sunlight made him squint. His body felt drained, eyes red, hair disheveled. Now he understood why Clark, a 6th rank wizard, always looked unkempt. At the plaza's edge, he ran into Amy and Victor, fresh from their tasks. Jie Ming, Amy exclaimed, "What happened to you? You look like you crawled out of mine." Victor studied him, surprise in his eyes. Though aware of Jie Ming's major commission, he hadn't expected it to push the usually composed Jie Ming to this state. "Just finished a big commission. A bit tired," Jie Ming said, rubbing his brow, voice hoarse. "That big?" Amy asked curiously. "What was it to wear you out like this?" "Material processing. Tough work," Jie Ming said vaguely. Victor was curious, but not being close didn't press. Seeing Jie Ming's exhaustion, he felt a twinge of envy. Many apprentices pushed themselves to such states, but only in Jie Ming did he see echoes of high-tier wizards. A broadcast announced the farewell ceremony for senior apprentices was about to begin. The trio lingered at the plaza's edge with other apprentices, watching seniors, guided by mentors, head to the teleportation array. They were bound for a frontline plane, entering brutal battlefields. "Wonder which plane this batch is headed to," Amy muttered. Victor, recalling a chat with his father, said, "Probably the shadow plane. It's tough. They'll need reinforcements." "The shadow plane? That's rough," Amy whispered. "Heard the fighting's intense." Given Norn Academy Senior's average level, a typical plane could be conquered by one batch, with losses but yielding several third-rank plus wizards. A plane requiring more than one batch was exceptionally challenging. It's not so bad. The shadow plane's been scouted, so they can adjust wizardry models and gear beforehand. Less risky than exploring a new plane, Jie Ming offered. After all, these were elites trained for a decade. Even in a high-intensity war, preparation would prevent them from being caught off guard. Exploring new planes, however, was far riskier. A unique rule plane could wipe out a vanguard without a chance to send message. While such extreme cases were rare, initial contact with most planes incurred significant losses. Watching the young, excited, or anxious faces enter the teleportation array, their figures vanishing in a flash, Jie Ming felt a pang of emotion. Over a decade, the Academy was a crucible, forging talents and sending them to broader, harsher worlds. After the farewell, the plaza fell briefly silent. Then, the opposite teleportation array lit up. Returning wizards stepped out from the front line. Unlike the departing seniors, they bore the marks of time, sharp, weathered gazes, and an aura of blood and fire. Their robes were worn, battle-scarred, slightly disheveled. Yet they were like honed blades, bold and dangerous. Senior Academy wizards stood solemnly at the array, welcoming them. Honed by battle, these returnees were the Academy's backbone. Amy and Victor whispered about their strength and experiences, eyes filled with awe. Jie Ming stayed silent, sensing their power fluctuations. Most were third-rank formal wizards, some fourth rank, far surpassing the returnees he'd seen upon enrolling. The Shadow Plane's rewards must be huge, producing so many third-rank plus wizards in such a short time. No wonder the Academy's investing so heavily, Jie Ming mused. Suddenly, he froze. At the crowd's rear was an unremarkable figure in a plain wizard robe, devoid of ornate decorations. No visible scars or aggressive aura, just standing quietly like an ordinary stone. Yet, in Jie Ming's perception, this person had no detectable energy fluctuations. It was as if they were a void, separate from the world. Jie Ming recognized this sensation from his mentors, a presence fully merged with rules, part of the rules themselves. This signified absolute superiority in realm, a vast gap in life essence. He took a deep breath, barely containing his shock. A fifth-rank wizard. Even in the talent-rich wizard civilization, fifth-rank wizards were key assault forces. If third- and fourth-rank wizards were elites, fifth-rank wizards held significant authority. In Norn Academy, aside from Clark, a sixth-rank wizard, all other mentors were fifth-rank. Crucially, the badge on this wizard indicated they were among the returning seniors. To rise from first rank to fifth rank in just 5 years. Holy crap, that's cheating, Jie Ming muttered inwardly. Even with his own advantages, he wouldn't dare progress that fast. Just then, the fifth-rank wizard turned, their gaze locking onto Jie Ming, its weight making his hair stand on end. "You okay?" Amy noticed his odd mood and turned to ask. "Nothing, just tired," Jie Ming said, relieved as the wizard looked away, brushing it off with an excuse. Amy and Victor exchanged odd glances, but said nothing. Jie Ming stopped focusing on the fifth-rank wizard, his interest in the ceremony fading after the encounter. Looking up at the sky, his gaze drifted. Now he understood why Clark's tone had been strange when mentioning the third solution. Back in his lab, Jie Ming sat cross-legged, his mind entering introspection. The newly completed 5 aggregates rainbow mirror floated quietly in his Dantian Shi sea, no longer a phantom in the spiritual sea, but a tangible, warm, semi-transparent object with flowing, multicolored conceptual lights. Crafting was only the first step. A long nurturing phase followed. Each day, Jie Ming allocated refined, true essence and divine sense, like a meticulous craftsman, nurturing the mirror repeatedly. True essence washed over the mirror like warm springs, while divine sense delved inside, carefully weaving the 5 light concepts threads, striving for tighter integration and unity. It was a slow, delicate process requiring patience. Despite his dog-tired state over the past half-month, Jie Ming never neglected nurturing the treasure. He could feel the mirror's light softening with daily nurturing, the conflicts between concepts subsiding, replaced by a wondrous resonance and fusion. The treasure seemed alive, growing slowly under his care, awaiting its transformation. Phew! I've been grinding for half a month. Cultivation requires balance. Time to rest. Overly fatigued, Jie Ming noticed a slight disharmony in his spirit, energy, and vitality. Instead of rushing to cultivate or research, he slowed down, a rare break. He skipped the new apprentice's enrollment ceremony, staying in his lab to clear his mind, even taking a rare nap. Occasionally, he checked his point balance on the Magic Network terminal, sitting by the window, watching the bustling new apprentices below. After some time of slacking, Jie Ming suddenly opened his eyes on his recliner. Staring at the lab ceiling, he eventually rose, curiously examining his palm. In that moment, he felt clear-headed, his body invigorated, an indescribable ease coursing through him. It wasn't a cultivation breakthrough, just his spirit, energy, and vitality realigning, and his treasure reaching the first stage of formation. Looks like the vacation's over. Jie Ming habitually closed his eyes, directing his consciousness inward. Even during this period of indulgent relaxation, he hadn't neglected nurturing his magical treasure, and his efforts had not been in vain. He could feel the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror growing ever more connected to his mind, as if it had become a 6th limb of his body. This sensation grew stronger by the day, until just moments ago, Jie Ming felt that the time had come for his first attempt. Eager to experience the core function of the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, light transformation escape, he could hardly wait. He wanted to test the extent of its capabilities in the late stage of qi refinement and determine the limits his body could endure. Given the mirror's extraordinary speed, a mere laboratory training ground was insufficient. Jie Ming left the academy again, flying for several days until he selected a wide, open mountain range as his testing site. Far from towns and devoid of human presence, any astonishing commotion here would go unnoticed. In a secluded valley, Jie Ming took a deep breath to calm his mind. He focused his divine sense entirely on the mirror within his dantian. Transform into light, he commanded silently in his heart. In an instant, the mirror in his dantian erupted with a dazzling radiance. The light didn't scatter outward but converged instantly, shifting from tangible to intangible, becoming a formless force that surged from his dantian and enveloped his entire body. It was an indescribable, peculiar sensation. His body seemed to lose its physical substance in that moment, becoming incomparably light, as if he were pure light itself. A layer of shimmering, 5-colored light armor coated his skin, merging seamlessly with his body. He could sense that this light armor was formed by the 5 interwoven concepts of light within the mirror. His body felt no pain or discomfort, only an extraordinary sense of liberation. It was as if he had broken free from the constraints of his flesh, ready to surge in any direction at will. Escape as light. With another thought, he chose a protruding rock in the distance as his target. No roar, no thunder, not even the faintest sound of air tearing. Jie Ming felt his body explode into a stream of golden red light. The surrounding scenery shattered, as if cleaved by a giant axe into countless fragments. His sense of time warped entirely. Space seemed folded and compressed. Everything before his eyes blurred into streaks of light and color, with only fragmented glimpses. Trees retreating at blinding speed, the faint outline of a mountain peak, fleeting patches of ground vegetation, all stacking and leaping in a chaotic, illogical manner, too fast for his eyes or brain to process. It didn't feel like flying, but rather teleporting. He wasn't controlling light. He had briefly become light. No resistance from the air, no sense of the ground's distance. Jie Ming only knew he was rushing forward at an unimaginable speed. He tried to control his direction, to adjust his trajectory, but his body refused to obey. He was like an arrow loose from a bow, able to move only in the predetermined direction at breakneck speed. How long did the light transformation last? Perhaps a fraction of a second, or maybe even less. The extreme speed distorted his sense of time, leaving him unable to judge. Without deceleration or warning, one moment he was immersed in that ultimate velocity, and the next a massive impact struck. The light escape dissipated instantly, his body snapping back into physical form. And then he felt himself crash into something solid. Boom! The tremendous force recoiled, and his body let out a pained groan. He tried to steady himself, but his legs buckled, and his vision darkened. It took a long while to regain his senses. Only then did Jie Ming realize he had slammed into a massive rock. Half his body, from the waist down, was embedded in the unyielding stone. He struggled to free an arm, bracing against the rock wall, gasping heavily. In his dantian, his true essence was like a riverbed drained dry, utterly depleted. That fleeting moment of light escape had consumed all his true essence from the late Qi refinement stage. His soul felt as though it had endured torture, trembling with exhaustion, his mind throbbing with fatigue, on the verge of collapse. Struggling, he extracted himself from the rock, the pain forcing a low growl from his throat. Fortunately, the magical treasure had been crafted with an impeccable safety system, ensuring the user didn't carry the inertia of flight upon ending the light escape. Jie Ming's embedding in the rock was purely due to his inexperience with controlling the power. When he ended the light transformation, a burst of residual energy caused self-inflicted harm. With a few more practice sessions, such issues would cease. Compared to the backlash of the force, the brief emptiness after the escape was far more terrifying. In that moment, Jie Ming felt as if his life force had been drained, his limbs unresponsive. For several breaths, he was incapable of any effective dodge or counterattack. If this test had occurred in front of an enemy, he would be a sitting duck, ripe for slaughter. With all his strength, he crawled from the rock and collapsed beside it, leaning against the human-shaped dent he'd created. His body was powerless, barely able to stand. His insides were hollow, his divine sense weakened, his body ached, and an indescribable stiffness lingered. After lying on the ground for a long time, he finally began to recover. Trembling, he reached into his robes, pulled out a well-protected potion bottle, and poured its contents into his mouth. As the elixir's cool sensation rapidly healed his injuries and restored his mental strength, Jie Ming finally had a moment to reflect on the light transformation. It was too fast. The speed of light flight was so overwhelming that he hadn't fully comprehended what happened before it was over. So fast that he completely lost control. But it was also incredibly powerful. At just the late Qi refinement stage with the treasure's initial form, he had achieved such a velocity. Probing his dantian with his consciousness, he found the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror dimmed, its light flowing sluggishly, clearly as drained as he was and in need of recovery. Gasping, he looked back toward the mountains he'd come from, now invisible, then down at his battered state. If his vision couldn't even catch the mountains, it meant he'd traveled at least 1,000 miles in that instant. And that was only because his true essence was too limited to sustain the light transformation for more than a fleeting moment. If he could maintain it longer, the distance he could cover would multiply exponentially. This treasure was too powerful. Its unmatched speed was its greatest asset, a true trump card for desperate escapes. But at his current cultivation, the immense energy cost, the post-escape weakness and stiffness, and the inability to control his landing made it a one-time skill usable only in dire situations. Using it once left him nearly defenseless, entrusting his life to luck. Either the enemy couldn't catch up, or he wouldn't be attacked before recovering. The 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, as the great Dao Book Pavilion described, was indeed a tool for life-or-death escapes, not to be used lightly. But for Jie Ming, these drawbacks were acceptable. As he considered before, if he ever needed to use this treasure, it would mean he was cornered with no hope of fighting back. Taking a gamble to escape with his life was better than awaiting death. Moreover, this was only the treasure's initial form. The great Dao Book Pavilion had noted that the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror had near-limitless growth potential. As his cultivation advanced, and he integrated stronger, more profound light concepts, the treasure's speed, duration, control, and even additional effects would continue to improve. The current high cost was due to both the treasure and his cultivation being insufficient to perfectly harness and transform the concepts. In the future, with higher cultivation, pure true essence and divine sense, and deeper understanding of the concepts, these issues would diminish. Struggling to his feet, his true essence slowly recovering, Jie Ming's heart burned with an even fiercer flame despite his battered state. I want to study this. Wizards excelled at integrating foreign systems into their own, the primary reason they waged wars across planes. All wizardry, at its core, was the final product of simplified experimental principles or phenomena. If one could understand a phenomenon's principles, they could find ways to replicate it. The next step was relentless research to streamline unnecessary processes, condensing all things into a single spell. Alchemy technique was like this, fireball was like this, and Jie Ming's runic artifacts followed the same principle. Now, the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror's astounding effects gave him a new target to emulate. Of course, it was too early to say. He sank the mirror back into his dantian, slowly restoring his true essence and divine sense while continuing to nurture the treasure with his recovering energy. It was time to return to the academy. After testing the initial might of the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, Jie Ming found himself with no pressing tasks. Developing the mirror's spirituality, researching its light escapability, or improving his runic artifacts were not things that could yield results quickly. Moreover, aside from the runic artifacts, the rest required the mirror to advance further before they were suitable for study. For a moment, Jie Ming found himself idle. Of course, calling it idle was an exaggeration. More accurately, he was less busy. But this sudden lack of busyness left him slightly unaccustomed. TCH, what a workaholic, getting restless with a bit of free time, he muttered. Even so, Jie Ming instinctively began planning his next steps. With new students enrolled, and only 5 years until he'd head to the front lines, his focus shifted to his next challenge, advancing to a first-level wizard in the foundation establishment stage. Advancing from a wizard apprentice to a first-level wizard required meeting 3 stringent conditions. First, sufficient mental energy reserves. This was the most fundamental condition, heavily influenced by natural talent. Each person's talent varied, and after reaching the 3rd-level wizard apprentice stage, the natural limit of mental energy storage differed. Generally, only apprentices with a talent level of 5 or above could naturally accumulate enough mental energy to meet the minimum requirement for advancement, which was why those with such talent were called geniuses. Apprentices with talent below level 5 needed additional mental C expansion potions to increase their mental energy cap. However, such potions often damaged the wizard's body, sometimes at the cost of reduced lifespan or vitality. Level 4 talent apprentices typically needed 1 to 3 such potions to barely meet the advancement threshold. Level 3 talent apprentices required over 5 potions. But due to the severe damage these potions caused to the body and lifespan, an ordinary apprentice's body could withstand, at most, for such potion side effects. Thus, theoretically, level 3 talent apprentices could not advance to first-level wizards. Of course, there were exceptions. If a level 3 talent apprentice could obtain high-grade, low side effect potions, or use rare treasures to enhance their physique, extend lifespan, or boost vitality to offset the potion's negative effects, they could theoretically continue advancing. However, such advanced potions or treasures often required military merits or vast points to acquire, and they were exceedingly rare. This was why countless wizard apprentices risked their lives fighting in endless planes, not only to accumulate merits, but also to seek treasures in new planes to enhance their vitality. Some extreme apprentices even modified their bodies to gain stronger physiques and vitality. The second requirement for advancing to a first-level wizard was the use of an advancement potion. This core elixir stimulated a wizard's latent potential, enabling a leap in life essence, and was essential for becoming a first-level wizard. Naturally, its damage to the body far exceeded that of mental C expansion potions. While reviewing these conditions, Jie Ming compared the differences and similarities between his cultivation system and the wizard system. Since reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he had clearly noticed that a 7th-layer cultivator's power was roughly equivalent to a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Even someone like Bertavera Augusta, a level 9 talent he'd encountered with fully accumulated mental energy as a 3rd-level wizard apprentice, only matched a peak 7th-layer cultivator in mental energy quantity and quality. Jie Ming was also certain that a 1st-level wizard was on the same level as a foundation establishment cultivator, even surpassing them in certain aspects. Yet, in the cultivation system, after the 7th layer of Qi refinement came the 8th and 9th layers before foundation establishment. Wizards, however, jumped directly from 3rd-level apprentice to 1st-level wizard. This meant the gap between a wizard apprentice and a 1st-level wizard was immense. The so-called advancement potion was likely essential to bridge this vast gap, its potency undoubtedly formidable, forcibly elevating one's life essence, which explained its side effects. If the gap is this significant, the damage from the advancement potion is probably far greater than I anticipated, Jie Ming mused. Most critically, advancing to a 1st-level wizard had a success rate. If luck was poor and the advancement failed, the damage from the potion wouldn't reverse. Jie Ming had no desire to harm his foundation for the sake of advancement, especially if it affected his Qi refinement cultivation. That would be a poor trade. He began pondering ways to mitigate this damage or find alternatives. For now, the best approach is to reach foundation establishment before advancing to a 1st-level wizard. With the life essence and physical strength of the foundation establishment stage, the damage from the advancement potion would be negligible. Moreover, a similar life essence would significantly reduce the risks of advancing to a 1st-level wizard, increasing the success rate. So, I need to find a way to get a foundation establishment pill. Jie Ming was confident in his cultivation talent. Though reaching the 1st layer of Qi refinement had taken time, once he discovered how to harness elemental forces to supplement himself, his progress had been meteoric. In just 5 years, he'd gone from the 1st to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, with no noticeable bottlenecks. He was confident he could successfully reach foundation establishment without a pill, but the pill's primary role was to stabilize a cultivator's state during advancement. Having one as a safeguard would be ideal. This means I'll need to start learning elixir crafting and potion making now. To craft a foundation establishment pill in the wizard world, the original materials wouldn't be available, so substitutes would be necessary. To achieve this, he needed to study both elixir crafting and potion making. If he gained a deep understanding of both, Jie Ming hoped to find a way to reduce the advancement potion's damage using cultivation methods. Of course, learning potion making wasn't just for this. It had another, more significant purpose. It's also a foundation for my future advancement to a 1st-level wizard. The 3rd key to becoming a 1st-level wizard was constructing the Ring of Truth in the mental sea. This was the hallmark of a 1st-level wizard, condensing the 9 truth runes in the mental sea into a ring with a special structure, granting greater power and binding it to the wizard's core soul. The magic network mentioned a trick. If the truth runes chosen for the Ring of Truth could form a complete spell model, it would significantly reduce the difficulty of constructing the ring. This was because a spell model was a complete conceptual system, making the ring's structure more stable and harmonious, thus lowering the risks and difficulty of advancement. Of the truth runes Jie Ming had chosen, alchemy technique and analysis technique had already been successfully constructed, but the foundational spell of potion-making, extraction technique, had made no progress. After all, he'd focused on runic artifacts and magical treasures, somewhat neglecting potion-making. Seizing this opportunity, Jie Ming decided it was time to expand his studies into potion-making and elixir crafting. With the plan set, he wasted no time and took action. He began by accessing the Academy's magic network, gathering extensive knowledge on potion-making. From basic material identification and property classification to potion ratios and crafting techniques. With his wealth of resources, Jie Ming never hesitated to practice. Each time he studied potion-making, he attempted crafting basic potions to reinforce his learning and accelerate progress. This hands-on approach made his learning highly efficient, though it resulted in a staggering failure rate, enough to bankrupt an ordinary apprentice. Jie Ming's point reserves made these costs insignificant. While studying potion-making, he also spent time daily at the great Dao Book Pavilion learning elixir crafting. Unlike potion-making, which emphasized external tools and precise ratios, Cultivation's elixir crafting focused on the alchemist's control of true fire, guidance with divine sense, and deep understanding of medicinal principles. This art didn't provide fixed recipes or methods, but detailed the growth environments, energy compositions, yin-yang and five-element properties of spiritual herbs, medicines, and minerals and their interactions. It resembled traditional Chinese medicine from his past life, but with additional tests only cultivators could perform. Each elixir crafting technique even recommended books on herbology and mineral properties. Compared to potion-making, elixir crafting was more like a philosophy, an art of life, nature, and universal laws. Though this increased its difficulty, for Jie Ming, this was a boon. He studied these to understand the deeper principles of material interactions, the essence of energy transformation, and how to harmonize conflicting properties at a microscopic level. Elixir crafting perfectly filled this knowledge gap. In potion-making, such knowledge was accessible only to high-tier wizards. The study of potion-making and elixir crafting flowed like two rivers, converging in Jie Ming's knowledge system. Through them, he gained a deeper, transformative understanding of elements, energy, vitality, and material essence. This insight, in turn, improved his runic artifacts. He discovered that by better grasping a material's medicinal nature, its internal energy flow and activity, he could better integrate runic arrays, enhancing artifact stability, energy conduction, and even slightly reducing consumption. These practical results further deepened his understanding, immersing Jie Ming in an ocean of knowledge. The heavy wooden door of the potion-making public operation room closed softly behind Jie Ming, sealing off the clamor of the outside world. The spacious room was filled with the scent of dried herbs, mineral dust, and a faint trace of aged parchment. Sunlight streamed through tall, arched windows, casting beams of light onto the polished quartz workbench, illuminating specks of dust floating in the air. Jie Ming took a deep breath, letting the lab's unique tranquility settle his mind. Before him, crucibles, retorts, condensers, and an array of beakers and grinding tools were neatly arranged, like a silent army awaiting commands. Today's goal was to concoct a focus potion, a relatively advanced potion for the apprentice stage, though its materials were not overly complex. He approached the material rack, his gaze settling on the required items. A bundle of luminescent grass exuding a crisp aura, several fragments of moon silver or speckled with starry glints, a small vial of viscous night-glow moss extract, and a few dried flameflower petals, their veins resembling fiery patterns. Jie Ming donned a pair of cicada wing-thin gloves, specialized for potion-making. They shielded his body from the material's corrosive effects while allowing his fingertips to keenly sense their pulse. He picked up the luminescent grass, not cutting it carelessly, but gently placing his fingertips on its stem. A faint, cool sensation flowed through his fingers. Closing his eyes, he activated analysis technique, his mind sinking into the grass, as if perceiving the moonlit energy flowing within its leaves and the tiny, murky impurity nodes. The vitality is decent, but the roots have slightly more impurities. Jie Ming took a silver knife embedded with pure crystal. His movements were gentle yet precise, the blade tracing specific energy veins. After removing the impure sections, he placed the processed leaves into a warm white jade mortar. Grinding wasn't about brute force, but required mental energy infused with a unique rhythm, each press releasing the leaf's essence without damaging its core energy structure. Soon, the leaves transformed into a pool of faintly glowing emerald liquid. Processing the moon silver or fragments tested his patience. Jie Ming placed them into a grinder etched with intricate runes. Activating the internal grinding beads, a low hum resonated as the hard or was broken down into uniform, star-flecked silver powder under magical vibration. Throughout, he used alchemy technique to scan the powder's uniformity, ensuring each particle was nearly identical. With all preliminary preparations complete, it was time for the core step of potion making. Jie Ming ignited the constant temperature magical crucible at the workbench's center, its ghostly blue flames burning silently beneath. He slowly poured the processed, luminescent grass liquid into the preheated crucible. The liquid hissed softly upon contact, releasing a cool mist. His focus sharpened, eyes keen as a hawk's. On the open book beside him, complex formulas and ratios were clearly marked. He picked up a crystal dropper calibrated to microscale precision and carefully drew the specified amount of night glow moss extract. 1 drop, 2 drops. The viscous liquid fell into the emerald liquid, not blending immediately, but spreading like ink in water, its edges radiating a slowly pulsing glow. Energy conflict is starting. Jie Ming recalled the book's knowledge, swiftly adding the moon silver powder into the crucible. The moment the powder touched the liquid, it was as if a spark had been thrown. The liquid in the crucible grew unstable, the emerald and glow repelling each other fiercely. Tiny silver sparks crackled at the center, emitting a low popping sound. A mixed scent of metallic tang and decayed herbs filled the air. This was the critical moment. Jie Ming decisively released his mental energy, analysis technique forming an invisible, precise web that enveloped the crucible. His consciousness dove in, no longer just observing the surface boiling and color changes, but delving into the microscopic level, sensing how the volatile energy particles collided, combined, and annihilated. In his mental vision, the crucible was like a miniature cosmic storm. The luminescent grass's energy tried to soothe the night glow moss's agitation, while the moon silver's metallic energy acted as a catalyst, forcibly bridging the two and triggering an even fiercer reaction. His task was to precisely time and control the moon silver's energy intervention. Any misstep would break the balance. Jie Ming held his breath, a thread of mental energy gathered at his fingertips, ready to adjust the flame's temperature or add neutralizing materials, his entire focus anchored in the boiling microcosm. The storm gradually subsided, the emerald glow and silver merging into a deep indigo liquid, as if it held a starry sky within. But just as Jie Ming prepared to add the final ingredient, flame flower petal powder, his mental energy caught a faint, unexpected energy fluctuation. A tiny, unpulverized crystal in the moon silver powder had undergone an unforeseen mutation under the sustained heat. Trouble. His heart sounded an alarm, but his fingers couldn't retract in time. The flame flower powder, carrying its fiery energy, fell into the indigo liquid. Boom. As if igniting dynamite, the liquid instantly shifted from indigo to a blinding violet, swelling violently with a piercing screech. A foul stench of sulfur and burnt feathers erupted. Jie Ming reacted swiftly, ducking behind a specially crafted protective crystal barrier. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out as the crucible's lid was blown off by the raging airflow. Scalding, viscous purple waste liquid splattered across the barrier and quartz surface, sizzling and releasing acrid white smoke. A few drops hit Jie Ming's arm, corroding small holes in his alchemical gloves. His face was smudged with gray-black soot, looking rather disheveled. The lab was a mess, the pungent smell lingering. Once the smoke cleared, Jie Ming ignored his appearance and rushed to the workbench, using corrosion-resistant tweezers to carefully collect some unevaporated waste liquid and the strange crystals formed post-explosion. He pulled out a thick notebook, analyzing the crystal with alchemy technique and analysis technique, while a quill pen automatically hovered, scribbling rapidly. 17th Focus Potion Refinement Record. Failure Stage. Final Fusion, after adding flame flower petals. Phenomenon. Liquid turned from indigo to bright violet, boiling and swelling violently, accompanied by sulfurous odor and mild explosion. Energy overload type. Mental energy observation key point. 0.3 seconds before adding flame flower petals. Detected abnormal energy spike in moon silver powder, region G7. Suspected unpulverized microcrystal core activated by flame energy. This spike triggered a fierce chain reaction with the flame flower's solar attribute, far exceeding the formula's designed threshold. Conclusions. 1. Moon silver processing needs to be more thorough. Add high-frequency magical vibration pulverization step. Duration plus 15 seconds. Intensity increased by 1 level. 2. Flame flower petal addition timing may be delayed by 0.5 seconds until moon silver energy stabilizes. 3. Consider adding trace amounts of frost breath moss powder as a buffer to neutralize sudden energy spikes. To be verified. Waste residue analysis. Detected abnormally high concentrations of erosive sulfur and magic silver char, confirming the energy conflict's core as a runaway coupling of metallic mutation and fire tribute. Jie Ming stared at the crystal, his expression growing more excited, the quill pen scribbling accelerating. Though he looked disheveled, the gleam in his eyes reflected a wizard's purest desire to conquer the unknown. After fully documenting the potion-making insights and cleaning the mess, repairing the corrosion marks on the barrier, Jie Ming's eyes stung. Senior, a timid voice came from beside him, pulling his attention from the failed potion's remnants. Turning, he saw several young apprentices with potion-making badges standing awkwardly nearby. Noticing Jie Ming's attention, the lead apprentice swallowed and mustered courage. Our mentor said we need to use this operation room for practice next. Throughout, the other apprentice's eyes darted between Jie Ming and the pile of potions on the nearby table. Jie Ming could clearly sense their barely concealed envy and awe. This was understandable. His potions were exceptionally valuable at the apprentice stage, some even effective for first-level wizards. But he was more concerned with another issue. Isn't your next class in 5 days? He asked, puzzled. The apprentices exchanged glances. We said that 5 days ago. What? Jie Ming froze, his mind, previously consumed by potion-making, snapping into focus. His precise biological clock, powered by immense mental energy, confirmed it. He had indeed been here for 5 days. He'd only meant to ask the potion-making mentor a question and try his hand, yet so much time had passed. With new apprentices enrolling, the potion-making wizards were teaching basic knowledge again, and Jie Ming had joined to audit the classes. The Academy's potion-making wizards proved highly skilled. Even basic lessons were immensely beneficial. Looking at the table filled with potion samples from his recent attempts, Jie Ming felt as if he'd lost track of time in a mountain retreat. At his current stage, going without food, drink, or sleep for days posed no issue. As long as his mental energy held, he could keep researching. Realizing this, he noticed his mental energy's depletion. Feeling the throbbing pain in his head, he understood. 5 days of intense focus naturally took its toll. No wonder my recent potion attempts had such high failure rates. Shaking his head, he nodded to the apprentices. Got it. Thanks for the reminder. rubbing his brow. He tucked the notebook away and pushed open the operation room's door. "Senior, you forgot your potions." "No need. Take them as compensation for occupying the room." Ignoring the excited apprentices behind him, Jie Ming dazedly watched the bustling apprentices in the corridor, stepping out to leave. As he exited the potion-making building, heading to his lab to rest, he spotted a familiar figure. "Jie Ming." Amy's voice was full of surprise. She carried a crate of gold, clearly headed to the alchemy classroom. "What are you doing here? Did you blow up that crucible?" She jokingly widened her eyes, pointing at a window in the potion-making building billowing black smoke. "The last attempt failed, but not that badly," Jie Ming said with a tired smile, not elaborating. "I'm preparing to construct my third spell model, so I came to study potion-making." "Now," Amy tilted her head, then nodded approvingly. "Good timing. You can join the new apprentices' classes. You're starting to look like Mentor Clark," she added, noticing his fatigue. Not wanting to linger, she glanced at her wrist. "Oh no, I'm late for a task. Mentor Clark's probably impatient. Want to help me play stooge for a couple of days? It's fun." Jie Ming tilted his head, confused. "Classes need stooges?" "Of course. Remember the accident in our first alchemy class?" Amy winked, pulling a silver-white metal piece from under the gold crate. "What? That was staged." Distant memories flooded back, leaving Jie Ming stunned. "Yup. Mentor Clark says real examples leave a deep impression on new apprentices." Waving, Amy hefted the crate and strode off. "Gotta run for my experiment." Jie Ming blinked, his steps halting. Though his head still ached, his curiosity kept him there. He didn't wait long. Soon, from the alchemy building's entrance, two silver-white puppets dragged a lifeless Amy toward him. She looked as if she'd survived a massive explosion, silver metal embedded in her flesh, gruesomely convincing. But as she passed, Amy opened her eyes, winked mischievously at Jie Ming, then quickly closed them, resuming her act with dedication. "TSH, city tricks are deep, full of actors." Shuddering, Jie Ming rubbed his face and shuffled toward his lab. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 years passed in the busy, fulfilling life at Norn Academy. Jie Ming devoted most of his energy to studying potion-making and elixir crafting, while the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, under his daily nurturing, grew more attuned. Its 5 light concepts flowed seamlessly within, ready for his command. Now he faced a pivotal step in his cultivation path: foundation establishment. Foundation establishment was the key to transcending mortal limits, laying the foundation for the great Tao. It meant a qualitative leap in true essence, quantity, and quality, a surge in divine sense, and a heightened sensitivity to the world's spiritual energy. Only by succeeding could one truly embark on the path of immortality, gaining longer lifespan and greater strength. Jie Ming had long obtained the Foundation Establishment Pill's formula from the great Dao Book Pavilion. Rather than a fixed recipe, it was a refining philosophy. As a critical tool for low-talent cultivators to leap forward, the pill had countless variant recipes. Jie Ming still recalled searching for its formula, his consciousness overwhelmed by the dazzling streams of information from the pavilion. In the cultivation world, any material reaching foundation establishment energy levels could serve as the pill's main ingredient. Paired with a few or dozens of auxiliary materials, it could be refined into a foundation establishment pill. Even highly toxic materials could work. Knowing the two worlds shared few identical materials, Jie Ming never planned to follow the recipes exactly. The cultivation world had mastered the pill's refining principles thoroughly. Its philosophy was dissected clearly. With materials of the right properties, paired with suitable auxiliaries, the pill could be crafted. Guided by this robust philosophy and his 3 years of expertise in potion making and elixir crafting, Jie Ming forged a unique path to refine his own foundation establishment pill. He spent months meticulously selecting and processing each material. Using elixir crafting, he analyzed their properties in detail, understanding their synergies and conflicts. He also drew on potion-making's precise energy ratios and his mastered spell, extraction technique. This technique allowed him to extract the purest energy essence from materials with high efficiency, filtering out impurities and negative effects. Used on living beings, it could forcibly extract vitality. But its greatest use was in potion and elixir crafting, giving him a near-cheating advantage. After countless attempts and failures, through hundreds of exploded potion experiments and furnaces, Jie Ming successfully crafted a unique foundation establishment pill, or rather, a drop of potion-style foundation establishment liquid. No longer a traditional pill, it was a viscous amber liquid, exuding the fragrance of herbs and the deep breath of the earth, with faint glimmers of boundless, restrained vitality. It perfectly blended elixir crafting's mastery of medicinal properties with potion-making's precision, another embodiment of Jie Ming's dual cultivation path. During this process, with the successful construction of his third spell, extraction technique, his absorption of elemental forces accelerated, unknowingly pushing him to the peak of qi refinement. With everything prepared, Jie Ming didn't hesitate, deciding to break through. In his private lab, after meditating to reach peak condition, he sat cross-legged and swallowed the foundation establishment liquid. The liquid melted instantly, transforming into a vast yet gentle energy torrent, surging through his limbs and converging in his dantian. His true essence boiled like magma, coursing through his meridians, expanding them with intense pain. His mental energy expanded, sensing the world's energy veins more clearly. His body strengthened, supporting the growing true essence and mental energy. Despite the upheaval within, Jie Ming's mind remained clear, everything under control. Thanks to his solid foundation, his cultivation's true essence purity and wizardly mental strength far surpassed his peers. The refining essence into qi system's advantages is shown during advancement, passively balancing mind, body, and true essence, allowing absolute control amidst the transformation. Jie Ming's initial estimation was accurate. With his foundation, he didn't even need the pill to advance. Without relying on its power, he felt his true essence compressing and condensing, his dantian reshaping under pressure, shifting from gas to liquid. The process lasted a full day and night, completing the advancement without even tapping the liquid's power. Just as he prepared to sense the immense changes post-advancement, an accident struck. The foundation establishment liquid's nearly untouched, boundless energy suddenly surged uncontrollably toward the depths of his lower dantian. The force wasn't violent, but carried an irresistible pull. In his lower dantian's depths, a bottomless black hole seemed to appear, exuding an all-devouring aura. It instantly absorbed the liquid's remaining energy. Not only that, but his newly enhanced true essence and mental energy, now several times stronger, were also uncontrollably drawn into this mysterious black hole. This sudden change shocked Jie Ming. He clearly felt his strength rapidly draining, the familiar emptiness returning. Sensing something was wrong, he instinctively reached for a second foundation establishment liquid, prepared as a precaution. But the moment his hand touched the vial, the devouring force abruptly ceased. Within his dantian, everything returned to calm. The draining of true essence and mental energy ceased, though more than half had been siphoned, leaving only enough to sustain his basic functions. Jie Ming, too weak to dwell on it, immediately directed his divine sense inward, meticulously examining his lower dantian. Where it had once been empty, a tiny space now existed. This space was pitch black, appearing vast and profound, but actually quite small. Roughly 200 to 300 cubic units, about the size of a small room. Visually, it felt like a void that could swallow even light, yet his mental energy could explore it unhindered, encountering no obstacles. It floated silently, without boundaries or supports, entirely independent of his body and meridians. Curiously, his true essence deliberately passed through this space during its circulation, as if it were a nexus for his internal circulation technique. Jie Ming instantly understood. This was the true effect of the internal circulation technique he'd practiced for so long, manifesting at the foundation establishment stage. He had begun cultivating this technique long ago, drawn by the great Dao Book Pavilion's description of its ability to isolate inside from outside, concealing from heaven and earth. Back then, he'd used it to mask his cultivator identity, preventing wizards from detecting his mastery of another transcendent system, a precaution for self-preservation. Over the years, Jie Ming had habitually maintained this internal circulation, forming a closed loop of true essence within his body, isolating it from external energy. Because he'd used it primarily to hide his cultivation, he'd overlooked its true purpose. Isolating inside from outside was merely a side effect. The true function of internal circulation was to create an internal cave heaven. Only upon reaching foundation establishment, when his power surpassed a certain threshold, did the technique fully manifest. This miraculous technique, at the moment of his life essence's leap during foundation establishment, had autonomously channeled his power to carve out a small, isolated world within him. Though this space was currently too small to be considered a true cave heaven, with the growth of his cultivation, it could eventually become a self-sustaining miniature world. Marvelous! Understanding the truth, Jie Ming couldn't help but smile. With a thought, the foundation establishment potion in his hand vanished. In his perception, a drop of softly glowing liquid appeared within the internal space. Just when I was worrying about a storage ring, the solution arrives. During the Academy's trials, Jie Ming had noticed the issue of storage tools. Concerned about their instability, he'd planned to ask Mentor Clark about acquiring a spatial ring. But reality hit hard. Obtaining a spatial ring was far more difficult than he'd imagined. Crafting one required a 6th-level wizard skilled in both alchemy technique and spatial magic. Both were highly challenging fields, and those proficient in either were rare. Those mastering both were even rarer. Mentor Clark had the qualifications but specialized in fate and causality, not spatial magic. In all of Norn Academy, only one wizard was adept in both alchemy and spatial knowledge, a 5th-level wizard incapable of crafting spatial rings. Clark had suggested Jie Ming use his 2nd-level training protocol privileges to apply through Norn Workshop's official site, but demand for spatial equipment was high, and even the most available wizard schedule was booked 10 years out. With those paths blocked, the only option was to exchange military merits. Even with official subsidies, the cheapest spatial ring required 1,000 low-tier merits or 100 high-tier merits. This internal space resolved Jie Ming's long-standing issue. It might even advance his runic artifact system further. Excited, Jie Ming experimented, making objects in the lab disappear and reappear. But as he reveled in the fun, another change occurred within the dark space. Jie Ming, who had just stored a set of potion-making tools, froze, wrapping his perception around the space in disbelief. Moments ago, he'd noticed a wisp of spiritual energy appear within the space. This energy was condensed, pure, and wandered slowly within. Puzzled, he extracted the wisp. After examining it, he confirmed it was genuine spiritual energy, usable to enhance his cultivation or replenish his reserves. But did I refine spiritual energy just now? Or Jie Ming decisively removed all stored items from the space, sat cross-legged on the floor, and calmly observed the space within. 1 hour, 2 hours. After 4 hours, another wisp of spiritual energy abruptly appeared in the space under his gaze. This, Jie Ming was even more astonished. He had an idea, but needed to confirm it. Glancing at the lab, sealed at its highest level for his breakthrough, he stood, grabbed a large metal disc, and skillfully inscribed runes on it, creating an array that completely blocked internal-external energy exchange. He then retrieved a highly sensitive energy detector, aimed it at the disc, and sat at the array's center, cross-legged. Taking a deep breath, Jie Ming slowly released the internal circulation he'd maintained for years. Not only that, he halted his cultivation technique and the 9 truth runes in his mental sea. After waiting 4 hours, as another wisp of spiritual energy appeared in the space, he drew it into his body and checked the detector's data. Though the device's sensitivity caused fluctuating readings, the overall data showed a slight increase in the disk's total energy after he absorbed the spiritual energy. Interesting creation from nothing. Creation from nothing, also known as a perpetual motion machine. In Jie Ming's previous life, claiming to have discovered a perpetual motion machine would brand one a lunatic. After discovering the peculiarity of his internal space, Jie Ming conducted multiple experiments, even spending substantial points to acquire an isolation system crafted by a 6th-level wizard. He finally confirmed that his internal space didn't draw energy from vacuum, zero-point energy, or external sources. It genuinely produced spiritual energy from nothing. Such a discovery would have shaken his previous world, but now, Jie Ming remained remarkably calm. Though initially surprised, it was only mild astonishment. After all, this is probably the 3rd thing I've encountered that creates something from nothing, isn't it? Gazing at the steadily increasing spiritual energy in his space, Jie Ming's expression was odd. This cultivation trope is truly impressive. Indeed, this was the 3rd time he'd encountered creation from nothing, all stemming from the cultivation civilization. His earlier encounters have been less clear due to his limited understanding of the world and transcendent powers, only becoming evident after prolonged study. Besides this space that spontaneously generated spiritual energy, the 2nd instance of creation from nothing was one he frequently used: the cultivation world's concept materialization. Things like the purple chi from the east, refined gold, and his 5 aggregates rainbow mirror all relied on this ability, turning abstract concepts into usable matter, and energy was itself creation from nothing. While concepts like refined gold consumed matter and energy during creation, others, like the purple chi, not only avoided consumption, but also generated energy from nothing. The first instance, and the earliest he'd encountered, was spiritual energy itself. The wizard world had no spiritual energy. Jie Ming had known this early on. Lacking external spiritual energy, he chose the refining essence into chi technique, generating spiritual energy by refining his own essence to cultivate. It seemed a logical and reasonable process, or so he thought. Upon deeper scrutiny, this seemingly rational process was utterly absurd. Initially, Jie Ming hadn't realized this, but as his alchemy technique deepened and his understanding of the world clarified, he recognized the gravity of the issue. To understand this, one must first answer, what is spiritual energy? A special type of energy? A force imbued with spiritual concepts? Only after learning about the wizard world's microscopic structure did Jie Ming grasp the issue. Fortunately, the great Dao Book Pavilion lived up to its name, providing answers through a few books. Spiritual energy was the foundational particle of the cultivation world. Jie Ming knew of 3 worlds: the wizard world he inhabited, the technological world of his past life, and the cultivation world described in the pavilion. At the microscopic level, these worlds were remarkably similar, all composed of tiny particles forming matter. But differences existed. For instance, the cultivation and wizard worlds had tangible time and space as entities, unlike his technological world, where they were mere concepts describing particle trajectories and ranges. This difference was minor. The true distinction lay in the world's foundational particles. In his technological world, despite not yet identifying a gravity particle, strong, weak, and electromagnetic forces were described by fundamental particles, the Standard Model. This model comprised 61 fundamental particles, 32 quarks and 12 leptons forming matter, plus bosons mediating interactions. Of the 3 particles forming most matter, protons, neutrons, and electrons, only electrons were fundamental. Protons and neutrons were core composites. The wizard world followed a similar structure. its foundational particles being elements. Specifically, the four elemental categories: earth, fire, wind, and water. Earth elements formed matter, fire elements formed energy, wind elements formed space, and water elements formed time, each category containing dozens of variants. Other elements were combinations of these four in specific ratios. In the cultivation world, the foundational particle was naturally spiritual energy. The term spiritual energy was misleading. Based on Jie Ming's current understanding, spiritans would be more apt. According to the pavilion, spiritual energy was divided into just two types, yin and yang. Fewer particle types didn't mean a simpler world. His technological world had many fundamental particles, yet protons and neutrons are formed by just 3 quarks each. Wizard world matter and energy particles typically comprise 4 to 5 elemental particles. In the cultivation world, matter particles were formed by 2 to 9 yin-yang combinations. While macroscopically and at basic microscopic levels they were similar, the deepest microscopic structures of the 3 worlds were entirely different. The wizard and cultivation worlds' supernatural powers arose because their foundational particles were more active than those in the technological world. Wizards manipulated relatively active environmental elemental particles, with higher-tier wizards accessing particles of lower activity thresholds. Understanding what spiritual energy was, the original question resurfaced. How could one cultivate using cultivation techniques without spiritual energy? The answer was, it was impossible. The world's fundamental compositions were incompatible. The great Dao Book Pavilion offered near-infinite cultivation methods, from basic refining essence in a qi and breathing techniques to esoteric ones like harnessing starlight, refining astral forces, absorbing sun-moon essences, fate, yang spirit visualization, yin-yang harmony, or even sinister methods like death energy, malevolent forces, emotions, or flesh. Regardless of the method, their essence remained. Using specific techniques to decompose these entities into spiritual energy usable by cultivators. Whether used for body refining, qi refining, or spirit refining depended on the technique and the cultivator's intent. Thus, using the basic refining essence in a qi to produce spiritual energy was, to Jie Ming now, utterly absurd. The wizard world had no spiritual energy. It was like trying to extract water from gold. Impossible. Whether refining the body's essence, spirit, or external entities, only elements could be derived, not spiritual energy. Yet, Jie Ming had not only produced spiritual energy this way, but had reached foundation establishment. This was undeniably his earliest encounter with creation from nothing. Looking back, the cultivation technique from the Great Dao Book Pavilion is likely extraordinary, despite appearing as a mere refining essence into qi. When Jie Ming first arrived in this world, he asked the pavilion for a cultivable technique, and it provided only this one. Other spiritual energy-based methods were available upon inquiry, but when asked for a cultivable method, it consistently offered this single technique. Fortunately, Jie Ming wasn't stubborn. After testing and confirming the pavilion's intelligence was reliable, he dutifully followed its suggestion. Now, it seemed the pavilion had detected the world's true nature, thus providing this specific technique. His cultivation speed suggested his talent wasn't poor. The reason it took over a decade to reach the first layer of qi refinement was likely because most of that time was spent building a converter within his body. Using specific breathing and movements to construct a converter that creates spiritual energy from nothing. The cultivation world is half a step ahead of the wizard civilization. Indeed, half a step. The wizard civilization likely also possessed perpetual motion machines. Though he'd never met a 9th-level wizard, their descriptions were consistent. For certain reasons, their power was considered infinite. This naturally piqued Jie Ming's interest. Though the magic network had scan information, he was nearly certain that 9th-level wizards had mastered creation from nothing. Thus, the gap between the wizard and cultivation civilizations lay in the popularity level of this perpetual motion. In the wizard civilization, only the 9 top-tier, 9th-level wizards wielded creation from nothing, while the cultivation civilization had integrated it into its most basic cultivation techniques. But taking this half step may not be good for a civilization. This stemmed from a book Jie Ming read in the Great Dao Book Pavilion, Chronicles of the Chun Jiezi, Chapter 23. Its author, Chun Jiezi, was born in the cultivation world's age of the end of Dharma. The book explained that the cultivation world's knack for capturing concepts to create something from nothing arose because of this era. Before understanding spiritual energy's nature, Jie Ming imagined the end of Dharma as his past world's historical dramas with added supernatural elements. But after learning that spiritual energy formed all matter, energy, time, space, and even fate in the cultivation world, he couldn't fathom what a spiritual energy scarce end of Dharma looked like. Even the Great Dao Book Pavilion lacked records on this, as it only contained the cultivation world's knowledge. If no one recognized the difference, the pavilion wouldn't know either. The depletion of spiritual energy was an immensely slow process. Many cultivators lived and died in such a world without noticing changes, thus failing to identify the issue. Of course, some ancient, undying beings existed, but their perspectives were too fundamental, unaffected by external changes, summing it up simply as spiritual energy depletion. The only certainty is that the root cause of spiritual energy depletion is those undying old monsters. Cultivators pursued immortality and the Tao, with strength and cultivation as byproducts. Generally, those achieving immortality were never weak. The cultivation world resembled Jie Ming's technological world, a universe of planets, occasionally dotted with spatial pockets, cave heavens, or small worlds. It shared cosmic traits like near-infinite superluminal expansion. Initially, the cultivation world's resources were abundant, but as undying cultivators grew stronger over time, their consumption of matter and energy increased near infinitely. Worse, the numbers kept growing. High-tier cultivators endlessly absorbed everything into their domains of mystery, causing the cultivation world not only to stop expanding, but to shrink. A solution existed, plain as day. Eliminate the high-tier cultivators, and spiritual energy would recover. But this was nearly impossible. Beyond their immense strength, even if defeated, their vanquisher would likely become the next threat. The Great Dao Book Pavilion didn't detail the cultivation world's final fate, but it likely ended in destruction. Still, with such advanced creation-from-nothing technology, they might have escaped that fate. Sighing, Jie Ming shifted his focus to another matter in his dantian. After years of nurturing, it's finally gained initial spirituality. Feeling the lively spirituality within the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, Jie Ming smiled with satisfaction. Worthy of a treasure chosen for its potent spirituality, it was already so active at the foundation establishment stage. This level of spirituality was sufficient to serve as an auxiliary intelligence, handling simple information processing. This meant his reconnaissance system was finally complete. With internal circulation solving the storage ring issue and the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror gaining spirituality, it's time to advance my plan for mass-producing runic artifacts. After all, the Norin workshop test was fast approaching. Jie Ming's days seemed to have returned to a tranquil rhythm. Until one day, he received a mission notice from his mentor, Clark. Not another strategic reserve task, is it? Jie Ming eyed Clark warily. The last mission had drained him thoroughly, even leaving some psychological scars. If it's that kind of job again, I'm not doing it. I'm way too busy now. Relax. The situation in the shadow plane is progressing smoothly, and there's no wartime demand right now, Clark said, lifting his head from a pile of messy papers and rubbing his temples. It's almost time for the annual distribution of aptitude enhancement potions. This time, you'll be tasked with dispersing them over a designated area. The Academy will provide the dispersal equipment and route. It's a simple task and won't take much of your time. Jie Ming found this odd. Clark was right. distributing aptitude enhancement potions wasn't a difficult job. These so-called aptitude enhancement potions were a standard method wizards used to modify planes. As wizards expanded and developed the endless planes, their need for fresh talent grew ever greater. War losses, the occupation of conquered planes, the transformation of new knowledge, and breakthroughs in research all demanded a constant supply of capable individuals. Given the low natural probability of humans with wizard aptitude, the wizard civilization had developed an efficient population optimization mechanism. At some point, wizards began regularly dispersing aptitude enhancement potions across the planes they ruled. These diluted potions were spread across entire planes like rainfall, gradually raising the average aptitude level of the human population. This transformation was subtle, not seeking immediate results. Moreover, individuals with higher aptitudes were more likely to produce offspring with even greater potential. Over time, with enough persistence, an entire plane's population could achieve universal transcendent aptitude, capable of practicing meditation techniques. The planes under Norn Workshop were divided into two categories. The core planes, numbered 1 through 10, were ancient and had undergone transformation for so long that not only did everyone possess transcendent aptitude, but their average aptitude level was exceptionally high. The other category consisted of newly developed planes, numbered from 10 to over 130, including Norn Plane 13, where Jie Ming resided. Norn Plane 13 had only been undergoing aptitude transformation for a little over 200 years, far less than the core planes. As a result, the average aptitude growth was not yet significant, and the proportion of people capable of transcendence remained low. For this reason, wizards maintained a medieval standard of living and technology on this plane, concealing the existence of transcendent powers to ensure social stability. Only when the proportion of people capable of practicing meditation techniques reached a certain threshold would wizards gradually reveal the existence of transcendent powers, guiding ordinary people to access them. As the proportion of transcendence increased further, the plane's technological and productive standards would be elevated to meet the growing needs and psychological demands of transcendence. On core planes, where everyone possessed at least a first-level aptitude, the technological level could rival the futuristic worlds described in science fiction. At that stage, even the most ordinary individuals could wield transcendent powers, and devices powered by such forces could be distributed without hesitation, achieving a technological leap. Beyond the orthodox human wizard planes, the wizard civilization also included numerous vassal races. Though their strength varied, these vassal races typically had an astonishingly high proportion of transcendence, often reaching 100%. During their conquests of various planes, the wizard civilization acquired knowledge that could elevate ordinary people to transcendence, and the civilization itself developed technologies to achieve this. Yet, despite these conveniences, the wizard civilization remained strict about creating transcendence. Over time, this knowledge was either phased out or absorbed into the wizard system. The primary reason for this choice was simple. The wizard civilization was too powerful. While knowledge that allowed ordinary people to gain transcendent powers was effective, it often produced only weak transcendence, offering poor cost efficiency. For the current wizard civilization, weak transcendents who couldn't advance knowledge were meaningless and only increased management costs. For example, an ordinary alchemical wizard, once proficient in human refinement and artificial soul techniques, could mass-produce transcendent armies with sufficient resources. A 6th-level alchemical wizard like Clark could even mass-produce 4th-level wizard-grade transcendence on an assembly line, with elite units reaching the 6th level. For such beings, knowledge that allowed ordinary people to become transcendent held no value. Thus, unless the number of aptitude bearers in the civilization became too large to conceal, wizards would not open the path to transcendence for those without aptitude. After years of development, wizards concluded that only high-level wizards held true significance in their civilization. Wizard academies, at their core, were merely cradles for nurturing higher-level wizards, and wizard apprentices were expendable in the process of selecting those elites. Even on a newly developed plane like Norn 13, where aptitude bearers were scarce, Norn Academy still only accepted apprentices with third-level aptitude or higher, with no intention of lowering the threshold. After all, wizard aptitude was tied to innate mental strength and soul intensity. High aptitude individuals weren't guaranteed to be intelligent, but intelligent individuals never had low aptitude. To wizards, cultivating those with subpar aptitude was simply too inefficient. Their only purpose was to produce more aptitude-bearing offspring. This was the wizard civilization, rational to the point of cold cruelty. As a beneficiary of this system, Jie Ming had no objections. Though it seemed to block the paths of most people, even by his moral standards, wizards treated their non-aptitude-bearing kin quite well. In short, distributing aptitude enhancement potions wasn't a troublesome task. In many cases, it was assigned to golems or artificial beings. Jie Ming, however, was someone who listened to advice. Confirming Clark's lack of malice, he accepted the task without much resistance and set off immediately. Piloting the Academy's dispersal equipment, a sleek, small airship equipped with an automated dispersal device and energy detection system, he followed the coordinates provided by his mentor, heading smoothly toward the designated area. As the airship descended, he saw a small team waiting to receive him, led by a regally dressed local lord. When Jie Ming saw the lord's face, he froze, his pupils contracting. He recognized this lord. They had met a few times before. It was this very lord who had sent him to Norn Academy. The area he was assigned to was none other than his hometown in this world. He may seem stoic, but Mentor Clark is a good guy, Jie Ming muttered, breaking into a grin after a moment of silence. Only now did he truly understand Clark's intention behind assigning him this task. In a year, he would participate in the comprehensive test organized by Norn Workshop, involving hundreds of academies. Though the exact reasons and purposes were unclear, given Norn Workshop's sudden mandate for this test and the requirement for high-level wizards and apprentices to return, those who passed were likely destined for other arrangements. While Jie Ming remained humble, he didn't underestimate himself. He wasn't sure if he'd take first place, but passing the test was certain. Given the intensity of Norn Workshop's actions, those who passed would likely not return to Norn Plane 13, perhaps not even for rest periods. Even if he could return, it would likely be far in the future. By then, his mortal parents would likely have passed away. Thus, Clark had arranged this task, giving Jie Ming a chance to see his family one last time before leaving the plane, under the guise of an official duty. Though stern and reserved, his mentor had shown a subtle, human touch. Yet, upon realizing this, Jie Ming found his emotions surprisingly calm. Instead of rushing home, he first handled the task formally, exchanging permissions with the local lord and engaging in academic discussions at the lord's laboratory. Only 4 or 5 days after accepting the task did Jie Ming bid farewell to the lord, reaching his hometown as part of the dispersal schedule. Taking a break to replenish energy, he landed the airship near the edge of his hometown and visited his parents. The reunion was even more subdued than he'd expected. Pushing open the familiar wooden door, he saw his parents, slightly aged but still healthy. They showed a hint of surprise and joy at his return, but it wasn't overly enthusiastic. After all, under the wizard's deliberate control for population optimization, residents were encouraged to have many children. Even ordinary farmers, supported by ample food and excellent medical systems, commonly had 5 or 6 children. For a small merchant family like Jie Ming's, with access to more resources, the number was even higher. Before he left, his family already had 7 or 8 siblings. By the time he returned, that number had soared to over a dozen. When Jie Ming opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of children playing in the courtyard. To his parents, he was just one of many children, one who had left home to make his mark. They were proud of his achievements, but felt little sorrow at his departure or excitement at his return, even tinged with a sense of unfamiliarity. Jie Ming, now with the mindset of an adult and tempered by the transcendent world, had long since detached from mortal familial bonds. He felt gratitude toward the parents who raised him, but there was no deep sorrow in parting. Though he had wondered if he'd feel sadness before coming, those feelings vanished upon meeting them. It was regrettable, but not overly sentimental, like recalling a childhood friend you once played with, only to realize you'd lost contact and one day thinking of them again. As for his parents, after he was taken to the academy by the Lord, his family had received substantial subsidies from nobles, hidden benefits for wizard apprentices. With these subsidies, his father had risen from a small merchant to one of the town's leading businessmen. Their life was prosperous, and his father had even taken several new companions. Overall, his family wasn't deeply affected by his sudden return. Instead, his father's new companions showed concern in their eyes. On Norin Plane 13, transcendent powers were strictly concealed from ordinary people. They assumed Jie Ming had been chosen by a noble, becoming the Lord's retainer or even a plaything, and held a natural awe for these nobles. Seeing him return without attendants or a carriage, they worried he might have angered the Lord and been exiled, or perhaps had fled. Either way, it could jeopardize their comfortable life. Not long after entering, Jie Ming, half amused and half exasperated, received a report via his communicator. One of his father's companions had reported his whereabouts to the authorities. At that moment, he truly realized they were no longer of the same world. For this reason, Jie Ming didn't linger. He briefly chatted with his parents and siblings, left some gold coins, and returned to the airship to complete the remaining potion dispersal. As the airship arced through the sky, evenly dispersing the diluted aptitude enhancement potions over the land, Jie Ming's heart was calm yet complex. He knew this land would, under the wizard civilization's transformation, step-by-step move toward a vastly different future. Regardless, he was grateful to Mentor Clark for giving him this opportunity. He had drifted far from this mortal family. His path lay in the depths of the stars, on the far shore of transcendence. Time passed like a fleeting white colt, and in the blink of an eye, Jie Ming had been at Norn Academy for 9 years. For the apprentices of Norn Academy, these 9 years were a journey of accumulating strength, transforming from naivety to maturity. Jie Ming's gains were immense. In this stable world, he was like a dragon lurking in the abyss, biding his time. All his energy was devoted to consolidating his foundation establishment cultivation, honing his runic artifacts, refining the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, and delving deeply into the arts of potions and alchemy. When Norn Workshop's summons for the comprehensive test reached the academies, his edge, tempered over 9 years, was finally ready to be unsheathed. Jie Ming's Norn Academy was, more precisely, Norn Academy 13. As one of the mid to upper tier academies among the 100-plus Norn academies, it sent its top 10% apprentices from the last trial, including Jie Ming, to the comprehensive test. At dawn, the central plaza of the academy was packed with apprentices. Aside from the quinquennial aptitude tests, the plaza had never been so lively. Not only were the apprentices heading to Norn Workshop's test present, but those who didn't qualify also came to see them off. Newly enrolled apprentices gazed at the crowd in the plaza's center with shining eyes, many filled with ambition. It was now clear that Norn Workshop's test would likely become a regular event. Likewise, trials within Norn Academy 13 to select qualifying apprentices would also become routine. Watching these senior apprentices representing the academy at Norn Workshop, many new apprentices were eager to prove themselves. In the crowd, a flash of blinding lightning streaked by, converging into a slender, yet powerful figure, Berta Vera Augusta. Clad in a tailored dark wizard robe that accentuated her lithe frame, she exuded an aura subtly tinged with faint traces of lightning elements, a natural overflow of her inner power. 9 years had stripped away her former naivety, replaced by a blend of composure and sharpness. Her deep eyes seemed to hold a thunderstorm ready to erupt. Her appearance drew countless gazes, but she seemed oblivious. Augusta's sharp eyes scanned the dense crowd, ignoring the renowned top apprentices and locking onto Jie Ming, still unobtrusively tucked in a corner. An invisible current surged within her, driven by an intense, competitive urge. Her defeat in the academy trial 5 years ago, and Jie Ming's terrifyingly efficient actions, had left an indelible mark on her. That pressure, like an invisible whip, drove her relentlessly over the years. She trained tirelessly, pushed her limits, and studied deeply, honing her lightning sorcery to perfection. Now, she had independently constructed lightning spells with her own knowledge. Augusta believed she could now face a true first-level wizard in combat without falling behind. Her progress was so swift that she outshone most of her peers. Yet, whenever she thought she was strong enough to surpass Jie Ming, a lingering unease gnawed at her. She was eager to face him again, to prove herself and uncover the secrets of this enigmatic figure. Her eyes burned with an unconcealed desire for battle. Not far off, a tall, steady figure appeared on the teleportation plaza. It was Augusta's former rival, Horn. Now a standout among wizard apprentices, his strength was remarkable. Taking advantage of Augusta's years of secluded study, he had rallied support and become a leading figure in Norn Academy. Surrounded by a few equally strong apprentices, he had formed his own core team. His gaze briefly lingered on Jie Ming, but without Augusta's fiery competitiveness. To him, Jie Ming was a former rival, someone he had already surpassed. He glanced once, then looked away with the arrogance and confidence of a superior, redirecting his attention to Augusta. Jie Ming sensed their gazes, returning a calm look before averting his eyes. His face showed no emotion, though he inwardly admired Augusta's progress. She had clearly worked hard these years. As for Horn, he seemed to have aged a bit. Soon, it was time to depart. Led by Clark, several academy mentors approached, glanced at the plaza, and said nothing, merely gesturing to the qualifying senior apprentices. Let's go. No grand declarations or words of encouragement. Wizards were clever and composed fanatics. As long as the rewards were sufficient, they would never hold back their power. The teleportation array in the plaza glowed brightly. Jie Ming, along with over 500 other apprentices and several mentors, stepped into the shimmering light. A familiar dizziness hit, but this teleportation was longer and the spatial fluctuation stronger than any before. When the light faded, Jie Ming landed steadily, and the sight before him left even his steady heart momentarily stunned. This was Norn Workshop's headquarters, an entire plane transformed into a colossal miracle. Gone were familiar land and sky, replaced by countless massive floating platforms, intricate energy conduits, and 1,000-meter rune spires. In the distant void, miniature laboratories and training spaces twinkled like stars. The city resembled a futuristic space metropolis from sci-fi novel, sustained by stable, mountain-like energy cycles. Unknown metals and glowing energy pathways wove together, blending extreme industrial aesthetics with transcendent magical aura. They stood in the grandest teleportation plaza. It was teeming with elite apprentices from over 100 Norn academies, converging like a tidal wave. The noisy plaza buzzed with the chatter of tens of thousands of apprentices, like a boiling pot of porridge. The air thrummed with excitement, tension, and uncontainable waves of power, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The sheer number of wizards gathered together, even if only apprentices, generated a collective mental force strong enough to make the surrounding elemental energies extraordinarily active. These overly active elemental forces caused the various magical artifacts carried by the apprentices to hum with energy. Wizard robes of all kinds, from simple apprentice garments to ornate leader robes, shimmered with vibrant, multicolored hues. The magical items the apprentices carried were even more diverse. Some had rune-carved staves hanging at their waists. Others held faintly glowing alchemical constructs, and some bore uniquely designed artifacts or energy packs on their backs. Wizard apprentices were still young, after all. Jie Ming noticed that in this atmosphere, many couldn't resist subtly comparing themselves to others. Many half revealed their signature abilities, sizing each other up, quietly assessing their rival strengths. Jie Ming's gaze swept across the diverse faces in the plaza. Some apprentices were flushed with excitement, their eyes burning with ambition for future achievements. Others looked grim, lips tightly pressed, clearly nervous about the upcoming test. Most had sharp, blade-like gazes, filled with scrutiny and challenge toward those around them. Hailing from different academies, their competition had already begun. However, the clamor was suddenly subdued by an invisible force, turning into hushed murmurs. The air seemed to solidify as all eyes converged in one direction. Norin Workshop's comprehensive test had gathered the most elite forces from its 100-plus academies. Among them, the true hopes of the wizard civilization's future were 13 super geniuses with 10th-level aptitude. Normally, aptitude strength depended on both genetics and luck. Even lower-ranked Norn academies could recruit 1 or 2 8th or 9th-level talents each year. But true 10th-level aptitude geniuses had only ever appeared in the top 10 academies. The probability of a 10th-level aptitude was simply too low. Even in the top 10 academies' planes, which had been transformed to ensure universal meditation aptitude, not every cohort produced a 10th-level genius. Unlike other academies, the top 10 recruited students annually. Even so, these 13 10th-level geniuses were the culmination of a decade's efforts. These students from the top 10 Norn academies were the chosen ones, recipients of the workshop's boundless resources and the true focus of this test. Now, these dazzling figures began to make their entrance under everyone's gaze. The first to catch the eye was a towering figure, broad-shouldered like a moving boulder, nearly blocking the passage. A massive axe, engraved with crude runes, was slung across his back, its blade as thick as a door, exuding a heavy metallic aura. His appearance was less that of a wizard and more akin to a barbarian from some savage land. His presence was like a mountain, steady, oppressive, each step seeming to shake the ground. His eyes radiated absolute confidence in his strength and disdain for the weak. Information about these figures had long spread among the apprentices, and his identity was quickly recognized. Jie Ming watched him, recalling the relevant details. David Kalma, from Norin Academy 1. Truly gifted, Jie Ming marveled inwardly. David's physique rivals high-tier, earth elemental magical beasts. He's not even a transformation wizard, yet his physical strength is staggering. I can't imagine what he'd be like with sorcery. As David surveyed the less powerful apprentices, a faint trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. His lips moved slightly, emitting a low hum, wordless yet conveying the scorn in his heart. David made no effort to conceal his power. In Jie Ming's perception, the man's vital energy was like a roaring furnace blazing right before him. Even without relying on mental force, David's innate ability to manipulate earth element particles through sheer will matched that of a third-level wizard apprentice. In other words, against ordinary third-level apprentices, he could crush them with raw physical strength alone, without even using sorcery. Most importantly, despite his barbarian-like appearance, David was a bona fide wizard. Treating him as a mere brute would lead to a miserable end. Under David's overshadowing presence, another genius from Norn Academy 1 appeared quietly in the crowd, Seraphina Nightshade. Clad in a deep purple hooded robe, her slender form was nearly imperceptible. Her aura was faint, blending into the surrounding shadows, her movements silent and ghostly. Only when she chose to reveal herself did the nearby apprentices realize, shocked, that someone new was among them. Seraphina paused briefly in the crowd, then casually turned in another direction. Jie Ming frowned, noting that her gaze had lingered on him for a moment. Seraphina, master of dark sorcery, illusions, and stealth, specializing in mental infiltration and precision assassination. Her concealment and mental infiltration are even more impressive than I expected. Most first-level formal wizards probably can't match her, and her power feels strange. Every trace of it seems to meld into the void. It's not quite like soul sorcery's suggestive effects. Could it be some unique aptitude? Fascinating. Jie Ming couldn't help but glance at her again. From that brief look, he knew that beyond her supreme stealth, she likely had other means of sensing danger. 3 more radiant figures emerged from the teleportation array, drawing attention away from the pair. Leading them was a figure wearing gold-rimmed glasses, holding a thick, ancient tome, exuding a refined yet overwhelming presence beneath his scholarly demeanor. Jie Ming thought for a moment, recalling the relevant details. Kaelern Vania, the genius from Norn Academy 2. His image was starkly different from the previous 2, embodying the truest essence of a wizard. Based on publicly available information, Kaelern was considered a support specialist. He excelled in rhenology and array formations, controlling multiple elemental systems, capable of rapidly constructing complex elemental arrays to unleash devastating, wide-ranging sorcery. He harbored a deep academic curiosity for all unknown forces and phenomena. His only flaw, his curiosity, was perhaps excessive. Even now, Kaelern's gaze roamed among the apprentices. Beneath his refined exterior burned an irrepressible fervor, as if searching for specimens worthy of study. Following him was Anya Starfall from Norn Academy 3. Petite, with long silver hair and clear blue eyes, she carried an innocent yet powerful charm. Surrounding her were several shimmering spiritual entities and elemental sprites, dancing joyfully, bringing a lively air to the solemn plaza. Anya excelled at summoning and controlling spirits and magical beasts, with an extraordinary sensitivity to life and souls. Kaelern's elemental arrays, if fully deployed, could shift the tide of small-scale war. As for Anya's spirit summoning, its core is her control over life and souls. That charm hides immense manipulative power. She's likely the most gifted among them all. Jie Ming couldn't help but marvel. Among these super geniuses, Anya's aptitude stood out as the greatest. Only high-level alchemists could achieve mastery over flesh and souls, yet she accomplished similar feats through raw talent. Even with his foundation establishment cultivation, Jie Ming's alchemy hadn't yet reached the level of manipulating organic matter. Anya's gaze inadvertently swept over Jie Ming, her clear eyes pausing at the subtle yet potent vitality he exuded. A spark of curiosity flickered in her eyes. Jie Ming grimaced, sensing her desire to dissect him for study. None of them are easy to deal with. Fortunately, another figure soon diverted Anya's attention. Rex Magnus from Norn Academy 4. His entire body was encased in heavy, energy-radiating alchemical power armor, revealing only his eyes. His voice, filtered through the helmet, carried a metallic, precise, and cold quality. Jie Ming smacked his lips at the sight of Rex's sleek armor. Rex, nothing special in the reports. According to intelligence, he was a pure mechanical alchemist, capable of crafting heavily armed puppets and siege weapons with complex defensive systems. To Jie Ming, such a figure warranted close attention. He sensed a kindred spirit. These high-aptitude, research-obsessed types are the most troublesome. The other 10th-level super geniuses arrived one by one, each causing a stir among the crowd. Jie Ming stood in the crowd, taking it all in. Perhaps because he had reached foundation establishment, he felt no pressure, instead observing these geniuses with appreciation. The other super geniuses each shone in their own way. Jie Ming admired their displays of the wizardly path. Even without direct interaction, merely observing their power fluctuations deepened his understanding of his own path. Jie Ming felt no psychological burden, able to view these super geniuses as an outsider with appreciation. But Amy, standing beside him, was less composed. She gazed at the dazzling geniuses with complex emotions, muttering, "Tisich, look at them, all high and mighty, like even their breathing carries more power. Especially that David, practically a walking boulder. Anyone teamed with him would worry about getting accidentally crushed." She glanced at Anya's sprites, her envy unconcealed. "Anya's spirits are so cute. All I can summon are fireballs. That's real skill. Faced with these prodigies born to surpass most people's lifetime achievements, even the sociable Amy couldn't help but feel unbalanced. Victor, standing beside her, was quieter. Unlike Amy, he didn't vent freely, instead staring at the geniuses with a trace of dimness in his eyes. He knew his aptitude was considered exceptional at Norn Academy 13. But in the top 10 academies, thousands with his level of talent were recruited yearly. Born into a noble wizard family, Victor carried an air of superiority over Amy's newly risen wizard nobility and most others in the academy. Yet, his background made him acutely aware of what 10th level aptitude meant. These prodigies were born at the pinnacle, with privileges like Jie Ming's second-level training agreement granted to them by birth. Victor fell into silent contemplation, knowing his participation in this test was already fortunate. Compared to these apex figures, he felt insignificant. The vast gap made him keenly aware of his limitations. He clenched his fists, his heart torn between loss and a craving for power. Even though the genius's attention wasn't on him, he felt an oppressive weight. It was like Victor's gaze shifted to Jie Ming, like facing this monster. Sensing Victor's look, Jie Ming tilted his head in confusion. Jie Ming, Victor said, staring at him with a sudden chuckle. We're counting on you. You're the ace of our alchemy department. Your tone sounds off, Jie Ming said with a TSK. Amid the apprentices' varied emotions, a 7th-level wizard magistrate, clad in an ornate robe and flanked by mentors, stepped onto the central platform. Silence. His voice, amplified by sorcery, boomed with authority, instantly drowning out all whispers and reverberating across the plaza. All apprentices, including the previously arrogant or scrutinizing prodigies, composed themselves and listened attentively. Apprentices, the magistrate's voice rang out passionately, echoing under the vast dome. You gather here not only for yourselves, but for the grand expansion of the wizard civilization. To thoroughly test your strength and wisdom, you will step into a new plane. The apprentices weren't overly surprised by this format. For wizards, no test compared to the real combat of a plane war. This isn't the child's play you experienced at your academies. This is a true plane invasion war. The magistrate's voice rose sharply. This plane has unique rules, a powerful native civilization, and gods formed by their faith. As he spoke, a massive translucent map of the plane unfurled in the plaza's center, revealing the grand contours of the Elosia plane. This plane is called Elosia, the magistrate continued, his voice calm as he dissected the plane. It brims with rich elemental energy, home to various intelligent races. Beastman tribes in the north worshipping primal totems, elegant elves with kingdoms in ancient forests, stubborn dwarves renowned for forging in mountain depths, and human kingdoms with cities and night orders on the plains. According to ancient rumors, descendants of dragons and titans linger here. Their power systems center on magic and divine arts, worshipping a vast pantheon, from the lord of the underworld governing life and death to the Earth Mother granting harvests. The map lit up with increasing markers, showing the wizard vanguard's territories and the native civilization's domains. Our vanguard has established a solid foothold in Elosia, the magistrate said, a trace of gravity in his tone. But the war is at a stalemate. Elosia's main gods, 6th-tier spirits led by a 7th-tier being they call the God above gods, stand in opposition to our workshop's high-level wizards, forming a delicate balance. The apprentice's expressions shifted slightly. A plain god capable of stalemating the workshop's high-level wizards was formidable. Though wizards weren't weaker, they were cautious of these native spirits' potential to destroy the plane in a desperate act. The existence of 6th and 7th-tier beings in the reports posed a real danger to these apprentices, who weren't even formal wizards. Your task is simple. The magistrate's gaze swept over every apprentice. Break the balance and turn the tide. He paused, granting immense freedom. Whether you seize strategic strongholds, weaken the gods' faith, sway natives, hunt powerful magical beasts, or explore unknown ruins for valuable data. Every contribution to the plane invasion will count as points toward your score. The trial lasts up to 1 year, and the final outcome. His voice turned low and enticing, like a devil's whisper, captivating every wizard. Will grant permanent ownership of this plane proportional to your contributions. This? What? The plaza erupted in disbelief. Plane ownership. The apprentices knew the rewards would be generous, as the workshop summons had hinted at an unprecedented opportunity. Basic information about Aloja had been distributed, a medium-sized plane. Most notably, it naturally birthed a 7th-tier being, the god above gods, alongside a dozen 6th-tier and hundreds of 5th-tier beings. Such a wealth of powerful beings spoke to the plane's rich resources. In Jie Ming's view, this medium-sized plane rivaled even Norn Plane 13, transformed over centuries by wizards. No, Norn Plane 13 couldn't compare. Beyond its central plane, Aloja was surrounded by hundreds of smaller planes, a medium-sized plane cluster. What did this mean? It wasn't just a single plane, but an entire resource ecosystem. The apprentices were in a frenzy. Permanent ownership, someone exclaimed, eyes blazing with fervor. A medium-sized plane cluster. Even a small core area could found a minor wizard family. My God, I thought it'd be resources or points at best, another apprentice said, voice trembling. The workshop's going all out. They're cultivating plane lords. Ruling a realm, someone murmured, eyes filled with longing for power and resources. Amy and Victor were stunned. Amy covered her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. Permanent ownership? Victor, did I hear that right? Victor's eyes lit up, his breathing heavy, fists clenched. Jie Ming's eyes showed no fervor, but a flicker of astonishment. He fought not for the wizard civilization's expansion, but for his own gain. Yet, even for an individual, ownership of a medium-sized plane cluster was extravagant. Even if divided by contribution, top performers would reap substantial rewards. Such rewards, Norn Workshop was truly sparing no expense. No wonder there is civilization in its expansion phase. Such wealth, Jie Ming mused, calculating silently. This wasn't just the workshop's generosity, but a reflection of the wizard civilization's broader expansion strategy. Only a rising power could offer such extravagant rewards. If a force like Norn Workshop could afford this, Jie Ming couldn't imagine what larger factions could offer. The magistrate looked with satisfaction at the apprentices' reactions, fully aware that this reward was enough to ignite their full potential and ambition. To be honest, even a wizard like him felt a fleeting thrill upon hearing about the reward. After all, in Norn Workshop, not every 7th-tier wizard could oversee a Norn academy. Enough! The magistrate's voice suddenly rose, cutting through everyone's fantasies. Briefing concluded. All apprentices, proceed to your designated areas based on your academy and group numbers. Prepare to enter Aloja. May your journey be victorious. The teleportation array flared to life again. This time, the apprentices' eyes burned not only with tension and excitement, but with a hunger for boundless treasures. The efficiency of Wizards' operations is surprisingly high. Jie Ming couldn't help but remark as he watched the apprentices, fully prepared and ready to move after the command was given. This showcased why Wizards were so suited for plane wars. By normal logic, after crossing multiple planes to arrive here, one would expect a few days of rest and acclimatization before proceeding with the test. But Wizards had no such habits. Since the teleportation array negated the fatigue of long-distance travel, they could dive straight into action upon arrival, unburdened by morale issues. Moreover, every wizard was a highly trained talent who had studied for years, ensuring none were fools. Before heading to their destination, they would already have studied local intelligence. With clear objectives, each could fulfill their role. Though their excessive intelligence made wizards less adept at group combat, their immense strength more than compensated for this flaw. As Jie Ming marveled, tens of thousands of apprentices were enveloped by a special energy, instantly vanishing from Norn Workshop's headquarters plaza. This cross-plane teleportation was unlike any previous experience. If past Academy teleports were like riding a smooth airship gliding through a void tunnel, this was like being stuffed into a sealed sphere and hurled into a raging torrent. The surrounding spatial barriers churned like mud, the intense pressure suffocating. A grating friction filled their ears, their vision blurred with chaotic light and shadow. Their bodies jolted with violent tremors, as if struck by a colossal force or tearing through countless invisible barriers. This brutal intrusion left many apprentices pale, some even vomiting uncontrollably. Jie Ming steadied his mind, his powerful mental force forming an iron wall to resist the chaotic spatial turbulence. Taking a deep breath, his true essence circulated within, suppressing the discomfort. Suddenly, a powerful force flung him out of the turbulent space, like a marble shot from a slingshot. His body plummeted uncontrollably, the howling wind and scattered cries echoing around him. As he fell, Jie Ming looked up, his gaze piercing the chaotic airflow, his pupils contracting sharply. Above the torn sky, a dozen massive, sky-obscuring shadows clashed. They varied in form. Some radiated ancient, verdant natural energy, others glowed with majestic golden light, and some blazed with scorching flames. Undoubtedly, given their immense power, these were the divine projections of Elogia's gods, each emanating suffocating divine might. Opposing them was an equally massive but blurry wizard shadow. Surrounded by intricate runes, its every gesture triggered spatial tremors, ripping apart swathes of divine power. This was a clash beyond the fifth-tier wizard and god level. I see, Jie Ming understood instantly. They hadn't been teleported in, they had been forcibly thrust into Elogia by the wizard civilization, tearing through the plane's barrier. This plane wasn't fully under wizard control, its barriers sealed by the native god's divine power, requiring their permission for entry. To send the apprentice force in, the wizards had to rip open a temporary passage with overwhelming power. Elogia's gods, the guardians of this passage, naturally wouldn't let them succeed easily. Thus, in the brief moment of crossing the spatial barrier, a terrifying battle had erupted in the outer void. Jie Ming's keen gaze captured the battlefield's shifts. Under the ferocious assault of the dozen divine shadows, the wizard's shadow seemed to reach its limit. It let out a piercing, anguished howl filled with desperate struggle, as if despairing at the god's imminent victory. Then, the wizard's shadow dimmed rapidly, dissolving into countless specks of light that vanished in the air. The divine shadows roared in triumphant joy, their massive forms fading, seemingly satisfied with the wizard's fall, believing the passage was sealed. Hovering in midair, Jie Ming's body glowed faintly as he used alchemy technique to manipulate the air beneath him, slowing his descent. The thickened air reduced his speed drastically, and he soon drifted down like a feather, landing silently on his toes. He looked toward where the wizard's shadow had vanished, the corner of his mouth twitching. That dying howl was too deliberate, the acting too obvious. Terrible performance, unqualified. Go back and practice. Indeed, he saw through it instantly. The wizard was faking death. The reason was simple. Wizards couldn't reveal too much strength. If the wizard civilization displayed overwhelming dominance over the plane's gods, the intense pressure might drive the native deities to desperation, potentially destroying the entire plane in a mutual annihilation, triggering an irreversible self-destruct ritual that would render the wizard's plans for resources and strategic expansion futile. Thus, in this standoff, wizards had to tread carefully. Occasionally, powerful high-tier wizards had to play the role of fallen victims, sacrificing themselves to bolster the confidence of Elogia's gods. This convinced them that while the wizard civilization was strong, it wasn't invincible, maintaining this stalemate rather than a mutual destruction. It was a silent psychological war to ensure the plane's integrity. Jie Ming couldn't help but want to laugh. To maximize resource and knowledge gains, wizards went to great lengths, even accounting for the psychological state of the invaded plane. It's like playing with children. He shifted his gaze, observing this unfamiliar yet vibrant plane. The air was thick with dense, chaotic energy. Traces of wizardly runes lingered, but they were overshadowed by Elogia's native natural and divine energies. Like intertwining rivers, they clashed and merged, forming a unique energy field. Clearly, after prolonged conflict, the plane's rules were beginning to be eroded by the wizards. Even without significant apprentice contributions, a few more years of stalemate would see this plane fall to the wizards. Around him, towering primeval forests blocked most sunlight, with ancient trees rising massively, their trunks requiring dozens to encircle. Strange vines, like giant pythons, coiled around the trunks, their leaves broad and oddly shaped. In the distance, unfamiliar beast roars mingled with the screeches of raptors and the heavy footsteps of massive creatures, signaling the land's wild and dangerous nature. The sky above was a spectacle. Part of it held rune fortresses built by wizards' potent alchemy technique and runes, floating high and emitting their cold, orderly glow like scars in the sky. The other part was the radiant, dreamlike projections of Elogia's divine kingdoms, holy and colorful. These opposing forces, like a vast canvas, carved the sky into distorted, clashing yet coexisting scenes, silently proclaiming this land as the heart of a war. Tearing his gaze from the chaotic sky, Jie Ming flipped his hand, producing several protective artifacts. Buzz. With a series of glowing flashes, multiple layers of protective sorcery enveloped him. Narrowing his eyes, he activated the sorcery models in his mental sea. Invisible waves of alchemy technique spread outward, meticulously probing the surroundings. Simultaneously, analysis technique activated, the two sorceries working in tandem like countless microprobes, greedily absorbing every environmental detail. The chaotic energy in the air was no longer merely mixed. In Jie Ming's perception, it had distinct flow patterns and densities. Unlike the tamed elemental forces of Norn Plane 13, refined over generations, Elogia's energy was primal, wild, and subtly infused with a vitality unique to this plane, born from its natural forces and the god's faith, creating an unprecedented, highly active energy field. Compared to Norn, the elements here have lower mental affinity and are harder to control, but their activity is higher. Jie Ming's mind stirred. This difference meant casting sorcery here might face delays or reduced efficiency. Using standard artifacts could make sorcery unstable, increasing destructive power but weakening defenses. For sorcery cast directly by wizards, the environment would extend casting time, but successful casts would be more potent than at Norn Academy. This elemental environment was an advantage for Jie Ming. His runic artifacts relied on runes to draw external elements, with sorcery formation depending on the rune system rather than mental force. However, while traditional artifacts have limited uses, their design ensures they can cast stored sorcery in any environment. No wonder wizards favor them. Stability was paramount for wizards waging wars across planes. But Jie Ming wasn't rigid. If traditional artifacts were effective, he didn't mind acquiring some to complement his runic artifacts. The protective sorcery around him now was cast using orthodox artifacts. Children make choices, adults take it all. Using the incoming data, he made slight adjustments to the core runes of his stored runic artifacts in his inner space. By subtly altering parts of the rune structure and energy channeling methods, he optimized them to adapt to this new world's rules, ensuring each energy bolt retained its full power. This was the result of years of refining his runic artifacts. Compared to traditional artifacts, runic ones had greater sustainability but were more susceptible to environmental influence. In this environment, standard artifacts might only face slight casting delays, but runic artifacts, constantly linked to the external environment, risked overloading and exploding without a single cast. Jie Ming's solution was modularization. He pre-carved most of the main and non-essential runes, leaving the core runic imprints incomplete. In each new world, he used alchemy and analysis techniques to collect elemental activity data, adjusting the core imprints accordingly. The principle was simple, but finding materials suitable for rapid alchemical engraving took significant time. Later, to centralize all core imprints and runes in a small area, he redesigned the entire runic artifact structure. After confirming the modular design's feasibility, Jie Ming had an epiphany. He had thought he only possessed knowledge from two worlds, but this adjustment reminded him he held knowledge from the third world. Though his previous life's technological world lacked transcendent power, some of its concepts were universal. In moments, a full set of combat runic artifacts was adjusted. Splitting his focus to continue refining the remaining runic artifacts in his inner space, Jie Ming summoned more, arming himself to the teeth. Buzz. With a hum, he replaced the protective sorcery around him with that cast by his runic artifacts. Setting the protective sorcery to invisible, Jie Ming felt the energy fluctuations around him, finally gaining a sense of security. Just as he prepared to deploy scouting runic artifacts for data collection, a loud noise interrupted him. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the depths of the jungle, mingled with the screams of apprentices and the roars of magical beasts. Due to the sealed planar barrier, the apprentices' descent was nothing short of a disaster. They were scattered like seeds sown haphazardly across this primeval forest, their landing points random and dispersed. As time dragged on, the entire forest transformed into a chaotic battlefield in an instant. Some apprentices were ambushed by low-tier magical beasts the moment they landed, forced to fight in haste. Others, while searching for companions, found themselves surrounded by beasts, their cries for help echoing endlessly. Some, less fortunate, plummeted straight into traps set by the native inhabitants, sparking immediate conflicts. This vast and perilous forest became the most brutal first experience since their enrollment. Naturally, Jie Ming also encountered an enemy. To be precise, it was another unlucky apprentice who had crossed paths with a magical beast, and Jie Ming was merely caught in the crossfire. Roar! With an enraged bellow, the ground itself trembled. In the distant jungle, towering trees toppled one after another, the oppressive presence of an approaching giant beast palpable. Jie Ming had no intention of fleeing. According to the energy readings from his analysis technique, the beast was likely a first-rank creature within his capability to handle. Perfect. Let's test the strength of this world's creatures. Raising his palm toward the restless jungle, a metallic bracer appeared on his wrist, unnoticed until now. Embedded with 10 gems, the bracer glowed faintly as Jie Ming's spiritual force activated it. Each gem was a runic artifact, meticulously refined by Jie Ming through multiple iterations. Since the last Academy trial, he had abandoned the wizarding world's myriad elemental attacks, opting instead for the purest form of energy bolts. While energy bolts lacked the raw destructive power of elemental sorcery, their greatest advantage was immunity to countermeasures from other spells or creatures. Though formed of energy, their unique structure allowed them to function as physical projectiles unaffected by gravity, delivering pure physical damage. Due to their specialized design, energy bolts could be compressed for piercing damage or detonated for explosive impact, both resulting in unadulterated physical force. A few breaths later, a disheveled wizard apprentice burst from the dense forest, followed closely by the massive beast causing the commotion. You! The fleeing apprentice froze upon seeing Jie Ming standing in his path, but quickly understood the look in his eyes. Without hesitation, he dove to the side, rolling away. Roar! Crack, crack! With the crisp sound of snapping trees, a beast over 10 meters tall crashed into view. Its rough, heavy gray skin was covered in rock-like armor, with 2 rows of sharp-boned spikes running along its spine to its massive tail. Each casual swing of the tail uprooted bushes and scattered earth. Its head resembled a giant crocodile, with murky yellow vertical pupils glinting with cruelty and hunger. Its gaping maw revealed jagged, dagger-like fangs, and a foul stench wafted from afar. Its four limbs, sturdy as pillars, made the solid ground quake with every step. Roar! A deafening roar tore through the air, carrying primal strength and fury as it charged toward Jie Ming. Clearly, it had identified the new figure blocking its fleeing prey as its next target. Jie Ming's expression remained unshaken. He steadily raised his arm, and the 10 gems on his bracer glowed in unison, floating around it like a radiant halo encircling his wrist. Buzz! A low hum resonated from the bracer as a stream of power surged through its intricate structure. Not bad strength. Let's start with the energy level of a third-rank apprentice. The next moment, a storm engulfed the space before him. Swish, swish, swish. Blazing white streams of highly condensed energy shot forth at speeds barely perceptible to the naked eye, pouring relentlessly from his wrist. Each energy bolt resembled a compressed cannonball, its tip glowing faintly red from air friction, trailing a fleeting streak of light. The 10 gems on Jie Ming's bracer lit up rhythmically, each glow signaling the launch of several energy bolts. This was Jie Ming's cooling mechanism for his runic artifacts. Drawing inspiration from a certain Gatling doctor from his previous life, he had applied the concept to his runic artifact design. When one rune fired an energy bolt, it immediately entered cooldown, while another rune took over instantly, cycling continuously. This ensured a relentless high-frequency barrage while giving each runic artifact ample time to cool, preventing overheating and enabling near-infinite sustained firepower. In his standard combat stance, Jie Ming employed 10 runic artifacts embedded in special bracers on each wrist. These artifacts were ingeniously designed, taking up minimal space and concealing their aura in standby mode, but unfolding into twin halos of light during battle. In this stance, he could fire 50 energy bolts per second, weaving a dense net of firepower. The attack frequency was scalp-numbingly intense, like a blazing white whip of pure physical force, relentlessly lashing the beast's massive frame. Asterisk bang 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 bang. Asterisk. A dense barrage, like torrential rain striking an iron plate, erupted. The first wave of strikes landed precisely on the beast's broad chest and shoulder area. Its tough gray armor was relentlessly eroded by the pure energy impacts, each bolt exploding with visible ripples of compressed air. The beast's hard keratin layers shattered and peeled under the brutal physical onslaught. Roar! Its initial roar turned into a cry of pained fury. The beast had never experienced such a dense, utterly unreasonable barrage of pure force. Its massive body staggered backward under the relentless kinetic energy, each step leaving deep craters in the ground. The bone spikes, capable of smashing rocks, emitted faint cracking sounds under the surging shockwaves. The beast, which had always rampaged unchecked in this jungle, was clearly stunned. It instinctively tried to raise its massive forelimbs to crush the annoying speck, but the torrential energy bolts battered its limbs, preventing it from exerting strength and flipping it over instead. It twisted its body to dodge, but the light whip followed like a shadow. Its yellow vertical pupils clearly reflected the steady human figure and the strange metallic ring spewing destructive streams, a device eroding its defenses in a way it couldn't comprehend. The first round of saturated suppression successfully halted the beast's charge and heavily damaged its thick armored shell. Jie Ming was highly satisfied with the result, marveling at the beast's resilience. Impressive. To take so many hits and only suffer superficial wounds. This physical strength is exceptional even among first-rank creatures. Whimper. With a low whine, the beast tucked its tail and turned to flee, but Jie Ming had already pointed a finger at it. Let's try a first-rank wizard-level energy bolt. The other gems on his bracer dimmed and returned to their slots, leaving only one floating, its glow intensifying. Bang! With a sound effect from Jie Ming's mouth, a single bolt shot out at blinding speed, piercing the beast in an instant and continuing into the distant jungle. To an onlooker, the bolt seemed to pass through the beast like a phantom, causing no apparent harm. But from Jie Ming's perspective, a massive hole, at least a meter wide, had appeared through the beast's body, revealing the scenery beyond. The wound didn't bleed, as its edges had been carbonized into a charred shell. The bolt's extreme speed carried terrifying heat, cauterizing the wound as it passed through. Not bad. The actual effect far surpasses what I tested in the training grounds, Jie Ming said, thoroughly pleased with the bolt's power. Boom! A violent explosion echoed from kilometers away in the jungle, its shockwave traversing the dense forest, sending a gust of wind toward Jie Ming. This was the bolt's natural collapse upon reaching its range limit. Jie Ming had advanced to the Foundation establishment stage. Though still a third-rank wizard apprentice, his formidable spiritual force and precise control allowed him to craft first-rank, wizard-level runic artifacts independently. For convenience, the power of his attack-type runic artifacts' energy bolts could be adjusted at will. At their weakest, they matched the impact of a bullet. At their strongest, as just demonstrated, each bolt boasted immense piercing power, with explosions rivaling a heavy cannon's destructive force, capable of leveling a building the size of a football field. Even Jie Ming wasn't sure of the full destructive potential if he unleashed all the attack-type runic artifacts stored in his internal space. Pity my internal space is still too small. It's enough for daily use, but if it were larger, I could fit an entire production line inside. Jie Ming sighed wistfully. The wizarding world had automated production systems that could endlessly manufacture goods with the right materials and data. While such systems were typically crafted by wizards above the 6th order and were exorbitantly priced, Jie Ming's current wealth made acquiring one feasible. What limited him now was the size of his internal space. A space the size of a classroom sounded impressive, but fitting a production line and raw materials inside was still too challenging. Otherwise, he could unleash full firepower in battle while producing new runic artifacts within his body to replenish losses. Foundation establishment won't cut it. I'll have to hope for the next realm. Jie Ming glanced at the spot where the other apprentice had been, now empty. Ran off pretty fast without even a thank you. Grumbling, Jie Ming's hands moved swiftly. Glimmering Eye, activate. A faint, almost imperceptible glow flashed across his palm as he activated his scouting-type runic artifact, the Glimmering Eye. These were the latest scouting runic artifacts, evolved from the Scouting Eye through years of research and refinement. Compared to the Scouting Eye, the Glimmering Eye was smaller and stealthier, resembling a grain of sand with minimal energy fluctuations. They could attach to any surface, nearly undetectable by the naked eye or standard sorcery. Most importantly, they were no longer limited by the traditional range of a wizard's spiritual force. Jie Ming had refined them using treasure-forging techniques, allowing them to operate independently, stably scouting a 100-kilometer radius and transmitting information through unique connection. Jie Ming casually dropped a Glimmering Eye at his location, sensing its energy fluctuations and nodding with satisfaction. Fortunately, this plane's energy is quite active. These fluctuations won't draw attention, and with self-sustaining energy circulation, they should last about 3 days. With a grip, an older model of the Scouting Eye appeared in his hand. Invisible ripples spread outward, processed by the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, projecting a real-time, 3-dimensional tactical map into Jie Ming's mind. The map detailed surrounding vegetation, terrain, subterranean energy flows, biological auras in the air, and even subtle fluctuations of magical and faith energies, all vividly clear. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no immediate threats, Jie Ming had no intention of lingering. All right, time to find those too. He pulled out a communication artifact, infused it with a trace of spiritual force, and waited. Soon, the artifact glowed faintly, and Amy's delighted voice came through. Jie Ming? Thank goodness, you're okay. This trial was far less secure than previous ones, with the workshop providing no equipment. From what they'd seen, leaving this plane likely required finding the wizard's stronghold. Unlike the limestone realm they'd experienced before, Elogia's native creatures had terrifyingly high power ceilings. Even Jie Ming, confident as he was, didn't dare act recklessly. Thus, even he sought out teammates. Before setting out, Jie Ming had agreed with Amy and Victor to contact each other immediately upon entering the plane and explore as a team. "How's it going on your end?" Jie Ming asked. "No issues here. I got lucky and landed near Victor. We've already teamed up and can come find you soon." Amy's voice came through the communication artifact, followed by Victor's in the background. "But be careful, Jie Ming. When we met up earlier, there was an explosion nearby. If we hadn't kept our protective sorcery active, it could have been bad," Amy said, her voice tinged with lingering fear. "I didn't expect this plane to be so dangerous. We need to stay cautious." "Earlier? An explosion?" Jie Ming opened the communication artifact screen, checking the distance between them and tracing the trajectory of his earlier energy bolt. His eyelids twitched. "Jie Ming." Hearing no response, Amy asked, puzzled. Glancing at the collapsing beast corpse nearby, Jie Ming coughed awkwardly, pretending nothing had happened. "I'll come to you. I move faster. Is it safe where you are? If it's secure, stay put. I'll be there soon. Should be fine." The explosion seems to have scared off the nearby beasts. "Great. I'm on my way." Without waiting for Amy's reply, Jie Ming cut the connection, activated a mobility runic artifact, and dashed toward their coordinates. The eastern primeval forest of the Elogia continent was steeped in a wild, chaotic aura. Today, the jungle was livelier than usual, with distant screams and explosive booms echoing intermittently. Jie Ming wasted no time, using the glimmering eye to lock onto two familiar signals, Amy and Victor. They weren't far, leaning against a massive tree, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, clearly waiting. "Amy! Victor!" His familiar voice rang through the chaotic forest, prompting Amy to whip around. Seeing Jie Ming emerge from the shadow of a towering ancient tree, their taut nerves finally eased. "Jie Ming, you're okay." "Thank goodness." Amy rushed forward, eyes brimming with relief. Victor stumbled over, pale-faced, likely affected by the earlier explosion shockwave. "You're finally here." After reuniting, Jie Ming's gaze swept over them. Amy's clothes were disheveled, evidence of a recent fight. Victor looked worse, his wizard robe torn at the back and covered in dirt, though he bore no visible injuries, likely having fallen in the chaos. "We can't stay here. It's too exposed," Jie Ming said, nodding to them. "Let's find a safer spot." Neither objected, nodding in agreement. Using the real-time map from the glimmering eye, Jie Ming guided them through the dense forest, avoiding most hazardous areas. Along the way, they occasionally heard the distant booms of sorcery and the wails of magical beasts, signaling the chaos other apprentices were facing. After a short trek, they found a secluded cave for a temporary respite. After easily dispatching the cave's original occupant and camouflaging the entrance, they lit a fire. The faint firelight illuminated their faces, easing the tension. "What's our next move?" Victor asked first. Both Amy and Victor were adept at teamwork, so they took the initiative to discuss. "This plane is far more dangerous than we imagined," Amy said, head lowered in thought. "It's not fully under our control, and high-tier creatures could appear anytime. As third-rank apprentices, we're too vulnerable here." Jie Ming leaned against the cave wall, nodding in agreement. "Exactly. We have two urgent priorities." He held up two fingers. "First, find the main wizard force. You saw the situation earlier. This plane's external passages are likely controlled by those gods. In an emergency, our only way out is through the stable teleportation arrays set up by the main force." "I agree. Venturing deeper blindly cuts off our escape route. Pure folly," Victor chimed in. "With our current strength, one misstep could be fatal. Joining the main force offers protection and supplies." Second, Jie Ming's tone grew serious. advanced to first rank formal wizard. Due to the contract they signed upon joining the academy, most apprentices remained at third rank to maximize their foundation, only advancing after the 10-year term. Thus, every apprentice in this trial was a third-rank wizard apprentice, seasoned from years at this level. Amy paused, then nodded. Advancement? Makes sense. Victor showed little surprise, clearly having considered it. Indeed, the contract held us back before, but in a full-scale planar war, those restrictions can be flexible. Jie Ming nodded. The workshop's year-long trial clearly anticipated this. We're all third rank now. Advancing to first rank will massively boost our combat power. Even without new knowledge, the gap between a first-rank formal wizard and a third-rank apprentice was vast. Spiritual force reserves, control precision, elemental activity thresholds, and the natural purification of sorcery models. These were advantages apprentices couldn't match. Even for Jie Ming, becoming a first-rank wizard would significantly enhance his combat ability. In a brutal planar war, personal strength was paramount. So our path is clear, Jie Ming concluded. 1. Find the wizard stronghold or main force. 2. Advance to first-rank formal wizard. Have you prepared advancement potions? I've prepared, but didn't bring them, Amy said, her face troubled. Without spatial rings, apprentices had limited supplies for a new plane. Most, expecting a planar war, wouldn't have brought advancement potions. The year-long trial duration caught many unprepared. Victor raised his head with a hint of pride, displaying a ring on his finger. No problem, I'm prepared. Not only Amy, but even Jie Ming looked at the ring with a trace of envy. In terms of wealth and talent, Victor might not match Jie Ming, but as a scion of a long-standing noble family, he had certain advantages. As for restrictions, the workshop imposed none for this trial. As long as you could acquire it, even bringing strategic armaments was permitted. After all, this was a genuine planar war, and the apprentices were expected to demonstrate their true strength. Not just the Norn workshop, but the entire wizarding civilization followed a principle in training apprentices, granting authority and qualifications without directly providing resources. All points and resources had to be earned, and the ability to acquire wealth was considered part of an apprentice's strength. Victor's spatial ring, for instance, was purchased with points he had painstakingly accumulated over years, supplemented by privileges from his family. Looking at the hesitant duo, Victor said, I also prepared an extra bottle as a backup. I can give it to you, but we're still short one. Better than I expected. I was prepared to craft advancement potions for all three of us, Jie Ming said with a smile, standing up and brushing the dust off his clothes. This simplifies things, but our priority is to leave this area first. Jie Ming parted the camouflage at the cave entrance, glancing at the sky where another explosion had just erupted. The commotion from the workshop dropping us here was too loud. This area will likely be surrounded by native forces soon. We need to get out fast. Amy and Victor had no objections. This location was too close to the rift in the planar barrier, making it extremely dangerous. If they drew too much attention, they might not only attract armies, but even the notice of gods. With unanimous agreement, the trio set off, cautiously navigating the primeval forest. As they moved, Jie Ming relied on his scouting eye to continuously scan their surroundings, while Amy and Victor supplemented with their own enhancement-type scouting sorcery. Suddenly, Jie Ming's steps faltered slightly, and Amy and Victor stopped as well. What's up? Jie Ming asked. Victor squinted into the distance, then nodded. Not too many, and their strength is within our handling range. They spotted us too. Probably have some special tracking method. Dodging them would be easy, but it'd mean taking a longer route. I suggest we take them out to save time, Amy proposed. Jie Ming nodded without comment. All right, soon, dozens of creatures resembling pythons with claws and 6 legs lunged from the surrounding bushes. Their streamlined bodies moved with incredible speed, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty red light. I'll take the left, Victor called out. Prepared, he waved his staff, unleashing several wind blades that sliced through the nearest creature's throats, blood spraying. Amy didn't hold back either. With her hands cupped, several blazing fireballs shot out like meteors, crashing into the beast horde with booming explosions, instantly charring several creatures. Compared to their efficiency, Jie Ming's approach was almost effortlessly casual, leaving him time to observe his companion's techniques. From the precision and ease of their sorcery, it was clear both had honed their skills diligently over the past 9 years. Their proficiency even surprised Jie Ming. As their sorcery level indicated, they had independently constructed attack-type sorcery models, a feat only a handful of apprentices in past years could achieve. Their firepowers almost on par with mine from a few years ago. Pondering this, Jie Ming barely moved. With a slight flick of his wrist, his runic artifact hummed like a rapid-fire machine gun, emitting faint hiss sounds. Several energy bolts formed a dense net of firepower at speeds imperceptible to the eye, each bolt precisely striking a creature's forehead with no wasted motion or energy. Based on the creature's reactions to Amy and Victor's attacks, Jie Ming slightly reduced the bolt's power. They were strong enough to pierce the predator's skulls, but restrained to avoid loud blasts that might attract stronger foes. However, with Amy and Victor already causing a commotion, this subtlety seemed more like showing off. Asterisk pop. 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 Asterisk. In an instant, the dozen creatures charging Jie Ming collapsed, their heads crushed as if by an invisible hand, dead before they could even roar. The process was fluid, almost instantaneous. While Amy and Victor were still dealing with their remaining foes, Jie Ming had already dispatched all his attackers and retracted his runic artifact, as if nothing had happened. Amy glanced at Jie Ming's battlefield, where only a few corpses marked the ground with no other trace of combat. Her lips twitched. This guy's fighting style was still infuriatingly efficient. She exchanged a look with Victor, who was also glancing her way. Their eyes met, reflecting the same sentiment. This guy is still such a monster. After dealing with the beast horde and gaining a better understanding of each other's progress over the years, the trio pressed on. Jie Ming took the lead, his runic artifacts scanning a 100-kilometer radius like radar. Suddenly, a vivid highlight on the real-time tactical map from the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror caught his attention. Taking control of the scouting eye, Jie Ming closed his eyes to examine it closely, quickly grasping its nature. It was a distinctive structure formed by a powerful convergence of natural energy, a shrine guarded by an elite team of beastmen. Located deep in an unremarkable part of the jungle, far from the known wizard battle lines, its energy fluctuations were unusually active, clearly a key node in Aloja's native power system. There, after deploying various other scouting runic artifacts to confirm the intelligence, Jie Ming marked the location on his map, a new plan forming in his mind. He turned to Amy and Victor, a faint smile on his lips. "I found a good spot. Want to test your skills." "What is it?" Amy asked curiously. Based on its energy structure, it falls within the category of a divine shrine. Jie Ming described the information he had gathered in detail. A divine shrine guarded by beastman elites? Victor furrowed his brow, lowering his voice. "Jie Ming, are you sure? The guards are at least battle-hardened beastman warriors, and there might even be shamans who can wield divine powers. Just the 3 of us." Amy also grew tense, gripping her staff tightly. "We've only just arrived. Going straight for trouble with beastman elites, isn't that too risky?" Jie Ming calmly glanced at the two. "It's precisely because they're elites that their numbers will be small." He explained carefully. "To maintain secrecy, the core guard for such an important faith nexus will never be large. They rely on an elite approach, with at most a dozen or so. There might be a few more peripheral guards, but not hundreds. Moreover, this shrine's strength isn't high. From my reconnaissance, the guard's power, while decent, is within our ability to handle." He paused before continuing. "Secondly, we need to probe the combat methods of this world's intelligent beings, their use of transcendent powers, and their fighting habits. This will help us understand our enemies. If we can capture a prisoner, we might even gather some intelligence. If their strength is within our capabilities, it's worth considering," Victor said, frowning in thought before nodding. After all, gathering some intelligence is indeed necessary. We don't yet know the specifics of this plan. At the very least, we need some basic information on the enemy. Amy agreed with a nod. Plus, there's the matter of language. If we need to disguise ourselves later, that'll be essential. Also, Jie Ming pointed in the general direction of a shrine. While this shrine isn't large, based on its energy fluctuations and structure, it's likely a faith nexus for the Beastman forces in this region, providing continuous blessings and recovery for their frontline troops. Destroying it would significantly impact the regional conflict and earn us substantial contribution points, he added. More importantly, it's a perfect opportunity to refine our teamwork in combat. Victor and Amy exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. They were convinced. They both understood that risks and opportunities went hand in hand. Even setting aside the importance of intelligence, the contribution points from this final assessment were crucial, not just as numbers, but as tangible benefits for the future. Since we've decided to strike, we'll act fast and decisively, sneaking into their core area for a swift, lethal blow. We'll decide whether to leave survivors based on the situation, Jie Ming said, quickly organizing the plan as both nodded in agreement. After taking out their core units, don't linger. Escape quickly while eliminating any enemies attempting to pursue us. Neither had objections to his plan. Through their previous monster-slaying mission, the three had tacitly established Jie Ming as the leader. Amy nodded, pulling a witch artifact from her backpack. I can use this to search souls for intelligence. If we move fast enough, it'll take only a dozen breaths to complete. A 5th-level witch artifact? You actually have something this good? Jie Ming raised an eyebrow. Victor, standing nearby, looked equally surprised. The artifact Amy produced was specifically designed for gathering intelligence, inscribed with the Soul Search witchcraft model. Soul Search could be constructed by first-level wizards, but its effectiveness grew with a wizard's level. At the first level, it took a long time and yielded only fragmented, often useless information, with the target's soul typically collapsing afterward. At the 5th level, it was not only quick, but could also target specific information. Jie Ming had his own preparations, but they weren't as advanced as Amy's. Since she had offered hers, he decided not to use his own. As a team, they needed to contribute to each other's efforts. I saved up a ton of points to buy this, Amy said with an embarrassed smile. Jie Ming nodded, immediately adjusting the plan. In that case, let's revise the strategy. I'll try to leave one key enemy alive. Besides language and basic intelligence, see if you can find anything in their soul about tracking wizards like us. If we can uncover their patrol routes, even better. Good idea. That way, we can plan our next move based on the intelligence. If their numbers are small, we take them all out. If they're too many, we find their weak point and escape, Victor agreed. It was their first time on a real planar battlefield, so despite the enemy's moderate strength, the three remained cautious. After briefly confirming the plan, they quickly reached a consensus, adjusted their states, and stealthily moved toward Jie Ming's chosen target. On the tactical map, constructed by his 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, every Beastman patrol's movements, their faint life fluctuations, and crude energy flows were clearly visible. He selected an optimal infiltration route, avoiding all patrols, moving like a phantom, silently approaching the shrine. This time, Amy and Victor truly grasped the terrifying advantage of Jie Ming's intelligence-gathering skills. Under his guidance, their infiltration was as if they were walking through an empty realm. Jie Ming occasionally signaled them to stop or speed up. To avoid detection, both Amy and Victor refrained from using detection witchcraft. Yet, until they reached the core area, no one spotted them. Finally, a cave emitting a faint glow appeared before them. Inside, a small divine shrine stood, crafted from stone and massive vines, adorned with primitive yet powerful totems. Around the shrine, 10 burly beastman elites patrolled lazily. 8 were muscular warriors wielding giant axes, while 2 were shamans holding bone staffs, their bodies painted with strange pigments. Their auras were far stronger than the monsters they'd faced before, reaching the level of third-level apprentices, with the two shamans at the peak of that rank. Jie Ming signaled, and Amy and Victor quickly hid in the bushes on either side, poised to strike. Their task was to deal with any stragglers who might escape, while Jie Ming, naturally, was the main attacker. Jie Ming took a deep breath, crouching slightly like a leopard ready to pounce. Begin! The 10 runic witch artifacts on his wrist activated instantly, blooming like a flower. In the next moment, a torrent of energy bolts surged forth. The continuous stream of energy orbs sliced through the air like the scythe of death, leaving blurred afterimages. The Beastman elites snapped their heads up, their combat instincts alerting them to danger just before the energy bolt struck. One warrior looked up in shock, opening his mouth to sound an alarm. But before the sound could leave his throat, an energy bolt pierced it with deadly precision. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk. The energy bolts struck joints, throats, and chests with pinpoint accuracy. They tore through the beastman's leather armor and their vaunted tough flesh as easily as paper. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. Amy and Victor stood dumbfounded. They had braced for a fierce fight, but the battle ended before they could act. At least they weren't entirely deprived of action. As Jie Ming's assault concluded, 2 battered Beastman elites suddenly sprang up, attempting to flee into the forest depths. Despite their bodies being riddled like sieves, their terrifying vitality kept them moving. Even Jie Ming couldn't help but marvel at their resilience. But Amy and Victor reacted swiftly. The instant the Beastmen turned to flee, Amy raised her hand, sending several fireballs that homed in on their targets with precision. To minimize noise, the fireballs didn't explode, but instead burrowed into the Beastmen as tendrils of flame, incinerating their internal organs in an instant. Victor was more direct, unleashing razor-sharp wind blades that sliced through a Beastman's neck like an invisible knife, sending a massive head soaring into the air. Amy and Victor swiftly dispatched the stragglers, ensuring no survivors. As the energy bolt's aftershocks faded, the scene before the shrine had transformed. Except for the near-dead shaman Jie Ming had deliberately spared, all the Beastman elites lay lifeless, their bodies riddled with small but fatal holes. The green crystal atop the shrine dimmed, as if shaken by the loss of its faith source. Jie Ming walked past the dying shaman without a glance. The shaman's eyes were filled with fear and confusion, unable to comprehend how he and his elite warriors had been slaughtered by these sudden demons, without a chance to resist. Jie Ming ignored him, quickly inscribing several special runes onto the shrine. The runes burrowed into the shrine's core like blood-sucking tendrils, frantically draining its energy. Soon, the last flicker of light in the crystal atop the shrine extinguished, leaving it an ordinary stone. Boom! With its energy depleted, the shrine let out a muffled wail and began to collapse. "We did it!" Victor whispered excitedly, keeping his voice low. Amy's eyes sparkled with joy, but she didn't waste time. She hurried to the dying shaman, pulling out her witch artifact. Deep in the forest, Jie Ming, Amy, and Victor darted through the dense trees like 3 shadows. Their steps were light and agile, leaving only fleeting afterimages on the dappled forest floor. Unlike their earlier frantic and aimless escape, their movements now carried purpose. "Your pronunciation's off. It's Gramash," with a heavier guttural sound. Jie Ming's voice echoed through the trees, but he spoke not in any wizard civilization tongue, but in the rough, powerful Beastman language. "Gramash, it's too hard," Amy grumbled while running, struggling to mimic the sound but tripping over her tongue, frustrated. "The common tongue is so much easier." "You'll get it with practice," Victor replied in the common tongue, his pronunciation far more accurate, clearly the result of effort. Based on that shaman's memories, if we want to operate in this region, we need to master both the human common tongue and the Beastman language. They practiced the world's languages through their conversation. This knowledge came from the captured Beastman shaman. After Amy precisely extracted the needed intelligence with her witch artifact, she ended the shaman's suffering without hesitation. In the days since, the trio had used every spare moment to mimic and practice the language from those memories. It was both to adapt and to better disguise themselves and gather intelligence in future adventures. So, the shaman's memories said the oracle was like this. Amy's voice, tinged with an exotic accent, echoed through the forest in the common tongue. Demons from beyond the heavens invade. Hunt them, expel the filth. That doesn't sound friendly at all. Exactly, Amy, your pronunciation's improving, Victor said approvingly, his common tongue also carrying a strange accent. Unfriendly is expected. We didn't come here to make friends. The shaman's memories show this forest is co-managed by beastmen and elves. Beastmen control the east and south, while elves hold the west and north. Both sides have powerhouses equivalent to second-level beings, Jie Ming continued, his common tongue fluent and nearly flawless. Their military distribution is clear, so we can roughly deduce their patrol routes and key defense zones. Amy grimaced, adjusting her tone. The shaman's memories said the main wizard landing point is likely south of this region. So, we head northeast, Jie Ming said, a glint in his eyes. The commotion we cause at the shrine is enough to trigger a large-scale beastman hunt. If we keep going like this, we might draw out enemies we can't handle. We need to throw them off. Victor caught on immediately. They'll likely guess our identity. The South is probably crawling with troops by now. No wonder you had us run. To leave tracks, right? Amy nodded thoughtfully. So, next, we head toward the northeast, where beastman patrols are fewer and weaker. Exactly, Jie Ming nodded. The northeast may not have the main wizard forces, but it's close to a barren plain and mountain range with few intelligent beings. The complex terrain there is perfect for hiding and regrouping. As for taking a longer route, that wasn't a big issue for wizards. What followed went according to their plan. During their breakout, Jie Ming and his team deliberately caused a commotion, swiftly crushing several beastman squads attempting to pursue them, and leaving clear traces to create the illusion of heading south. Then, they quickly dashed in the opposite direction, further muddying the waters. But these were merely diversions. After completely shaking off the pursuing beastmen, they used flight techniques to move swiftly at low altitude toward the direction with the weakest military presence, as indicated by their intelligence, leaving the conflict zone behind. 5 days later, as a blood-red setting sun struggled to sink below the distant horizon, they finally reached Jie Ming's chosen safe zone, a vast, relatively flat plain bordered by rugged mountains. Signs of intelligent life were scarce here, and the air carried the scent of dust and earth. Finally, we made it, Amy said, slumping onto the ground after using alchemy technique to create a wind-blocking rock wall. She let out a long sigh, her tired face showing a trace of relief. It's so quiet here. Victor also relaxed, leaning against a withered tree trunk and closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. Jie Ming connected to the faint light eyes he had previously set up using his 5 aggregates rainbow mirror. After confirming there were no issues, he sat down as well. Have you guys ever thought about something? Amy suddenly spoke up after a brief rest, her voice tinged with doubt. We came in with only our own supplies. The workshop didn't provide any devices for recording our achievements, and the planar barrier has been forcibly sealed. So how exactly are they tracking what we do here and calculating contribution points? Victor opened his eyes, frowning in thought. Yeah, I've been wondering about that too. Are we just supposed to report back ourselves? That's too sloppy. How could they ensure fairness? Jie Ming didn't respond immediately, but his eyes flickered at their question. Truthfully, he was curious about this too. He had initially thought that the moment they entered this plane, the wizards might have planted something on them. But after days of inspection, there was nothing. Suddenly, he looked up, his gaze fixed on the horizon. At that moment, a deep, resonant hum echoed from the distant sky. Not thunder, nor magical bombardment, but a vibration as if the entire atmosphere was trembling in unison. The vibration grew closer, enveloping the area where they stood. The three stood up simultaneously, looking skyward. In the sky, a brilliant light tore through the dim firmament, as if an invisible giant hand had ripped open a deep gash in space. From that rift, a surge of immense power poured forth, followed by the reappearance of divine silhouettes. As before, they were colossal and majestic, radiating overwhelming divine energy, charging toward the rift without hesitation. From the rift, a blurred wizard silhouette emerged in response. This silhouette exuded a mysterious, profound aura. It showed no intention of directly clashing with the gods, instead warding off their attacks while swiftly extending a massive hand, as if inscribing strange runes in the air. The battle erupted instantly, with laws and divine powers colliding, each impact warping the sky as if it might collapse. Yet, amidst this fierce conflict, an invisible, overwhelming wave spread like a tsunami, centered on the sky's rift, sweeping across the entire Aloja plain. The wave was silent, but carried a clarity that directly touched the soul. Jie Ming felt his mental sea clear, followed by a vast, vivid stream of information flooding his mind like a divine revelation. In that moment, Jie Ming, Amy, Victor, and every wizard apprentice sent to the Aloja plain wore peculiar expressions. They understood. This was the workshop's method of recording and calculating contribution points. The wizard silhouette was none other than a 7th-level high-tier wizard specializing in the fate system. The invisible, mighty wave was his comprehensive scan of the entire plane's fate laws, conducted the moment he tore through the planar barrier. He wasn't scanning physical matter, but the causal and fate trajectories of every wizard. Every action taken by each wizard apprentice, every impact on the plane's laws, was clearly recorded under this fate wave and quantified as contribution points. This method was both precise and cheat-proof. Moreover, after collecting all the intelligence, the wizard compiled and shared it directly with all the apprentices. A stream of information coalesced in every apprentice's consciousness, and a glowing scroll abruptly appeared in their minds. It listed thousands of names alongside their corresponding contribution points. The first line of the scroll read, Norn Workshop Aloja Plain Total Contribution Ranking. This was the contribution leaderboard. Amy stared at the leaderboard that appeared in her mind, mouth agape, muttering, This works? Scanning fate directly? Victor was equally stunned, then gave a wry smile. A 7th-level fate wizard. I've never heard of such a method. No wonder the workshop dares to play like this. At that moment, the wizard's silhouette in the sky let out a tragic, mournful cry under the god's onslaught. His form rapidly blurred, dissolving into specks of light like snowflakes scattering in the air. He had faked death to escape once again. But before he vanished completely, a message was transmitted through the Fate network to all apprentices' minds. This leaderboard has been updated. Next update, 1 month from now. As expected of a high-tier wizard. His acting's a step above the last one, Jie Ming said after a moment of silence, his lips twitching. Amy and Victor snapped out of their daze, echoing him somewhat blankly. Though the contribution point system was brutally straightforward, the leaderboard was out. As for why the updates were so far apart, the reason was simple. Each leaderboard update required a 7th-level fate wizard to sacrifice themselves. With only a dozen or so such wizards in the entire Norn workshop, they couldn't support frequent updates. The leaderboard's impact was immense. All apprentices checked it immediately. Less than 10 days had passed since the initial deployment, and many apprentices hadn't even begun their efforts. Yet, Jie Ming's achievements were synced to the workshop's total contribution leaderboard the moment the wizard's silhouette vanished. The name Jie Ming from Norn Academy 13, previously obscure, skyrocketed past thousands of apprentices, charging toward the top ranks at a terrifying speed. In a short time, he had already broken into the top 10. The leaderboard shift swept through all wizard apprentices in the Aloja plain like a hurricane. Resting in the ruins of a flattened beastman tribe, Augusta's gaze cut through Jie Ming's name like a blade. Seeing his meteoric rise, her already battle-hungry eyes now blazed like twin thunderstorms. She gripped her staff tightly, growling inwardly. Jie Ming, you've done it again. Good. This is more like it. Her competitive desire to prove herself had reached its peak. David Kalma, who had just raised an elf tribe, saw Jie Ming's name leap past his own. A feral grin spread across his rugged face. Huh, this Jie Ming? Interesting. Now it's interesting. A wizard's battlefield should be like this. Strong contenders rising, clashing. Let's see how high you can climb. He swung his giant axe, cleaving a towering tree in two, as if venting his excitement. Seraphina, Nightshade, whispered faintly from the shadows, her emotions nearly imperceptible. Intriguing. Her gaze, hidden beneath her hood, seemed to pierce the distance, silently calculating. Kaelern Vania adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Seeing Jie Ming's astonishing climb, he mused thoughtfully, such high contribution points in so little time. I've been too conservative. I need to work harder. Perhaps I should try constructing a new elemental array to boost efficiency. Inside Rex Magnus' alchemy-powered armor, a rapid series of electronic calculations hummed. His calm, electronic voice emerged through his visor. Analysis complete. Target Jie Ming contribution acquisition efficiency rated. Anomalous. Further observation and in-depth modeling of their action patterns required. At Norn Workshop headquarters, in the monitoring hall, several high-tier wizards stared at the main screens, constantly shifting leaderboard data. Oh, this kid from Academy 13 is climbing fast. A wizard with a monocle said, stroking his beard, a glint of surprise in his eyes. Another wizard set down his documents, nodding approvingly. Jie Ming. That name sounds familiar. His efficiency is impressive, making effective contributions so quickly, far better than those fools still fumbling around. In Norn Academy 13's mentor area, Minter Clark sat with other instructors. Seeing Jie Ming's rapid rise, his stern expression finally broke into a genuine smile. This kid hadn't let him down. Having crossed the vast primordial forest and desolate highlands from their landing point, Jie Ming and his team shifted direction, moving along the mountains beside the plain. Their goal was clear: head toward the frontline battlefield from the shaman's memories. That area was not only a necessary route to rendezvous with the main wizard forces, but also promised richer resources and more high-tier magical beasts and natives. To prepare, the trio began readying themselves en route. As alchemy apprentices, they employed detection witchcraft while advancing, and their alchemy techniques were in full swing, searching for needed materials. These materials are completely unfamiliar. Are you sure they can be used to concoct potions? Victor asked, watching Jie Ming pick up what seemed like an ordinary magical beast corpse. And it's not just the materials we've never seen. We didn't bring proper potion-making equipment either, did we? Don't worry, Amy chimed in, holding what looked like magical beast dung. We may not recognize these materials, but both Jie Ming and I have constructed the extraction technique witchcraft model. Making potions is quite simple. Simple? Victor was even more puzzled. Isn't potion-making supposed to be hard? He clearly remembered how, back at the academy, many logistics students minoring in potion-making lived in poverty. The difficulty of potion-making was legendary among apprentices. Jie Ming activated his extraction technique on the beast corpse, carefully isolating a transparent mucus, then explained to Victor, "It's indeed tricky for those unfamiliar with it. The real challenge lies in discovering new potion formulas. But once a formula is set and you've constructed the extraction technique, potion making becomes quite straightforward." Jie Ming had deeply studied wizard alchemy, runes, and potion making, integrating them with the scientific knowledge of his past life. He saw alchemy technique as physics, runes as mathematics, and potion making as chemistry. After successfully constructing the extraction technique witchcraft model, potion making became akin to combining chemical formulas a simple process. As long as he gathered the right materials and mixed them in the correct ratios under the proper conditions, he could produce any known potion. Jie Ming tapped the transparent mucus. Extraction technique can precisely extract the desired elemental structures from any substance. In our world, energy and matter, at the microscopic level, are composed of various elements arranged in specific ways. As long as you understand an object or energy well enough, you can directly extract what you need. Take, for instance, the need for benzene, an organic compound. By precisely recording the molecular structure, elemental composition, and energy fluctuations of a benzene ring, Jie Ming could use extraction technique to isolate it from carbon-hydrogen-rich organic matter. Even in an unfamiliar plane, as long as he confirmed a substance or energy contained components similar to what he needed, he could extract the required parts. Amy added, "This method can be quite wasteful with novel materials since you're only taking a small part and discarding the rest. But the advantage is obvious in a completely unfamiliar environment. As long as you can confirm a substance or energy contains components similar to what you need, extraction technique can extract it, allowing wizards to quickly produce necessary potions." Victor had an epiphany. No wonder high-tier potions, despite being theoretically more complex, weren't exorbitantly priced. Amid this travel and learning, time passed quickly. Several days and nights later, the trio reached the edge of a desolate wilderness along the mountains. Jagged rocks and towering stones dotted the landscape, with an air of desolation permeating the area. Using his eye of detection, Jie Ming pinpointed a highly concealed underground fissure. "Here," he said, indicating a narrow entrance hidden by vines. "It goes deep underground, blocking most energy fluctuations." Victor nodded, while Amy voiced concern. The energy fluctuations from advancing to a first-level wizard are no joke. All three of us advancing will definitely attract powerful magical beasts, and in these tense times, it might even draw divine scrutiny. "Exactly, which is why we'll advance one at a time," Jie Ming said, activating alchemy technique. His powerful mental force surged into the fissure, expanding it and reinforcing it with solid rock and runes, creating a temporary secure underground chamber. He cleverly sealed the entrance, leaving only a barely noticeable vent. One person advances while the other two stand guard. Considering the enemies we'll face, the longer we delay, the greater the danger for all three of us. So I'll go first. If we encounter strong enemies later, I'll be better equipped to handle them. Amy and Victor had no objections. Jie Ming was the strongest, and his advancing first would provide greater security for them. In the chamber, Jie Ming sat cross-legged, placing a vial of shimmering silver advancement potion before him. He immersed his mind in his mental sea, meditating to restore his mental energy, confirming it far exceeded the required threshold. "Almost ready," he murmured, picking up the potion and drinking it in one gulp. The potion melted on contact, a cool yet faintly spicy energy surging through his limbs and into his mental sea. Jie Ming clearly felt that this energy wasn't like typical wizard potions, which merely supplemented mana or nourished the mind. It was like a blazing flame, instantly igniting something within him. As he had anticipated, there was a fundamental chasm between a third-level wizard apprentice and a first-level wizard. The so-called advancement potion wasn't about enhancement. It was about combustion. In an extremely short time, it burned the wizard's residual life, forcibly elevating their life essence to a higher state in an instant. The wizard's task was to, in that fleeting moment of life sublimation, construct the ring of truth in their mental sea as quickly as possible. Using the ring of truth's properties, they would stabilize their forcibly elevated life state in that instant. The cost was immense. If the advancement succeeded, the higher life essence would nourish the body, and the burning would no longer be a cost, but a foundation for greater strength. But if it failed, under the potion side effects, the wizard faced permanent loss of life essence, collapse of the mental sea, or even death on the spot. For Jie Ming, however, this cost was negligible. His body coursed with the pure, true essence of the Foundation establishment stage. His life essence had already undergone a transformative sublimation during Foundation establishment, far surpassing ordinary wizard apprentices. The advancement potion was merely a bonus, bringing only a faint warmth without the pain or weakness of burning life. Moreover, Jie Ming's throat moved as he extracted a drop of Foundation establishment potion from his internal space and swallowed it. With the Foundation establishment potion supplementing him, he felt no depletion from the advancement potion. His sole focus was the core challenge, constructing the Ring of Truth. Feeling the soul-elevating sensation from the advancement potion, Jie Ming fully immersed his mind in his mental sea. 9 radiant truth runes shone like stars, positioned at 9 key nodes in his mental sea. His task was to use his vast yet precise mental force to build sturdy bridges connecting these 9 truth runes into a perfect circular ring. This process was akin to constructing witchcraft models, only far more complex and vast. The difficulty lay in the core runes within the 9 truth runes, each representing different wizard truths. These contained different power laws, prone to conflict. If these conflicts weren't resolved, the Ring of Truth would collapse, and the advancement would fail. This was why the Academy recommended that apprentices form all their core runes into witchcraft models before advancing. During his apprenticeship, Jie Ming had independently constructed 3 distinct witchcraft models, each representing connections among 3 core runes. What did this mean? It meant that the power conflicts between these runes had already been fully resolved during the creation of the witchcraft models. They had reached a state of perfect balance. Now, Jie Ming only needed to resolve the conflicts between these 3 balanced rune groups. With practiced ease, he manipulated his mental force like a precise engineer, referencing the witchcraft models to first connect the runes of the 3 models into 3 smaller internal circulations. Then, he cautiously began building larger, more complex connections based on these 3 smaller cycles. He keenly sensed every trace of energy flow, adjusting the angle and strength of each connection point. When conflicts arose, he used his mental force like a comb to smooth them out. The glow of the 9 truth runes grew brighter, their connections becoming clearer and stronger. Finally, at a certain moment, with the completion of the final connection, the 9 truth runes fused perfectly, forming a circular halo, radiating powerful fluctuations. The Ring of Truth was complete. A tremendous energy wave erupted from Jie Ming, spreading outward. His mental sea expanded like an ocean, his mental force becoming denser and vaster, nearly dozens of times stronger than before. Every cell seemed infused with new vitality, and his soul resonated more deeply with the laws of the world. He had succeeded. He had officially crossed into the first-level wizard stage. However, the energy fluctuations from his advancements spread outward like a beacon in the night. Roar! A low growl echoed from the distance, followed by more roars filled with greed and malice. "Something's coming," Victor whispered, taking a deep breath. Amy, sensing the external unrest, gripped her staff, ready for battle. It seems the commotion from the breakthrough was too great. Jie Ming opened his eyes, a shimmering glow flickering within them, impossible to suppress. It was the natural overflow of his excessively powerful mental energy after the breakthrough. Fortunately, with his experience at the Foundation establishment stage, Jie Ming quickly brought it under control. "Let's leave this place first." Jie Ming made a swift decision. The disturbance from a breakthrough has attracted too many eyes. From now on, we'll change locations for every breakthrough. Agree. No objections. The trio quickly reached a consensus. Amy and Victor followed closely behind Jie Ming as they slipped out of the underground chamber before the surrounding beast horde could close in, blending like phantoms into the dark forest. After his breakthrough, Jie Ming's aura became even more restrained, his movements swifter. Each step he took was nearly silent, making it difficult for Amy and Victor to keep up despite their efforts. As the three darted through the forest searching for the next breakthrough site, the Elosia Plain had transformed into a battlefield on every inch of its soil. Ever since tens of thousands of Norn Academy's wizard apprentices were scattered into the Elosia Plain, this vast land had become their testing ground. Unlike traditional armies, wizards excelled in individual or small team combat, a trait that defined their invasion strategy. The frontline clashes between the wizard stronghold and the allied forces of the Elosia Plain grew increasingly intense. The main wizard forces from Norn Workshop, previously engaged in a deliberately controlled stalemate with the Elosia Divine Coalition, suddenly intensified their assault several-fold after the apprentices entered the plain. Blazing wizardry radiance tore through the sky. Ruined fortresses constructed by the wizards pushed forward, and terrifying summoned creatures roared as they charged. This ferocious offensive was clearly designed to draw the attention of the Elosia Plains allied forces, creating more room for the scattered wizard apprentices to operate. This allowed them to infiltrate and sabotage from within while avoiding quick elimination by the Plains powerhouses. Meanwhile, behind the lines of the Elosia Coalition, the apprentices displayed their unique talents. David was like a walking war fortress. Upon landing, he wasted no time, charging headlong like a brute into the nearest orc tribal camp. The massive axe on his back, imbued with the ferocity of earth and metal elements, unleashed earth-shaking roars with every swing. Pure strength and destructive power reduced every orc camp in his path to rubble, leaving only severed limbs and scorched earth in his wake. After the contribution leaderboard was released, and his rank was surpassed by Jie Ming, his assaults grew even more frenzied. It wasn't long before David's name spread, even among the native inhabitants. But with that fame came a sharp rise in the dangers he faced. At the same time, Seraphina and Nightshade moved like a wisp of smoke blending into the darkness, infiltrating a native town on the outskirts of the Elven Kingdom. Skilled in illusions and stealth, her presence went almost unnoticed. Her goal wasn't destruction, but intelligence. She slipped into every corner of the town, gathering maps, faction distributions, and local policies. After securing a legal identity, she even attempted to sow discord, instigating rebellions among factions dissatisfied with the Elven court or certain deities. In a secluded valley far from the battlefield, Kaelern Vania, now a first-level wizard, held an ancient tome, engrossed in studying the Elosia Plain. His aim was to construct a large-scale rune array to disrupt the plane's energy cycle on a massive scale or replicate a native divine technique, providing strategic support for the wizard forces. In a partially cleared underground space, Rex Magnus, clad in heavy power armor radiating intense heat, meticulously set up his alchemy workshop. Relying on the production lines he had brought and his masterful alchemy technique, Rex's underground workshop was soon operational. One after another, intricately designed mechanical constructs rolled off the production line, neatly arranged in a hollowed-out section of the mountain. The wizard apprentices, through such diverse and decentralized methods, were thoroughly infiltrating the Elosia Plain. Some, with their unique talents, managed to infiltrate native factions and rise to high positions. In a short time, a few even became local leaders, embedding themselves deeper in secrecy. But at the same time, countless others, due to overconfidence, strategic missteps, or sheer bad luck, had their identities exposed or their hideouts discovered. They were hunted down one by the Elosia Plains powerhouses, paying the ultimate price with their lives. While the wizard apprentices grew increasingly active in the heart of the Elosia continent, within a magnificent palace suspended atop a massive floating island, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. In the Grand Hall, a massive round table was surrounded by leaders of various races. They represented their people and the deities behind them. A human king clad in golden armor, an elven queen in emerald robes, a stout and resolute dwarf elder, a towering orc chieftain adorned with totems, and even a dragon king in humanoid form, still bearing wings and a tail, among others. Over a dozen leaders sat at the table, with thousands of their attendants seated behind them, each with a softly glowing communication crystal before them, linked to frontline reports. The Northern Front is under even heavier assault. A visibly anxious human noble slammed the table. The wizard's giant constructs are advancing like mad. The Thunder Knights have already lost over half their numbers. Our forest defenses are under immense pressure as well, the Elven Queen said, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Those creatures that seem to come from the abyss are endless, and new wizard summons have appeared, shadow-like beings that corrode life itself. The meeting began with heated discussions on countering the wizard's suddenly intensified offensive, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. After a flurry of intense debates and strategic adjustments, the orc chieftain spoke up, his rough voice laced with impatience. Forget the main forces of those foreign devils for now. We need to talk about those foreign evil gods and their new reinforcements. The foreign evil gods, he referred to, were the high-ranking wizards who had twice forcibly torn through the plane's barriers, projecting massive phantoms. Though their two feigned deaths had successfully deceived the gods into believing the invaders' strength was limited, the colossal phantoms and the power that ripped through the plane's barriers still left the natives deeply uneasy. Most crucially, despite the fall of two evil gods, the foreign demons showed no signs of faltering. Clearly, the loss of two deities meant little to these invaders. The implications were chilling, suggesting that even greater forces might still lurk behind them, yet to reveal themselves. According to the divine oracle, the foreign demons who followed the evil gods and infiltrated through the breached planar barriers are indeed numerous. A priest in a pristine robe said, softly from a corner, his voice carrying a holy resonance. They've spread like a plague across our lands, already causing significant damage to our kingdoms and tribes. The trouble is, the dwarf elder said, stroking his beard with a voice like muffled thunder, they've landed mostly in the heart of our allied territories, and they're so scattered it's nearly impossible to wipe them out in one fell swoop. The human king nodded gravely. Ever since these self-proclaimed wizards intensified their frontal assaults, most of our strongest warriors have been tied up. It's nearly impossible to spare forces to deal with these deeply hidden pests clinging to us like maggots on bone. A brief silence fell over the hall. These scattered wizards were like fleas burrowing through their body. Not highly lethal, but endlessly irritating, steadily weakening their rear defenses. How's the progress on reading the souls of these new invading wizards? The Dragon King, who had been silent until now, asked in a low, rumbling voice. At his words, all eyes instinctively turned to one side of the round table. A massive eyeball, adorned with several writhing tentacles, floated silently there. The overlord of Alosia's underground world, the Demon Eye clan. As a race that had once built an underground empire, though inherently evil, they had no choice but to ally with other races in the face of the plane's crisis. As a naturally malevolent race, the Demon Eye excelled at manipulating the minds of other creatures and extracting intelligence from their brains and souls. It's failed. A strange voice emanated from the eyeball. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't the Demon Eye itself speaking, but rather its immense mental energy vibrating the surrounding air to simulate sound. After all, few in the room were weak, and its psychic transmissions couldn't breach their mental defenses. We've lost 3 elder-level members. It's all but confirmed that even the weakest of these foreign demons cannot be probed through mind-reading or brain consumption. Attempting it even risks backlash. After the Demon Eye spoke, all eyes shifted to a dark-skinned elf beside it. The Dark Elf Queen waved a hand casually, her simple gesture brimming with captivating charm. It's useless. Neither torture nor enchantment works. These creatures act strangely. They don't seem to have particularly strong willpower, so something must be preventing them from divulging information. So, even the weakest of these wizards have soul-deep protections in place. What a hassle. Is this some kind of racial innate ability? They don't seem like a hive mind. Are you saying these creatures were engineered from birth for world invasion? What kind of nonsense is that? Ladies and gentlemen, as the room buzzed with heated debate, a young mage seated at the far end, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. He wore a simple mage's robe, but his eyes gleamed with wisdom beyond his years. All the leaders, upon seeing this young mage, showed expressions of respect. Even the leaders of the evil races, despite a flicker of wariness, displayed deference toward him. The young mage cleared his throat. I have a proposal. Since this is the case, why not issue a bounty? Seeing the puzzled looks, he continued. Though these invading wizards are numerous, compared to the frontline forces, they aren't particularly powerful, still within the range that high-tier adventurers can handle. Their greatest trouble lies in their scattered, hidden presence across our heartlands. Searching for them would require immense manpower and resources. Instead, why not mobilize an equal number of adventurers? We can issue high-value bounties, designating these hidden wizards as targets. This would harness the power of the adventurers' guilds, spurring them to hunt actively. As long as we're willing to pay a steep enough price, we can muster enough hands. Even if they can't kill them all, it will severely restrict the invaders' movements. More importantly, the mage's eyes gleamed with cunning. Through this process, adventurers who excel in the bounties will have their strength and loyalty proven. We can recruit them directly into our armies, even bolstering our knight orders and war bands to ease the pressure on the front lines. His words sparked a wave of excitement among the leaders. They had fallen into a rut of conventional thinking. When the wizards first invaded, their overwhelming strength rendered adventurers not only unhelpful, but even counterproductive. In a society with extraordinary powers, the truly capable adventurers had long been recruited as nobles, leaving only mediocre stragglers behind. As a result, when dealing with this new wave of wizards, they hadn't immediately considered this approach. This strategy would leverage civilian forces to clear out the invading demons, while also replenishing their desperately needed fresh blood to bolster their armies. Brilliant! The orc chieftain slammed the table, his rugged face breaking into an excited grin. Those greedy adventurers will do anything for gold. Not a bad idea, the elven queen said softly, a glint of approval in her eyes. After brief deliberation, the leaders unanimously agreed. Bounties and orders poured out from the palace, swiftly spreading to every adventurer's guild, mercenary tavern, and town notice board across the Alosia Plain. A universal hunt, targeting the wizard apprentices, quietly began. As the entire Alosia Plain buzzed with activity due to the massive bounties, Jie Ming and his team continued their trek through the desolate mountains. The boost from advancing to a first-level wizard surpassed Jie Ming's initial expectations. The Ring of Truth amplified his mental energy and cultivation speed to an astonishing degree. In particular, his enhanced mental energy could be converted into tangible cultivation progress through the techniques of internal circulation and refining essence into qi. Over the past few days, both Jie Ming's qi refinement cultivation and meditation speed had risen to a new level, spiraling upward as if one foot were stepping on the other. As a result, after all three had advanced to first-level wizards, they faced issues with imprecise control over their newfound power. Fortunately, this problem was easily addressed. On their long journey to the wizard stronghold, they turned any non-threatening enemy units they encountered along the way into a training ground for clearing and mastering their powers. Jie Ming led the way, his mental energy constantly linked to the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror. Thanks to years of deliberate nurturing, the mirror's spirituality was now strong enough to process the vast amount of information relayed by the swarm of micro-eyes, including the Eye of Scouting. As they passed through a forest shrouded in thick fog, the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror issued an alert. Ahead, a group of small forest sprites, Jie Ming said in a low voice. Around 30 in number, relatively weak, but their energy fluctuations are unusual. Victor and Amy immediately understood, preparing their respective offensive wizardry. There was no information about sprites near this forest in that shaman's soul. Stay cautious, Amy warned. Jie Ming and Victor nodded silently. Along their journey, besides honing their powers, they had witnessed the unique innate abilities of many of this plane's native creatures. Many of these abilities seemed unremarkable at first glance, but without familiarity, a single misstep could lead to disaster. Take the orcs they encountered while destroying a shrine, for example. Orcs were known for their tenacious vitality, but only after facing them did they realize just how resilient they were, capable of retaliating even when their bodies were riddled with holes. As for the so-called sprites, they were a peculiar form of natural spirits in the Aloja plane. Their nature, whether good or evil, and their abilities shifted in accordance with their natural environment, making them one of the hardest enemies to gather intelligence on. As the trio approached the camp, a shrill screech laced with malicious intent pierced the air. Dozens of forest sprites emerged from the fog. Their forms varied, some resembling branches, others moss-like, all emanating a faint green glow. They moved with astonishing speed, their sharp claws and mandibles lunging at the trio from all directions. But Jie Ming was faster, striking first before they could fully launch their assault. However, a barrage of energy bolts had almost no effect. Under the white, flowing energy bolts, the sprites' bodies shattered into fragments. Yet they continued their charge, as if unharmed. Careful, that outer material isn't their real body, Jie Ming shouted. He keenly noticed that no matter how much damage their bodies took, the sprites kept moving, some even floating mid-air, completely unaffected. This suggested the visible material was merely a deception. From the energy bolt's effects, it was clear their true forms were some kind of ethereal entity immune to physical attacks. Having lost the initiative, the sprites closed in within moments. Yet Jie Ming remained unshaken. The instant the sprites attacked, his mental energy surged, activating a low-dormancy defensive rune artifact. The sprites' rapid movements suddenly slowed, as if trapped in a viscous quagmire. This was Jie Ming's outermost defense, slowing field. A powerful energy field enveloped the area around him, causing the sprites within to move sluggishly, as if in slow motion. Some sprites outside the field circled around, unwilling to give up, searching for gaps in the force field. But they soon found their target blurring and distorting. This was the second layer of defense, the refracting lens effect. The air around Jie Ming was warped by a force, causing severe visual distortion for the sprites. Those that managed to push through the slowing field found their attacks veering off target, striking empty ground, or even hitting their allies. Before the sprites could devise a counter, 2 more layers of defense activated around Jie Ming. For shimmering rune-lit force shields materialized, orbiting him. These rune-crafted barriers had a limited range, but offered formidable protection in their frontal area. The final layer was the most basic and closest to his body, an energy shield. A transparent film of light coated Jie Ming's body, like a translucent eggshell. This multi-layer defense system rendered the sprites' attacks utterly ineffective. Jie Ming cautiously observed for a moment, confirming the sprites' nature. Though completely immune to physical attacks, their resistance to energy is extremely low. Even the slowing field's energy can deal significant damage. They have a phasing trait specialized for physical attacks. He slightly raised his wrist, where a bracelet spun, revealing an embedded rune artifact. Good thing I came prepared. The rune artifacts on his wrist corresponded to different attack types. The left wrist's rune unleashed pure kinetic energy bolts. The right wrist's rune triggered pure elemental erosion energy blasts. Elemental erosion, Jie Ming commanded mentally. The next moment, the rune artifact on his right wrist whirred to life. 10 finger-thick beams of white light shot out like lasers, precisely striking the struggling sprites still caught in the slowed state. The high-intensity elemental erosion bypassed their phasing trait, seeping like ink into their ethereal forms, directly disrupting their energy cores. Shriek! The sprites let out piercing wails as their bodies were forced to solidify, then rapidly withered into puddles of green liquid emitting black smoke. Turning around, Jie Ming saw Amy and Victor swiftly dispatch the remaining scattered sprites, preventing any from escaping. When all the sprites were eradicated, the forest clearing was left with only pools of green liquid. TCH, TCH, TCH. You're getting scarier by the day, Amy said, marveling at Jie Ming. Victor sighed with a hint of resignation. I thought developing my own offensive wizardry would close the gap with you, but it seems the distance is only growing. Perfectly normal, Jie Ming teased with a grin. After all, like you said, I'm the ace of our alchemy department. After days of traveling and fighting together, the trio's bond had noticeably deepened. Just as Jie Ming was about to say more, his brow furrowed. The eye of scouting alerted him to a team of extraordinary beings with distinct energy signatures entering his vision 50 kilometers ahead. 50 kilometers ahead, 5 people. Jie Ming paused, his expression turning peculiar. What's wrong? Amy asked, a hint of tension in her voice. Jie Ming rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Hold on. He delved into his internal space, activating his alchemy technique to temporarily modify the core module of a micro-eye. Switching its vibration search to analysis technique, he linked it to the scouting system of the other micro-eyes. With a flick of an energy bolt, he propelled the modified micro-eye toward the detected team. With the analysis technique aiding in energy fluctuation detection, Jie Ming's expression soon relaxed. It's the resonance of wizardry. The so-called wizardry resonance was the natural disturbance of ambient elemental energy caused by meditation techniques and wizardry models. They're wizards, Victor said, his spirits lifting. Amy perked up as well. The contract they signed upon enrolling at Norn Academy proved effective. At least in the absence of deep grudges, most wizards from Norn Workshop encountered on the planar battlefield were trustworthy. The other party seemed to have detected the fluctuations of Jie Ming's analysis technique and began cautiously moving toward their position. However, they hadn't gone far before running into enemies. Sensing the intense energy fluctuations on his tactical map, Jie Ming didn't immediately approach. He double-checked the micro-eye's feedback, confirming the standard Norn Workshop wizardry fluctuations with no anomalies, before leading the trio carefully closer. Stop! As they neared, Jie Ming signaled for them to take cover. In the distance, a team of 5 wizards was locked in fierce combat with a swarm of giant spiders. Their spell radiance intertwined with the spider's venom, the battle intense. Jie Ming's group didn't intervene rashly, both as a precaution and to demonstrate their lack of hostility. Only after the battle concluded did Jie Ming lead Amy and Victor to reveal themselves. We're apprentices from Norn Academy 13, seeking support, Jie Ming stated directly, declaring their identity. The captain of the wizard team, an unremarkable second-level wizard, scrutinized them cautiously. However, having observed Jie Ming's earlier actions and recognizing the unmistakable energy fluctuations of the analysis technique, there was little room for conflict. Confirming the analysis technique originated from Jie Ming, the captain nodded. So, you're assessment apprentices. To make it here so quickly, your strength must be impressive. Follow us. The camp is just ahead. Led by the wizard team, the trio soon reached their destination. The view opened up to a vast, cleared plain where a wizard camp, constructed entirely of metal, stood prominently. Yet, it wasn't the war-torn, heavily fortified fortress Jie Ming had imagined. Instead, the camp resembled a newly established, somewhat sparse miniature version of Norn Academy. At its center stood several towering ruined towers, surrounded by numerous buildings and training grounds, even an area that looked like a public mess hall. Though hastily built and lacking the ornate patterns of the Academy's architecture, the camp exuded an air of calm. This is our wizard's stronghold, Amy asked, surprised. Yes, apprentice. This is our frontline temporary command post, the lead wizard explained. Most wizard teams are out on missions. Only logistics and a few station personnel remain here. The wizard team didn't elaborate further, but their demeanor suggested they weren't overly concerned about sudden native attacks. Jie Ming and his companions understood why. Though the interiors seemed sparse, Jie Ming could sense the terrifying power embedded in the camp's details. The surrounding area was saturated with dense, almost tangible elemental fluctuations, a testament to countless rune circuits and energy nodes. If fully activated, this small academy would transform into a fearsome war machine, capable of shredding any enemy that dared approach. At the camp's perimeter, rows of war golems of varying sizes stood, from scouting models just over human height to siege types dozens of meters tall. Various summoned creatures, from abyssal hounds to elemental giants, were scattered around the camp. Combined with the high-level wizards stationed inside and the camp's own defenses, it could hold its own even if the gods of this world suddenly launched an all-out assault. The lead wizard departed after escorting them, suggesting that bringing encountered apprentices to the camp was part of their mission. Guided by a camp golem, the trio arrived at a rune tower in the camp center, the hub for identity registration and mission assignments. Please register your identity information, apprentices, a wizard in charge of registration said without looking up. The trio placed their apprentice badges into the corresponding rune slots, and a stream of information instantly flooded their minds. Welcome to the Elosia Frontline Camp, apprentices, a cold voice echoed in their heads as their permission lists appeared clearly before them. You may use the camp's teleportation array to forcibly breach the planar barrier and leave, but this will mean automatically forfeiting this assessment, and you will be directly teleported back to Norn Workshop headquarters. You may use the camp's facilities for resupply and trade raw materials, special items, or new knowledge gained in this plane with the workshop. However, you cannot access this plane's wizard war mission system. The final rule caught Amy and Victor off guard. Why not? Victor couldn't help but ask. The registration wizard finally looked up, his expression blank. Simple. Your purpose in this plane is to undergo the assessment. The mission system's tasks are issued by us formal wizards based on intelligence gathered from the front lines. That intelligence itself is a resource. If we handed it to you directly, what would be the point of this assessment? You must learn to scout, judge, and contribute on your own. The workshop seeks elites who can survive and create value in unknown environments, not soldiers who merely follow orders. Understood. The trio exchanged glances and nodded reluctantly. After updating their current rank information and submitting the intelligence they had gathered, the trio emerged from the central rune tower of the camp. As soon as they stepped out, Amy let out a sigh. Well, this is really an assessment. The three found a relatively secluded corner. Around them, figures in wizard robes occasionally hurried by, the camp buzzing with a distinct sense of urgency, as if every wizard was racing against time. Yet, this atmosphere plunged Jie Ming and his companions into a certain frustration. So these are our permissions? Victor frowned, his tone laced with reluctance. We can resupply, trade materials, even leave, but we can't take missions. That means we're stuck stumbling around like blind cats chasing dead mice, with pitiful efficiency. Amy also seemed deflated. Yeah, even with our current strength as first-level wizards, we're just small fry on the main battlefield. The enemies we can handle might earn contribution points, but for the broader planar campaign, it's a drop in the bucket. Jie Ming remained silent, having already considered this issue. For first-level wizards like them, the most effective way to advance was typically infiltrating the towns and nations of the Elosia Plain, using covert wizard techniques to steal critical intelligence and deeper knowledge of the plane. Such information was vital to the workshop's strategic planning and naturally yielded high contributions. However, the problem was that basic intelligence, languages, customs, geography, and surface-level faction distributions had already been collected by earlier wizards. To obtain deeper insights, they would need to infiltrate the core, high-level areas of the plane, such as temples or royal palaces. But Jie Ming and his team weren't specialized in infiltration or intelligence-gathering wizardry, making such high-difficulty covert operations a poor fit. Moreover, for research-oriented wizards like them, the ideal contribution method was staying in the rear, studying novel materials and supernatural knowledge from the front lines. They could explore practical applications or develop methods to counter the plane's extraordinary beings. Higher-level wizards might even study the plane's fundamental rules, accelerating their influence over the plane's laws to weaken its resistance at the core. The issue was their timing. They had arrived at an awkward moment. Easily researched materials and knowledge with quick results had already been exhausted by earlier wizards. What remained were topics requiring immense effort and unlikely to yield breakthroughs in the short term. As Jie Ming and Victor grappled with their predicament, Amy, who had been tapping away at her communicator, suddenly lit up with a soft exclamation. "I know what to do," she said, looking up with excitement. Jie Ming and Victor were startled, asking in unison, "What's the plan?" Amy gave a sly smile. "The camp only locked us out of the mission system, preventing us from accessing mission intelligence directly. But that doesn't mean we can't get relevant information from other wizards and use it to earn contribution points." Victor's eyes brightened. "You mean buy intelligence with points? Or trade with materials?" Jie Ming rubbed his chin and nodded. The idea was theoretically feasible. As long as the information wasn't highly classified, the workshop permitted internal trading. "It's a good plan," Jie Ming agreed, but his brow furrowed. "The problem is, we're newcomers here and unfamiliar with the place. Most wizards in the camp are out on missions, and even those resting won't easily trade their gathered intelligence with apprentices like us. Who'd take that risk?" Amy's face broke into a confident grin. "Don't worry. I know someone here." "What?" Jie Ming and Victor froze, their faces a mirror of shock and disbelief. Jie Ming knew Amy was skilled at networking, but to have connections here seemed absurd. "Amy, how could you possibly know someone here?" Victor asked bluntly, his tone incredulous. "Is it someone from your family?" "But I thought your family." Amy waved him off, cutting him short. "Don't overthink it. My family is tiny. Only 3 wizards, including me, and none of them are here. Besides, with my family's background, do you think I could just casually know some high-level wizard in a frontline camp like this?" She rolled her eyes with a hint of exasperation. No longer keeping them in suspense, she pulled out a crystal ball engraved with intricate runes from her robes. The ball emitted a faint blue glow. It was her 5th-level wizard artifact inscribed with the Soul Search wizardry model. "The person I know is the Academy senior who sold me this 5th-level artifact," Amy said, her tone tinged with pride as she held up the crystal ball. Jie Ming's eyes flickered with doubt. He knew about Amy's artifact. Owning a 5th-level artifact as an apprentice was nearly unheard of. The price alone was beyond what most apprentices could afford. But Amy had made a fortune during an academy trial thanks to information he provided, so Jie Ming never questioned her ability to purchase it. But why would buying an artifact lead to maintaining contact with the seller? With the Academy's sales system, shouldn't such high-level artifacts first go into the Academy's inventory before being sold on their behalf? Noticing Jie Ming's confusion, Amy couldn't help but remind him. "Jie Ming, not everyone has your kind of unrestricted access to purchase any level of artifact or knowledge." Jie Ming's expression stiffened slightly. Early on, he had secured a 2nd-level cultivation agreement, granting him unlimited access to artifacts, materials, and knowledge as long as he had enough points. He had grown so accustomed to this privilege, and since he usually dealt with formal wizards, he had overlooked the issue. Ordinary wizard apprentices, before advancing to 1st-level wizards, could only purchase knowledge and equipment up to the 1st-level formal wizard tier. Most apprentices lacked the points to afford higher-tier items anyway, so the restriction rarely came up. Amy shook her head. "But this assessment is different. Everyone knew from the start it'd be a real, no-holds-barred planar war. So, apprentices like us naturally did everything to boost our survival and combat capabilities." Amy glanced at Victor. "For someone like you, with a great wizard family's backing, it's not a big deal. Even without Academy purchasing privileges, you can get higher-tier artifact from your family. But for someone like me, from a small noble family with less than a generation of heritage and no deep connections. It's a hassle. Victor nodded, understanding. His family indeed had its own channels to bypass the Academy's restrictions. But thankfully, it's not impossible, Amy said, her eyes gleaming. After completing their mandatory service, wizards below the 4th level can choose whether to continue participating in planar wars freely. And after conquering a plane or concluding a frontline campaign, a batch of wizards returns to recuperate. Jie Ming nodded, familiar with this. As the core hub of knowledge and power for Norn Workshop, many wizards choose to return to the Academy during downtime, renting labs to rest, reflect, summarize experiences, and research new wizardry. Amy continued, a sly smile spreading across her face. During this time, some less wealthy or cash-strapped wizards occasionally sell equipment they no longer need. Artifacts, if well-maintained, can function for centuries, even if the inscribed wizardry models are somewhat outdated. Jie Ming's mind clicked. Got it. It's like university seniors selling their old bicycles or used books to juniors. He had never engaged with this second-hand market. With his wealth, he always pursued the latest, most advanced rune artifacts, never needing to consider such resourceful methods. But still, while it made economic sense, Amy's explanation made Jie Ming view the 5th-level artifact differently. In his eyes, it went from a treasure forged by a great master of the Void refinement realm to a senior's well-worn bicycle, passed down who knows how many hands. Wow, this is totally outside my knowledge, Jie Ming said, scratching his head awkwardly. I always bought directly from the Academy stores. I had no idea there was such a network in the Academy. Victor couldn't help but tease. No, you're the one outside our knowledge, buying brand new high-tier artifacts outright. Truly a rich guy. You can't imagine the struggles of U.S. common folk. Exactly. For someone like you, advancing to a 1st-level wizard is like a game. You wouldn't get our hardships. Amy chimed in, half-jokingly complaining. Jie Ming gave a non-committal smile, not bothering to argue. He had indeed lived too affluently, overlooking the survival strategies of lower-tier wizards. That's how I met this senior, Amy continued. She's also back from the Elosia plane. And the reason we stayed in touch is that, besides buying her artifact, I often connected her with other apprentices in need, bringing her quite a few clients. So, we're fairly close. Trading with her shouldn't be an issue. Jie Ming smacked his lips, quietly impressed. Amy tucked away her communicator with confidence. All right, I just contacted her. We can go meet her now. Let's see if she can provide useful intelligence or introduce us to wizard teams looking for help. Seeing Amy's confident smile, Jie Ming gained a deeper appreciation for her networking skills. Though she spoke lightly, her ability to secure such a partnership undoubtedly stemmed from her formidable interpersonal talents. Following Amy, Jie Ming and Victor wove through the camp's simple yet functional buildings. They arrived at a semi-permanent rune structure in a secluded corner of the camp. Though unremarkable from the outside, the surrounding mana fluctuations were far denser and more stable than elsewhere, clearly supported by high-tier elemental gathering arrays inside. Amy lightly knocked on the rune-covered door, which slid open silently. The interior was dimly lit, the air heavy with the distinct scent of potions and ink. A woman in a deep blue wizard robe stood with her back to them, adjusting a complex rune matrix. Her graceful figure was framed by cascading silver hair that fell to her waist, shimmering like moonlight in the dim glow. At the sound, she turned slowly. Her face was refined and mature, with a hint of weariness at the corners of her eyes that did nothing to diminish her elegance. Her deep silver-gray eyes sparkled like the night sky. This was Viola, the Academy senior Amy had mentioned. Amy? A rare guest. I didn't expect to see you here, the silver-haired witch said with a playful tone, her gaze sweeping over Jie Ming and Victor with a hint of scrutiny. And you brought 2 kids along. Aren't you supposed to be out there struggling to survive? What, giving up already? Long time no see, Senior Viola. Amy replied with a sweet smile, stepping forward. We're not that fragile. As I mentioned earlier, We're here to ask for advice and maybe explore some cooperation opportunities. Viola raised an eyebrow, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. She gestured for them to sit, settling into a comfortable chair herself, her slender fingers tapping the table. We've already discussed this over the communicator, but cooperation? Interesting. Viola smiled, though her expression carried a trace of pity. You know, wizard transactions always follow equivalent exchange. So what can you offer? Her question left Amy and Victor momentarily speechless. In their excitement, they had overlooked this issue. Though they had advanced to first-level formal wizards, they hadn't yet accumulated enough wealth to offer something that would tempt a senior like Viola. Out of respect for our past dealings, Amy, I can give you 2 pieces of suitable intelligence for free, Viola said, looking at Amy seriously. But that's it. If you want more, you'll need to offer something of equal value in exchange. So what do you have that might interest me? Maybe. I do. Hearing this voice, Amy and Victor looked up in surprise at Jie Ming, who had been silent since entering. Oh, Viola raised an eyebrow, her tone more indulgent than genuinely intrigued, as if humoring child. You're saying you have something that could interest me? I'm curious, but are you sure you know what level of wizard I am? About that, Senior Viola, if I may be so bold, Jie Ming began, his voice calm. The 5th-level artifact you sold to Amy, though a powerful item inscribed with soul search wizardry, demands exceptional mental energy control from its user. Most attack and defense artifacts release wizardry at a level matching the artifact itself, with little room for manipulation post-release and minimal variation in effect. But certain specialized wizardry doesn't work that way. For instance, most logistics and soul-based wizardry require continuous control from the caster to be effective. Even with a high-level artifact, the wizardry's potency varies depending on the user's level. He paused, meeting Viola's silver-gray eyes directly. Take Amy's 5th-level artifact with Soul Search. Though the wizardry is 5th level, an ordinary apprentice or 1st-level wizard's control can only produce effects equivalent to a 3rd-level wizard casting a 3rd-level Soul Search. But at that level, the effect is already sufficient, considering the timing of your sale and the artifact's unique nature. I deduce, Senior, that you sold it to gather resources for advancing to 3rd-level wizard. Viola's silver-gray eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She hadn't expected this newly promoted formal wizard to accurately guess her level. She gave a soft laugh, tinged with nostalgia. You're right, little one. I did sell it to gather resources for my 3rd-level advancement. Becoming a 3rd-level wizard means mastering stronger law forces, a true qualitative leap. Compared to that, an auxiliary 5th-level artifact, though valuable, is just an external tool. Her words confirmed Jie Ming's deduction. So, little one, Viola's tone shifted, now carrying a spark of interest. Since you know this much, you should also understand that ordinary materials and points hardly tempt a 3rd-level wizard like me. And unfortunately, I made a fortune in the Elosia plane. I'm not short on points for now. Her gaze settled on Jie Ming again, clearly intrigued by this apprentice. Jie Ming nodded, unfazed by her words. He had come prepared. Under Amy and Victor's tense gazes, he pulled a translucent test tube from his robes. The liquid inside shimmered with an odd, slightly purple hue, laced with an indescribable flowing light, as if it held some mysterious vitality. Senior Viola, Jie Ming said steadily, a faint confidence in his voice. This is my exclusive potion, not part of any known academy formula. Oh, interesting. Viola's eyes flickered as she took the tube, bringing it to her nose for a sniff. In her long life, she had encountered countless potions. She assumed a newly promoted wizard's potion wouldn't be anything remarkable, but to her surprise, she detected no useful scent from the tube. Curiosity sparked in her eyes. She opened the stopper and sniffed again from a slight distance. Still nothing, as if it were mere water. No, with her level of perception, she could discern distinct traits even in water. The complete absence of scent or energy leakage indicated a rare unitary potion. Unitary potions, once crafted, automatically form distinct units, requiring the entire dose to be consumed for effect. While this made them less convenient than divisible potions, for potion masters, this was a coveted trait. It signified the potion had reached a harmonious state, typically seen only in high-level potions. Without hesitation, Viola downed the potion. As it slid down her throat, her body showed no change, but her silver-gray eyes flared brightly. A cool sensation swept through her mental sea. Then, that coolness transformed into an intangible force, like a spring breeze over the earth, expanding her mental sea ever so slightly. Though the increase was negligible for a third-level wizard, what shocked her more was the subtle purification of her soul. These minor enhancements sharpened her perception of the world's laws and slightly boosted her elemental affinity. For the first time, true shock crossed Viola's face. She stood abruptly, her silver-gray eyes filled with disbelief. What is this potion? You're sure you created it yourself? Yes, Senior, Jie Ming replied calmly. Its formula was entirely developed by me, step by step. Viola took a deep breath, calming her astonishment. She scrutinized Jie Ming, her gaze probing. She knew a potion that could enhance the mental sea and aptitude, no matter how slightly, could cause a sensation. For wizards chasing higher realms, even the smallest hope was irresistible. While aptitude limits ceased to bind wizards after reaching formal status, better aptitude still aided in comprehending laws, channeling mana more smoothly, and increasing the odds of reaching higher levels. But such potions demanded exceptionally high aptitude. Only the top-tier 10-grade talents could benefit, and even then, only up to the 5th level. Viola sat back down, her eyes burning as she stared at Jie Ming. All right, I'll take this deal. What do you want? Seeing her reaction, Jie Ming's lips curved slightly. He knew his bargaining chip could sway any wizard. He hadn't lied. The potion was his creation, born from combining insights from alchemy with wizardry's potion theory. Its core ingredient was the purple chi of the East, which only he, as a cultivator, could absorb at dawn. Revealing such a creation was a calculated move. After years of observation, Jie Ming understood the wizard civilization's ways. Their relentless pursuit of knowledge and the pride of their advanced civilization bred another trait, an extreme reverence for genius. Simply put, once someone was deemed a genius, any achievement could be attributed to they're just that talented. Though the native geniuses of the wizard civilization are absurdly impressive, Jie Ming mused inwardly. His current display was notable within Norn Workshop, but merely average in the broader Star Ring Federation, let alone the entire wizard civilization. I need the latest intelligence on the Elosia Plains native faction distributions and detailed bounty information, Jie Ming said. Additionally, I hope you can help us establish an intelligence network with other wizard teams in the camp. We can offer what assistance we can in exchange for needed resources or intelligence. Viola's lips curved, her silver-gray eyes glinting slyly. No problem. I'll share what I know and what I can get from other channels. Building an intelligence network isn't hard either. As for the price, she shook the empty potion tube. Let's trade with these potions. They're quite difficult to craft, Jie Ming said, face impassive, heart steady. Of course, I understand, Viola replied, licking her lips and leaning forward slightly. We'll discuss the value of specific intelligence later. First, let's talk about introduction fees for other wizards. Not everyone's as easygoing as I am. How many? I'll act as your intermediary to introduce other wizards. 100 potions per person. At Viola's exorbitant demand, Jie Ming gave a cold laugh. Impossible. 5 potions per person, and you ensure you do your utmost to make it happen. No way. Per person. After some haggling, they settled on 25 potions per introduction, with Viola guaranteeing her full effort to facilitate the deals. As Jie Ming and his group left satisfied, Viola smirked, immediately contacting a few familiar wizards via her communicator. Mock, Yes, I'll be the intermediary. Payment? How about 2 potions? More than 10 days passed in a flash. In the opulent palace atop the floating island, the leaders of various races gathered once more. Light and shadow danced within the hall, but the atmosphere was even heavier than before. The wizard army's offensive grew increasingly aggressive, and frontline reports piled up, each one more alarming than the last. The northern rune fortress has advanced to the giant's shoulder. If this continues, the barrier to the central plains will be completely breached. The human king's voice carried evident anxiety. The elven queen's face was etched with worry. Their summoned shadow creatures are corrupting our ancient forests, severely polluting the natural energy. After a long and heated discussion on countering the wizard army's main offensive, the conversation naturally shifted to the adventurer strategy proposed last time. However, the strategy of offering bounties for the foreign demons has proven quite effective. The orc chieftain rumbled, a note of satisfaction in his voice. Those greedy adventurers, driven by the rewards, have unearthed many hidden powerhouses, hunting down numerous invaders. Even if some wizards weren't fully dealt with at first, the adventurers slowed them down, allowing our forces to swoop in and finish the job. A murmur of agreement rippled through the hall. The tangible benefits of this strategy temporarily set aside their differences. But soon, a noble voice dissent. "Your Majesty!" A lord clad in ornate robes stood abruptly, his voice impassioned. "I must point out that this policy has brought severe negative consequences. These adventurers are nothing but a pack of shameless jackals. For the sake of empty rewards, they've stooped to killing innocents, passing off our loyal subjects as foreign demons to claim bounties." His righteous indignation continued. "This is an unprecedented atrocity. Several tragedies have occurred near my estates, with innocent civilians slaughtered. They're gravely disrupting the peace of our people." The dwarf elder chimed in with his own grievances. "My mining districts have seen similar issues. Those adventurers barge in, looting resources and even targeting our miners, trying to pass them off as otherworldly intruders. On the surface, these leaders passionately champion justice for innocent civilians and miners, as if deeply concerned for their people's suffering. In truth, their real anger stemmed from the adventurers' severe encroachment on local lords' interests. The lives of innocent civilians mattered, of course, but the loss of estates and tax revenue was what truly pained them. Most of the wizards killed for bounties were quickly exposed. Humans from the wizard civilization didn't look much like those of the Elosia Plain. Centuries of deliberate intervention and aptitude enhancement had made wizard world humans generally more refined, taller, and imbued with a transcendent elegance. Aside from lacking pointed ears, wizard world humans resembled elves more than anything. In contrast, Elosia's humans were rougher, more rugged. Thus, while a few unfortunate souls were falsely claimed, most greedy adventurers' efforts were in vain. Even so, their actions significantly disrupted local order. These adventurers are utterly deplorable, truly shameful. A priest in lavish red robes stood, his face full of pious compassion. "I propose the temple deploy forces to form holy night patrols to monitor major cities and prevent such incidents." "Ah, spare me. Just trying to sell indulgences again, aren't you?" Someone sneered. "What nonsense! This is about punishing evil and upholding good. Then go deal with those wizards yourself." "No, those wizards are far too strong." After a fruitless round of bickering, the leaders reached a consensus. Since hiring adventurers had proven effective, the policy would continue. To curb the killing for false merit and stabilize the rear, they decided to allocate additional forces to set traps in areas where wizard apprentices were active, luring them in for concentrated ambushes. Meanwhile, Jie Ming, Amy, and Victor's team thrived in the plain, relying on Viola's latest intelligence. The value of this intelligence network had become evident over the past 10 days. No longer aimlessly wandering, they could now avoid dangerous areas and target high-value objectives with precision. Each mission was efficient and rewarding. This time, based on Viola's intelligence, they arrived at a mining pit deep in a forest. The intelligence suggested the pit contained unique minerals valuable for alchemy technique and potion research. However, the vein was behind enemy lines, beyond the reach of the main forces, so wizard teams had to infiltrate to obtain samples. The pit's entrance was crudely fortified with wooden stakes and makeshift cloth, clearly the property of a native lord. After Jie Ming's micro-eyes confirmed no major guards nearby, the trio swiftly slipped inside. The mine's tunnels twisted and turned, the air heavy with damp earth and the metallic tang of ore. The deeper they went, the more noticeable a searing heat became. "It's getting kind of hot in here," Amy said, wiping sweat from her brow. "Be careful. The minerals have associated energy, and the fire elemental aura is strong," Victor warned. As they ventured deeper, the tunnels widened, eventually resembling a vast cavern. "Is this really a mine?" Amy marveled, eyeing the stalactites overhead. The Alosia Plain has an extensive underground world, and most veins are located there. So, these mines are likely direct passages to that underworld, Jie Ming explained, then suddenly paused, his brow furrowing. "What's wrong?" "Enemies approaching. Stay alert." Cautiously pressing forward, they neared the core vein area indicated in the intelligence when a violent energy surge erupted from the depths. A guttural, furious roar shook the ground beneath them. "Intruders. This is the territory of the Molten Clan." A towering figure stepped out from the shadows. It was an underground demon elder, over 3 meters tall, with rough skin like solidified lava, etched with crimson patterns. Its eyes blazed with subterranean fire, radiating a fierce, scorching glow. In its hands, it gripped a war hammer forged from solidified lava, each swing unleashing waves of searing heat and billowing ash. The aura emanating from this being was unmistakably that of a second-level creature. Battle erupted almost instantly. The underground demon elder wasted no words, brandishing its massive lava warhammer with earth-shattering force, smashing toward the trio. Molten lava dripped from the hammer, leaving charred black marks on the rock walls it passed. "Careful," Victor shouted, swiftly waving his staff-shaped artifact. A solid earthen wall sprang up instantly. But the warhammer, imbued with terrifying kinetic force and flames, tore through the wall in an instant, forcing Victor to retreat clumsily, his defensive wizardry teetering on collapse. Amy seized the moment to unleash her spells, firing a volley of fireballs at the demon elder. Yet, the fireballs struck its rock-like skin like pebbles hitting a lake, causing only faint ripples, unable to penetrate its defenses. The demon elder roared, the ground trembling beneath its feet as spikes of rock and flame erupted from the earth, forcing Amy to dodge. The elder's strength and defenses far exceeded their expectations. Amy and Victor's attacks barely scratched it. Though both were only first-level wizards, wizards typically held an edge over other planes' supernatural beings, especially since they had independently developed offensive wizardry. Their attacks should have been capable of at least some damage to an ordinary second-level creature. "Something's off with this thing. I'll handle it," Jie Ming said. Only as it drew closer did he sense that the elder's vibrations resonated strangely with the surrounding mineral veins. This suggested its power was integrated with the vein, making it far beyond an ordinary second-level creature. Just before the elder's warhammer could land, Jie Ming stepped past Amy and Victor, activating all 4 layers of his defenses. The multi-layer defenses rendered the demon elder's attacks highly ineffective, each blow landing like it struck cotton, unable to truly reach Jie Ming. While defending, Jie Ming's wrist-mounted rune artifact didn't pause, unleashing a torrent of energy bolts like a tidal wave. Each bolt precisely targeted the demon elder's joints, neck, and other relatively vulnerable spots. The energy bolts performed slightly better than Amy's fireballs. Though each hit caused damage, the elder's physique was too robust, its wounds healing at a visible rate, as if the injuries were mere scratches. Amy and Victor, buying time for Jie Ming, adjusted their attack strategies to find the Elder's weaknesses, but their efforts remained ineffective. "This won't do." Victor gritted his teeth. "Its recovery speed is too fast." A glint flashed in Jie Ming's eyes. "Restrict its movements," he commanded, pulling out an artifact gleaming with cold metallic light. It was a fourth-level offensive artifact he had specially purchased from the Academy. Without hesitation, Amy and Victor unleashed their alchemy technique and offensive wizardry, pouring in mental energy without restraint, maximizing their spell's power. Victor's wind blades converged into a massive hammer, striking with immense force at the Demon Elder's leg joints and arms. Knowing the Elder was immune to fire, Amy focused on alchemy technique, manipulating nearby rocks into thick stone walls that pressed toward the Elder. Roar! The Demon Elder let out a pained bellow. Restricted by the powerful impact and heavy stone walls, its massive body swayed, no longer able to move freely. In that moment of restriction, Jie Ming was ready. His powerful mental energy surged into the fourth-level artifact, instantly locking onto the Demon Elder's chest. Converging ray. At the artifact's tip, a blinding light coalesced, forming a crimson ray imbued with destructive force. The red beam sliced through the dim air of the mine, striking the Elder's rock-hard chest with pinpoint accuracy in less than a blink. No roar, no explosion, only a chilling sizzle. The crimson ray burned through the Elder's stone-like skin, piercing flesh and bone. With Jie Ming's strained manipulation, the ray swept upward and downward, then vanished. The Elder's massive body froze, the fire in its eyes extinguishing instantly. Thud! Its giant lava warhammer slipped from its hands, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Demon Elder's 3-meter-tall frame split in two down the middle, collapsing lifelessly. The severed surfaces smoked with black, charred crusts, testament to the ray's terrifying power. Amy and Victor sighed in relief, but upon Melihat Jie Ming's state, they started immediately taking defensive positions. While scanning the surroundings with scouting wizardry, they stood guard by his side. "I'm fine, just a bit drained," Jie Ming said, stowing the fourth-level artifact, his face pale. Using the fourth-level artifact had consumed some mental energy, but the real drain came from the final tweak to the wizardry. Given the Elder's strength and its symbiotic connection to the vein, a single piercing wound from the ray, unless it hit the head, wouldn't have been fatal. In desperation, Jie Ming had forcibly manipulated the fourth-level wizardry to sweep slightly. Ray-based wizardry was already among the hardest to control, and manipulating a fully formed offensive spell was far more challenging than handling something like Soul Search. Swallowing a potion, Jie Ming's complexion quickly improved. "Thanks to your artifact, or we'd have been in trouble," Victor said, relieved. Jie Ming shook his head. "Our current strength makes activating a fourth-level artifact too slow. Be cautious. This was a Demon Elder, yet it had no subordinates. Scouting shows a concentrated energy source not far ahead, likely an altar, which might explain its frenzy," Amy said, pointing deeper into the mine. Before her words faded, the altar guarded by the Demon Elder in the mine's depths suddenly trembled violently. For wizards of too low a level, higher-grade artifacts weren't always better. Take first-level wizards, for example. Normally, their combat prowess could dominate any other plane's first-level beings. The more exceptional among them could even challenge ordinary second-level beings and remain undefeated. But against special second-level beings, only a handful of geniuses stood a chance of victory. With a high-level artifact, even an average first-level wizard could, in a sneak attack or with preparation, take down such a second-level being. However, in a sudden encounter, the odd for a first-level wizard wielding a high-level artifact plummeted. As artifact grades increase, so does the mental energy required to activate them. While negligible for wizards of the same level, who could activate them with a thought, for lower-level wizards, there is a noticeable delay. Artifacts above 6th level were beyond a first-level wizard's ability to activate. And against a third-level enemy, even the weakest of them, a first-level wizard, regardless of high-level artifacts, stood no chance under normal circumstances. Facing a third-level enemy, a first-level wizard might not even have time to activate a high-level artifact before the enemy sensed the danger. A third-level being's speed surpassed a first-level wizard's reaction time, able to evade their mental energy and visual lock, potentially killing them before they could react. Even if a higher-level shield was activated in time to save their life, it couldn't deal significant damage to the enemy. Moreover, artifact shields had a limited duration. Once they expired, the first-level wizard's fate was sealed. This was why, despite ample funds, Jie Ming only purchased a few fourth-level artifacts. Higher grades would be pointless and slow to activate. Of course, with a death wish, a first-level wizard could activate a high-level group spell for a self-destruct attack, possibly killing the enemy. But that required preparation and a sneak attack on a third-level foe. What about an encounter battle? An unsettling pulse of mysterious energy, like a heartbeat, emanated from the altar's depths, rapidly spreading through the mine, causing cracks to spiderweb across the rock walls. The trio simultaneously unleashed their alchemy technique, clearing the obstructing stone walls to reveal the altar. "What is this?" Victor exclaimed. "No wonder it didn't have any subordinates," Amy said, her voice trembling. Before them stood a stone altar, seemingly crafted from a crystal-like mineral. Clearly, this was the mineral they sought for their mission. But unlike the intelligence describing it as faintly translucent yellow, the entire altar glowed a vivid red, like an enormous ruby. The reason for the color change was obvious: the pile of underground demon corpses stacked beside it. Sensing the same vibration from the altar as the demon elders, Jie Ming's pupils constricted. He realized instantly. The mindless demon elder was bait. Its death was the trigger for the trap. At the same moment, Victor and Amy felt the oppressive force from the altar, their faces paling. The instant they saw the altar, Victor instinctively reached for a high-level artifact in his robes. But as his fingers grazed the artifact, slash! A blood-red blade flashed like teleportation, severing Victor's arm holding the artifact, sending it flying with a spray of blood. The stump was a mess of flesh and bone, hot blood staining the ground. Victor let out a pained grunt, the swift cut leaving no time for a scream. Only then did they see it. Above the altar, a towering figure with 4 wings had emerged, clad in blood-red armor. Its face stern and majestic, its 4 massive wings exuded a bloody wind pressure. Its energy fluctuations marked it unmistakably as a third-level being. A blood angel. Jie Ming's eyes narrowed. From the cultural knowledge of the Elosia plane he'd acquired, he recognized this as a blood angel, a servant of the blood war god, revered as a demigod by Elosia's natives. A true third-level being. Among Elosia's demigods, angelic beings were the weakest, but they still bridged the gap between gods and mortals. Killing 3 first-level wizards like them would be effortless. The blood angel's cold gaze swept over them, its indifferent eyes filled with disgust for heretics and demons. Raising its long sword, it began a habitual chant, its voice like an ancient prayer laced with icy divine power. "Foul heretics, sinners who defile our God, your souls shall." It intended to finish its elegy before striking, but before it could, Victor, arms severed, staggered forward 2 steps and collapsed to his knees with a thud. "Spare me, great angel. I am willing to betray the wizards. I'll join the god's side." Victor sobbed, his face etched with terror and despair. He spoke rapidly, words tumbling out like a machine gun. "I'll provide all the wizards' secrets, their weaknesses, their bases. I'll say anything. I'll kill these 2 heretics to prove my sincerity, to spare my life." His performance was utterly wretched, as if the pain of his severed arm and the threat of death had broken him, his face pale from agony and blood loss. The blood angel smirked mockingly, about to taunt the pathetic traitor. But in that instant, An inexplicable sense of danger surged in its heart. Its face twisted with fury. Victor, kneeling and tear-streaked, revealed a sinister grin. As he looked up, a vacuum blade, radiating terrifying force, sliced silently toward the angel's head. Under Victor's robes, a necklace he'd worn lost its glow, crumbling to ash. Using his acting, Victor had seized a fleeting moment of the angel's underestimation, pouring all his mental energy into his trump card. But the gap in strength was too vast. Oomph. The blood angel snorted coldly. With a casual flick of its long sword, a blood-red sword light flashed, deflecting the vacuum blade into countless tiny air currents. Then, with its mere presence, a surge of divine power erupted like a tidal wave, blasting Victor backward. Victor spat blood, flying like a broken kite, crashing into the rock wall with a sickening thud, sliding down, his fate unknown. As the blood angel raised its hand to finish him, it suddenly felt an indescribable stiffness in its joints and the connections of its four massive wings. Looking down, it saw tiny ice crystals forming on its joints and wings. The crystals weren't the cause. Rather, an uncontrollable cold within its joints had birthed them. This cold, like a lingering parasite, hindered the smooth flow of its divine power. Following the energy source, it turned sharply toward Amy. Her face was ashen, sweat beading on her forehead. She had unleashed the freezing ability with all her might. Though Amy often used fireballs for their versatility, her true genius lay in her self-crafted wizardry model, far more complex than it appeared. Her model wasn't mere fireball wizardry, but a fusion of fire-based wizardry, alchemy technique, and extraction technique, creating a deeper heat manipulation. She could absorb ambient heat to form fireballs, but in critical moments, she could reverse it, draining heat from a target to cause freezing rigidity. Yet, the gap between a third-level being and a first-level wizard was immense. Even with Amy's full effort, she could only achieve a brief freeze. The faint chill, under the angel's surging divine power, began to melt, nearly vanishing. But in the moment it was distracted, purging the cold, an unprecedented sense of danger struck. It spun around, only to see Jie Ming holding a massive crystal ball, glowing brilliantly, aimed directly at it. The blood angel instinctively raised its now lithe arm, slashing with a divine-powered strike toward Jie Ming. But as the strike neared, it saw a sly grin on Jie Ming's face. The glowing crystal ball was cheekily withdrawn. The terrifying third-level strike stopped a foot from Jie Ming, blocked by an invisible, unyielding barrier. The transparent shield rippled under the attack, but held firm. "Idiot, it was just to distract you," Jie Ming taunted, eyeing the shocked angel. He opened his other hand, revealing two dimmed fourth-level defensive artifacts. "You despicable wizards," the blood angel roared, turning to slash at Amy and Victor. But its two blood-red sword lights were blocked by transparent barriers before them. Seeing their relieved yet mocking gazes, the angel realized, its eyes blazing with fury and humiliation. It understood. Victor's plea, Amy's freeze, and Jie Ming's feigned attack artifact were all to buy time, just for a fraction of a second, to distract it, allowing Jie Ming to activate his fourth-level defensive artifact and shield them against its attacks. Jie Ming sighed in relief. The gap between a third-level being and first-level wizards was vast. Without effort, the angel could overwhelm their reaction limits. In that situation, if the angel hadn't underestimated them, it could have killed them before they activated their artifacts. Amy and Victor's actions bought Jie Ming the time to activate the fourth-level shield, and Jie Ming's actions, including his taunt, were to distract the angel, giving him time to activate shields for Amy and Victor. The blood angel's face contorted with rage, realizing it had been outwitted by these insects. But it quickly calmed. Having fought wizards for so long, it knew their tactics. Such special magic tools had limited duration and would soon fade. When your little tricks run out, you'll pay, the blood angel threatened coldly. Jie Ming ignored its words, focused on something else. The angel finally noticed, behind Jie Ming, countless fingertip-sized crystals appeared. These crystals, glowing faintly, swarmed from Jie Ming's internal space. Under his powerful alchemy technique, thousands of offensive rune artifacts unfolded behind him, rapidly forming a massive ring several meters wide. As the ring formed, the Blood Angel attacked. But it found Jie Ming had set the shield's range wide from the start, protecting the rune artifacts as if he had anticipated this move. The ring, formed by thousands of rune artifacts, rotated slowly, its shimmering light and glowing runes flickering between each artifact, resembling a futuristic war machine radiating a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. As the rune ring prepared to unfold, Jie Ming subtly signaled Amy and Victor with a glance. Understanding his cue, they seized the moment while the Blood Angel's attention was captivated by the awe-inspiring sight behind Jie Ming. They swiftly converged, using alchemy technique to clear the underground rocks, digging a deep passage toward the safer depths of the mine to escape. The Blood Angel noticed their movements but dismissed the two lesser threats for now. Its senses warned that the enemy before it, charging up, was growing more dangerous by the second. Yet it was powerless to act. On Jie Ming's side, after seconds of preparation, the final phase began. 3 disc-shaped metal plates, etched with arcane runes, floated and overlapped at the center of the massive ring behind him. Upon reaching their designated positions, they fused with the ring like components in a machine, stabilizing its flowing light and emitting a low, resonant hum, as if a primordial beast were awakening. Full power form, grand radiance. This was Jie Ming's trump card, the ultimate weapon forged from years of knowledge and research. The moment grand radiance fully activated, the Blood Angel was engulfed by a dense torrent of thousands of energy bolts. No longer mere precision strikes, they formed a barrage dozens of meters wide, covering every angle without blind spots. Like a radiant white river, the barrage surged through the confined mine, bearing down on the Blood Angel with unstoppable destructive force. Jie Ming tuned each energy bolt to its maximum power, equivalent to a legitimate first-level wizardry spell. A single bolt could demolish an entire stadium. Now, thousands of such bolts flooded toward the Blood Angel every second, their relentless booming echoing through the mine, deafeningly painful. Firepower suppression. Incandescent light swallowed the Blood Angel's form, the terrifying energy shockwaves radiating outward from Jie Ming. The mine's walls groaned under the strain, large rocks dislodging as dust billowed. The Blood Angel darted through the flood of light at high speed. As a third-level being, its speed was immense, making it nearly impossible for even this overwhelming barrage to lock onto its position. Its form twisted and flickered, leaving afterimages as it evaded the ceaseless assault. Jie Ming's eyes twitched, straining to track the Blood Angel's movements. Controlling the rune ring, he pursued the angel's shadow, bombarding it with endless energy bolts. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. In mere moments, the mine and the mountain above could no longer withstand the devastating energy impacts. Massive cracks spread across the mountain's surface, accompanied by bone-rattling, snapping sounds, as if its framework were shattering. Boom! With an earth-shaking explosion, the mountain erupted from within, debris and dust soaring skyward, forming a massive mushroom cloud. The mountain collapsed, rocks flying. At the explosion's core, 2 figures, one blood-red, one radiant, burst from the collapsing mountain at astonishing speed, streaking into Aloja's vast sky. Jie Ming and the Blood Angel shot upward like arrows, piercing through the dust into the heavens. The Blood Angel's speed was staggering, each wing beat leaving afterimages, each flicker pulsing with divine power, darting like a phantom, always a hair's breadth from Jie Ming's extravagant barrage. Seeing his attacks consistently miss, Jie Ming knew the speed gap was too great for conventional methods to work. Gritting his teeth, he pulled another unassuming rune artifact from his internal space. Unlike the crystal-like rune artifacts, this resembled a sleek metal bracelet, its surface etched with ancient, intricate runes, faintly glowing white. This was the final piece of Jie Ming's years of research, pushing his full power form to its zenith. Originally a crude, mobile rune artifact for flight spells, he had planned to enhance it using insights from the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror. But as his study of the mirror deepened, he found the flight function increasingly obsolete. Eventually, the flight runes became the biggest obstacle to improving the mobile artifact. In the end, he removed them, transforming it into an entirely different rune artifact. Snapping the metal bracelet onto his left wrist, Jie Ming mentally commanded, "Accelerate." An invisible energy surged from the bracelet into his body. Instantly, the world around him seemed to hit a slow-motion button. The blood angel's rapidly beating wings became clear, each feather's motion distinct. The divine power swirling around the angel slowed, as if trapped in viscous syrup. Even the dust in the air floated at a visible pace, as if frozen. Time seemed stretched several times over, granting Jie Ming astonishing perception and reaction speed. This was the rune artifact born from studying the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, the acceleration rune artifact. It amplified his perception and reaction speed by dozens of times, but this power came at a steep cost. Each used drastically accelerated cellular metabolism, effectively burning through his lifespan. The overwhelming information and strain of controlling this acceleration caused excruciating pain in his brain and soul. Yet, all these drawbacks served one purpose: breaking past his current reaction speed limit. With the acceleration rune artifact, Jie Ming surpassed a first-level wizard's reaction limits, clearly tracking the blood angel's movements. No longer a blur of afterimages. Each flash and turn was distinct. Even his flight spell, boosted by the artifact, nearly matched the blood angel's astonishing speed. Now able to track its movements, Jie Ming could finally engage the blood angel in true combat. Enduring the bone-deep pain in his brain and soul, he locked onto the angel's position, even predicting its actions. The dense barrage instantly redirected, engulfing it in a blink. Vile heretic, the blood angel roared amid the rain of energy bolts. Though each bolt's damage was negligible to it, being hit by so many simultaneously would be fatal, even for an angel. Forced to act, it wove its long sword into an impenetrable net. Each swing carried blood-red divine power, attempting to block or pierce the endless energy bolts. Initially, the blood angel's exquisite swordsmanship allowed it to deflect while seeking gaps in the barrage to counterattack. But Jie Ming was an unyielding aerial fortress. Each of the blood angel's attacks was firmly blocked by the 4th-level artifact's shield, rippling but never breaking. "Think you can kill me? You're nowhere close." Jie Ming's taunting voice, aided by the acceleration rune, rang clearly in the angel's ears. Controlling the rune ring, he continued pouring out endless energy bolts, enveloping the blood angel. The angel grew increasingly desperate. Its attacks couldn't breach Jie Ming's defenses, while his relentless barrage forced it to dodge and block constantly. Each wing beat, each movement, was hounded by thousands of tracking bolts, shattering its blood-red energy armor, exposing rough skin. Though its wounds healed quickly under divine power, the mental toll accumulated. The battle became a war of attrition. The blood angel's expression darkened. After nearly an hour, its divine power was depleting rapidly, yet the wizard's barrage showed no sign of stopping. Worse, the wizard's shield still held. "Why can this attack persist?" the blood angel roared inwardly. It understood the rune artifact's principle, drawing energy from the surrounding atmosphere. But such massive consumption should have depleted the local mana long ago, even with sufficient mental energy. It couldn't fathom how Jie Ming sustained such a terrifying barrage. "No matter, his shield's time is almost up." Then, the Blood Angel's inner monologue faltered. Just as it thought Jie Ming's shield would fade, ready to counterattack, Jie Ming calmly pulled another identical fourth-level defensive artifact from his space. As his mental energy surged, the old shield shattered, and a brighter, denser fourth-level shield instantly enveloped him. There's more. The Blood Angel nearly spat blood. This was no fair fight. Panic crept in. If this continued, its divine power would eventually run dry, and it would be worn down to death by this first-level wizard monster. In truth, Jie Ming was equally anxious. Behind him, the outermost of the three overlapping metal discs was dimming, its glow fading. These discs were why he could sustain such a barrage. Developed from studying the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror and elemental pools, these energy storage rune artifacts acted like miniature elemental pools, supplying endless energy to his rune artifacts. But crafting and charging them was extremely difficult. Even with Jie Ming's wealth, he had only amassed 3 over the years. Once all 3 were depleted, he'd have to rely on the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror to escape. Though both were anxious, neither showed it. Instead, they traded barbs in the sky. "Is that all you've got, great and noble Blood Angel?" Jie Ming taunted lightly, dripping with sarcasm. "This divine power isn't even enough for a warm-up. I told you, I've got all day to wear you down." The Blood Angel, surging with divine power, endured a barrage hit and roared, "Arrogant heretic, I'll tear through your turtle shell eventually. Then you'll pay for your folly." "Huh, big talk, but aren't you just struggling to survive?" "Heretic, that's all you've got to say? Damned heretic, for heaven's sake, I'm trying this hard. Why are you still alive?" In this protracted, intense battle, the massive commotion drew countless natives to investigate or reinforce. Yet, these natives, second level at best, whether orc warriors on the ground or eagle knights in the air, were obliterated by Jie Ming's 1,000-strong barrage before they could resist, leaving no trace. Eventually, no one dared approach, leaving the area as Jie Ming and the Blood Angel's private battlefield. Such a disturbance naturally caught the god's attention. However, Elogia's planar rules strictly limited beings above a certain strength from entering the mortal world. Moreover, wizards lurked at the plane's edges. Even enraged, the gods dared not descend, fearing their actions would invite wizard invasions or expose their weaknesses. Thus, the situation persisted bizarrely. A third-level being was pinned down by a first-level wizard through near-cheating means, unable to break free. Jie Ming and the Blood Angel, locked in this endless war of attrition, waited for the other to falter first. The deafening roar of the collapsing mountain still echoed in their ears. High in the sky, Jie Ming watched the fleeing streak of blood-red light. Taking a deep breath, he unhesitatingly pulled out another potion shimmering with a lustrous glow and drank it down. Instantly, a crisp surge of energy flooded his mental sea, dispelling all fatigue and depletion, restoring his nearly exhausted mental energy to its peak. The Blood Angel now looked far more battered than at the start. Its blood-red armor bore multiple charred marks from energy bolts, though divine power rapidly healed them. The constant drain on its divine energy and accumulating wounds darkened its expression. Furious, it swung its longsword, each strike leaving blood-red trails that tore through the air, desperately trying to break through Jie Ming's overwhelming energy barrage. Far off, behind a rugged peak, a group of figures cautiously hid among jagged rocks, observing the apocalyptic battlefield through spells and telescopes. They were 2 elegantly dressed native mages, their energy overflowing, accompanied by 4 or 5 warriors in fine armor and a dozen other powerhouses from orcs, dwarves, elves, and other intelligent races. This was a scouting team sent by the Elosian Coalition to investigate the anomaly in the area. "By the heavens, what kind of power is that?" an elven archmage exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. "They've been fighting at this intensity for nearly 3 radiant hours. Why hasn't that wizard's assault weakened at all?" "That's beyond our reach," a dwarven warrior said, gripping his war axe, his usually fearless face heavy with dread. Not long ago, a group of defiant second-level powerhouses who approached to investigate were swallowed by a casual sweep of the wizard's light, vanishing without even a scream. In the Elosia plane, what wizards called second-level beings were known as legends. Each was a pinnacle figure who had achieved countless miracles. Yet, moments ago, they witnessed these legendary powerhouses, whether curious or rushing to aid, face the wizard's all-encompassing energy barrage with no chance to resist. Their vaunted battle aura, spell shields, and even life-saving divine techniques were pierced like paper by the relentless flood of light. Then, these legends, along with their mounts or followers, were obliterated in the blinding radiance, reduced to ash. Many onlookers had grown up hearing tales of these renowned figures, yet they watched them perish so easily. This power defied their comprehension. Aware of the vast gap between themselves and the combatants, they dared not approach, only observing from afar with spells and recording everything to report back to their leaders. The battle remained locked in a prolonged stalemate. Jie Ming knew his time was running out. Of the 3 metal discs behind him, only the last one still glowed faintly, its energy half depleted. After an indeterminate time, the Blood Angel's movements suddenly slowed. Its once swift figure now traced uneven arcs in the air, each wing beat strained. A glint flashed in Jie Ming's eyes. He knew the moment had arrived. Angels' bodies weren't built for flight through wings alone. They relied heavily on magical effects. This faltering meant its energy was nearing exhaustion. Jie Ming intensified his assault, the energy barrage growing denser, surging toward the Blood Angel like a breached dam. The Blood Angel's heart raced with desperation. It could feel its divine power draining rapidly, like a punctured balloon, unable to recover effectively. Under normal conditions, its divine power wouldn't deplete so quickly, and it could replenish by absorbing ambient mana. But Jie Ming's rune artifact barrage, while primarily powered by the stored energy in the metal discs, also consumed the surrounding elemental forces during release. This left the battle area's elemental concentration critically low, offering the Blood Angel no chance to recover. It was like pulling the rug out from under it. Gritting its teeth, the worsening situation forced the Blood Angel to abandon its pride. It relinquished its aerial advantage, landing on the ground to minimize divine power consumption. This tactic worked. Though less swift on the ground, it used the terrain to become more agile, weaving through ruins to dodge Jie Ming's relentless strikes. This, in turn, made Jie Ming anxious. The Blood Angel's agility prevented him from finding a clear shot with his 4th-level offensive artifact. Despite matching its speed with the acceleration rune artifact, he couldn't flexibly control the 4th-level artifact like his rune artifacts to land a precise, fatal blow. Using the 4th-level artifact required focusing mental energy, reducing control over the rune artifacts, and risking the Blood Angel escaping his lock. With his final energy reserves nearing depletion, Jie Ming's heart pounded. As the standoff reached another deadlock, rumble, a violent tremor shook the sky. Elosia's heavens split as if torn by an invisible giant hand, revealing a deep fissure. The gods' phantoms, radiating holy and majestic auras, emerged at the horizon, reaching toward the planar rift. It was the day for the second contribution leaderboard update. The wizards outside had forcibly torn open Elosia's planar barrier again. Sensing the anomaly and the familiar, powerful aura of its god, the Blood Angel's tense nerves momentarily relaxed. It instinctively glanced upward, hope flickering in its eyes at being noticed by its deity. Unlike the Blood Angel, though startled, Jie Ming quickly refocused, ignoring the celestial events. The moment their mentality shifted was the opportunity he'd been waiting for. A surge of mental energy made his eyes blaze. Seizing the Blood Angel's distraction, he grasped the fleeting chance. Jie Ming sharply adjusted Grand Radiance, transforming the sprawling barrage into a containment array. Countless energy bolts ceased bombarding the Blood Angel, instead forming airtight energy walls, caging it and sealing all escape routes. The Blood Angel snapped back to reality, its handsome face now etched with terror. It tried to break through, but Jie Ming, even at the cost of overloading his remaining rune artifact array, pinned it down. Die! Jie Ming roared, thrusting out his right hand. His killing move was the long-prepared 4th-level offensive artifact. Light gathered at its tip, a blinding crimson ray igniting with unmatched destructive force, aimed at the Blood Angel's fear-filled head. The Blood Angel knew this strike was unavoidable. It roared in defiance, summoning all its remaining power. Blood-red divine energy surged, forming its strongest defensive shield to meet the lethal ray. But the outcome was inevitable. Sizzle. The crimson converging ray pierced the Blood Angel's divine shield like a hot knife through butter, without resistance. It then struck the angel's head unerringly. No explosion, no gore. The Blood Angel's once handsome, majestic head vanished silently into nothingness. Its body, unsupported, collapsed, dissolving into countless blood-red light particles scattering across the mind's sky, leaving only a lingering divine energy. Seeing this, Jie Ming, floating in midair, finally exhaled in relief. The battle was over. As the energy bolt's light and explosion aftershocks faded, the area's devastation lay bare before all observers. The once towering mountain was gone. In its place was a massive canyon, its edges charred, with molten lava pooling at its deepest center. The once lush forest was razed, the scorched earth devoid of life, filled only with rolling dust and the stench of burning. Sensing the cataclysmic battle's end, Amy and Victor cautiously emerged from a newly dug tunnel. Seeing the apocalyptic scene, they froze, pupils contracting, staring in shock. Jie Ming did this. Victor's voice was hoarse, trembling with disbelief. Amy's jaw dropped, her eyes wide with awe. Jie Ming's power far exceeded their understanding of a first-level wizard. Amid their shock, a massive information stream flooded their minds. The latest contribution leaderboard from Norn Workshop. They eagerly checked it. Though they had anticipated it, when their eyes landed on the top of the leaderboard, their breaths caught in their throats. First place, Norn Academy 13, Jie Ming. Undoubtedly, Jie Ming's annihilation of a 3rd-level Blood Angel, coupled with his effortless slaughter of numerous 2nd-level beings during the battle, propelled him to the top with absolute dominance. After the initial thrill, Amy and Victor glanced down the list and spotted another unexpected name. 3rd place, Norn Academy 13, Berta Vera Augusta. Augusta, also from Norn Academy 13, had secured a spot in the top 3. The performance of Norn Academy 13 left every wizard who saw the leaderboard in awe. This previously unremarkable academy had produced 2 such dazzling prodigies in this planar war assessment. Jie Ming and Augusta's names instantly became the focus of attention for apprentices and high-level wizards alike. At Norn Workshop's headquarters, in the monitoring hall, the massive main screen clearly displayed all the information brought back by a high-level wizard who had narrowly escaped death. Jie Ming's commanding rank shone brightly in every wizard's eyes. His exceptional performance even prompted the high-level wizard to bring back footage of Jie Ming's battle with the Blood Angel during his incursion into the Elosia Plane. The high-level wizards stared in shock at the leaderboard and the scene of Jie Ming slaying the Blood Angel, the hall erupting in unprecedented discussion. Good heavens! This Jie Ming from Academy 13, he's a monster. An elegantly dressed elemental wizard stood abruptly, eyes filled with disbelief. A 1st-level wizard defeating a 3rd-level being? A genius. A true genius. And it was a Blood Angel, a direct vassal of the Blood War god. An elderly wizard's beard trembled with excitement. A 3rd-level being, and this kid's just a 1st-level wizard. To the wizards present, 3rd-level beings were trivial, easily dispatched with a glance. Moreover, Angelic beings were notoriously weak among their tier, and such battles typically wouldn't catch their attention. But when the opponent was a first-level wizard like Jie Ming, the fight's significance was entirely different. Though Jie Ming used high-level weapons for the final kill, it was clear to all that the true key was his strange, self-developed attack array. And that Augusta, ranking in the top 3, a wizard overseeing combat evaluations, waved his fist excitedly. Academy 13 has truly erupted this time, producing 2 such monstrous apprentices. All eyes turned to Instructor Clark, sitting aside with a barely suppressed smile. "Clark, you sly dog." A familiar instructor slapped his shoulder, voice brimming with envy and admiration. "You've struck gold this time. Jie Ming and Augusta. If they grow smoothly, they'll be the backbone of the workshop's future." Instructor Clark only smiled gently, saying little. But the gleam in his eyes betrayed his inner excitement. He knew Jie Ming's potential better than anyone, yet even he hadn't expected such overwhelming prowess. Above the flattened giant canyon in the Aloja Plain, as the planar rift in the sky slowly faded, Jie Ming hovered in midair, his cold gaze sweeping toward the distant native powerhouses hiding behind a peak. In that instant, the Alosian powerhouses froze, a primal fear from their souls flooding over them like a tidal wave. Jie Ming's gaze held no real power, and hidden behind the mountain, they weren't even directly seen. But having witnessed his slaughter of the Blood Angel, to them, his look was like the stare of death itself, piercing through the void to their very souls. They didn't dare make a sound, fleeing in panic, abandoning their scouting mission. Jie Ming ignored the fleeing natives. Deactivating the acceleration rune artifact, an overwhelming wave of fatigue hit him. Even with his mental energy restored by potions, the psychological exhaustion from such an intense battle was unavoidable. Shaking his head to refocus, he swiftly descended to the ground, hurrying to Victor's side. Victor, supported by Amy, sat on the ground, his face deathly pale, blood still seeping from his severed arm. The arm wound was minor compared to the severe internal damage from the Blood Angel's Aura Blast, despite the 4th-level shield's protection. Moreover, to escape the battle's aftershocks, he and Amy had overtaxed their depleted mental energy, forcing their souls to use alchemy technique to dig deep underground. The combination left him critically weak, unable even to stop his bleeding. Jie Ming examined Victor's injuries, frowning slightly. Ordinary severe injuries could be healed with his medical potions. The trouble was the severed arm. Using a healing potion now would seal the wound, complicating limb regeneration later. Decisively, Jie Ming used a lower-grade potion to stabilize Victor's condition, hoisted him onto his back, and said to Amy, "Let's go." Back to camp. Amy nodded, and the 2 sped toward the camp. The camp's medical arrays were highly effective. Victor's arm, reduced to ash in the battle, began regenerating under precise medical wizardry and rare potions, with flesh writhing and bones rapidly growing. Within minutes, a new arm formed, its skin slightly tender. After a day's rest, Victor was ready to fight again. Yet, when Jie Ming invited them for the next mission, Victor and Amy hesitated deeply. The trio sat near a training field on the camp's outskirts, sunlight filtering through sparse leaves, casting dappled shadows. "Jie Ming," Victor began, his tone calm but tinged with loss and bitterness. "This battle made it clear. Your strength, it's far beyond anything we could imagine." He glanced at his newly grown arm, his expression complex. Amy lowered her head, her usual lively smile replaced by a strained one. "Yeah, with our current strength, we're of no use to you anymore. We can't keep up." She had known Jie Ming's future was extraordinary, but she hadn't expected to lose the ability to stand beside him so soon. The vast gap of being left behind filled her with loss and helplessness. "We know," Victor continued, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. "With our friendship, if we shamelessly tagged along, you'd probably be fine with it. But we also know we not only fail to help, but become a burden. Jie Ming, teaming up with us is just wasting your time." Jie Ming looked at them, the light in his eyes dimming slightly. He knew they spoke the truth and understood their feelings. They had been together for years at the academy. Even counting his past life, few friends had shared such a long bond. But, Jie Ming started to say. Amy suddenly looked up, forcing a smile, pale but resolute. Jie Ming, go without worry. Though we can't keep up in strength, we're not entirely useless. Her eyes gleamed with intelligence as she gestured to the camp. Senior Viola's intelligence network. We're the ones who can help you manage and expand it. We can handle the camp's intelligence, gather information you might need, and provide timely support while you're out there. Victor caught her meaning, a spark reigniting in his eyes. Right, leave the rear intelligence to us. You go out and make waves. Jie Ming sighed softly, touched by their resolve. He knew this was their way of preserving their friendship and contributing despite the strength gap. After a moment's thought, he didn't refuse. All right, Jie Ming nodded, handing them several vials of vibrant purple potion. You know what these potions do? Use this chance to improve yourselves. Thanks. Hey, I've been wanting to get my hands on these. Amy and Victor accepted the potions without hesitation, their eyes filled with gratitude. Without lingering farewells, Jie Ming gave his two longtime friends a final glance, then turned and left the camp without looking back. Amy and Victor sat in place, watching his figure fade into the distant horizon. Their expressions were complex, reluctant, melancholic, but above all, hopeful for Jie Ming's immeasurable future. They knew a true monster had begun to stir the winds of this plain. Earlier, in another region of the Aloja Plain, at the edge of a swampy terrain, Berta Vera Augusta led a small team trudging through the mire. Besides her, the team included two other talented apprentices from Norn Academy 13, each a genius in their field. Years ago, Augusta's team would not have been so modest. But during her years of dedicated study, Horn had poached most of her followers. The two remaining were only loyal due to their shared Augusta family ties. Yet, Augusta no longer dwelled on this. Upon arriving in the Aloja Plain, she discreetly gathered intelligence and successfully advanced to a first-level wizard en route to the camp. Unlike Jie Ming's team, Augusta, with her sharp judgment and family background, swiftly adopted a more efficient strategy. As the most gifted scion of the Augusta family, she easily connected with a clan relative in the camp, her aunt, a seasoned third-level wizard stationed there. Leveraging this connection, she quickly built a network of contacts and intelligence in the unfamiliar camp. Her current mission was to clear the corrupted swamp fortress deep in the marsh, a core stronghold of a powerful evil god's faith in Aloja. The fortress housed a formidable fallen priest, a second-level being, along with hundreds of swamp creatures and fanatical devotees corrupted by the evil god's power. In the past, these evil gods and their cultists were suppressed in the dark depths by Aloja's gods. But with the Planar War's onset, they resurfaced, even forming pacts with the gods to jointly oppose the wizards. Compared to the orthodox gods' followers, these unscrupulous, fanatical heretics posed a greater headache for the wizards. The rare instances of second-level wizards falling in Aloja's war all involved these heretics. To wizards, these cultists were like venomous insects, striking unpredictably. Thus, tasks to deal with them abounded in the wizard camp. With detailed intelligence, Augusta easily pinpointed the fortress. But as her team approached, she frowned. Be alert. The fortress's thick, corrosive aura, like an invisible toxin, began sapping the wizard's vitality. As the fortress's defenses activated, corrupted creatures emerged from the swamp's depths, fearless and numerous, surging toward the wizards like a tidal wave. The heretics summoned toxic mists and corrosive acid rain, drawing divine power from the fortress's core to rapidly heal their wounds. Though Augusta's teammates were strong, they struggled against the relentless enemy tide and the priest's eerie regenerative ability. Their mental energy drained rapidly, and their attacks fell far below expectations. The swamp's mire and the air's foul, corrosive stench made each spellcast arduous. We can't keep this up. We'll be worn down, a teammate shouted. Augusta, expressionless, glanced at the fortress and slowly raised her hand. As she acted, the sky shifted. Clouds above the fortress gathered rapidly under her mental energy, forming a massive, dark vortex. Lightning flickered within, thunder growing louder, as if a thunder god had been roused by her call. Heaven's wrath, thunder, prison. Augusta raised both hands, like a deity commanding lightning. Her vast mental energy surged like a breached dam, resonating with the thunderclouds above. The next second, dozens of purple lightning bolts, thick as tree trunks, tore through the clouds, descending with earth-shattering might. Each bolt carried devastating power, striking the swamp fortress with precision. The first wave obliterated the corrupted creatures at the fortress's perimeter, vaporizing them and leaving smoldering pits. The swamp's stench burned away. The second wave targeted the fallen priest, surrounded by heretics. The priest let out a shrill scream as its toxic mist and acid rain evaporated instantly. Its divine shield shattered like glass under the relentless lightning barrage. Augusta's body became a conduit for lightning, channeling bolts through herself and releasing them with greater force. Her hair danced, arcs of electricity crackling around her, her skin glowing translucent under the lightning's reflection, as if she might transform into pure lightning. Her wizard staff grew scalding hot, its runes flickering unstably, unable to withstand such immense energy as an apprentice-crafted tool. But Augusta ignored it, fully immersed in a transcendent state of resonance with the thunder. Vast swathes of lightning effortlessly eradicated the corrupted enemies, dispersed the corrosive black mist, and pierced the fortress's sturdy outer defenses. When the fortress's interior lay exposed due to the collapsed defenses, Augusta and her teammates gasped. Before them stood not only the gravely wounded second-level fallen priest, but also a dozen other second-level extraordinary beings. There were bone-armored necromancers, totem-wielding barbarian leaders, holy light-bearing zealot knights, and even a few hidden native mages. Damn it, it's a trap, Augusta realized instantly. The situation plunged into unprecedented crisis. The dozen second-level beings attacked simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of divine techniques, battle aura, spells, and curses. Though the trio activated high-level defensive artifacts to block the first wave, the enemies deployed anti-flight barriers and energy suppression fields, trapping them. Even as the Augusta family's prodigy, Berta Vera Augusta lacked Jie Ming's wealth to casually wield high-level artifacts. Her high-level defensive artifact was already her family's trump card. If this stalemate persisted, her death was certain. Facing the cautious yet predatory enemies circling like wolves, Augusta closed her eyes. Jie Ming's proud figure from the academy, trial, flashed in her mind. She knew she had worked hard enough, her talent surpassing most. But since that trial, Jie Ming had been a shadow ahead of her, advancing in ways she couldn't fathom. No matter how hard she tried, he always stood at an unreachable height. I haven't lost yet. Augusta's eyes snapped open, blazing with piercing electric light, like thunder exploding in her pupils. She halted her conventional lightning wizardry, her aura shifting dramatically. "Come, witness my years of effort," she murmured, her voice crackling like electricity. Since witnessing Jie Ming's strength in the trial years ago, Augusta had shed her arrogance, studying like an ascetic monk. She was no longer content with pre-made wizardry models. Over the years, she dismantled all her purchased models, relying on her deep understanding of lightning to independently craft 3 new lightning-based spells. Upon advancing to a first-level wizard, she fused these 3 into a 4th, her core wizardry model, electromagnetic control. As Augusta unleashed her full power, the ground trembled, as if answering her call. The swamp's mud revealed hidden fine grains, countless black metallic sand particles. Under her powerful electromagnetic control, rose from the soil, gathering around her like iron filings to a magnet. The enemies tried to disperse the sand or burn it with divine flames. But mere physical disruption couldn't counter Augusta's control. As long as the metal remained, she could manipulate it. The metallic sand amassed behind her, rustling like a black tide. Seeing this, the ambushing second-level beings swallowed hard. Augusta raised a finger coldly, and the metallic sand surged toward the enemies like a tsunami. Under her assault, the enemies scrambled desperately. To her stunned teammates, the battle became Augusta's solo performance. The iron sand formed whips, lashing enemies with sharp whistles, shattering their bones. It condensed into spikes, piercing from all angles. As time passed, the metal around her grew. At its peak, Augusta controlled over 100 shuttles, each over 10 meters long, 2 to 3 meters wide, formed from metallic sand. These shuttles orbited her, flying at blinding speeds, leaving trails too fast to follow, delivering high-speed impacts to her foes. Each impact sent a second-level being reeling, coughing up blood as their defenses crumbled. With practice, Augusta even used electromagnetic heating to melt the metallic sand into molten metal. She then controlled this searing molten metal, wielding it like a living entity for both attack and defense. It was a completely one-sided battle. Faced with Augusta's overwhelming assault, the scheming enemies soon collapsed. But now, Augusta had no intention of letting them escape. For those attempting to flee, she condensed the metallic sand or molten metal into high-density bullets, launching them with electromagnetic force at astonishing speeds for long-range sniping. The dozen second-level beings under Augusta's extraordinary electromagnetic control were reduced to helpless prey, easily crushed. Single-handedly, she suppressed a dozen second-level beings and the fortress's entire defense system on the battlefield. After minutes of one-sided slaughter, all enemies were annihilated by Augusta. The swamp fortress's interior was devastated by metallic sand and molten metal, reduced to ruins. Finally, the scattered metallic sand and residual lightning converged around her, forming a spiraling thunder pillar with a piercing sonic boom. The pillar, laced with high-density, red-hot iron sand, pierced the fallen priest's still-healing chest with unstoppable force. The fallen priest let out a brief, despairing scream. His body vaporized under the thunder pillar's impact, leaving a massive energy void and the stench of scorched air. With the core priest's death, the fortress's divine power link was severed, causing it to collapse rapidly. The remaining corrupted creatures, deprived of divine empowerment, dissolved into foul-smelling sludge. The battle was over. A flicker of pain crossed Augusta's expressionless face. The fight had pushed her to her limits. The electric glow around her faded, and the metallic sand orbiting her fell lifelessly to the ground. Her body swayed as she dropped to one knee, gasping heavily. Her mental energy was nearly depleted, her body racked with pain, as if pierced by countless needles. She had overexerted herself in this battle. Her teammates stared in awe, never imagining Augusta could be so powerful. At that moment, the god's phantoms reappeared in the sky, and the planar barrier tore open again, signaling the second leaderboard update. Augusta felt a massive information stream surge in, accompanied by her contribution points soaring. Her name rocketed to third place on the overall leaderboard. Yet, she felt no pride. Her gaze pierced past her own name to the blindingly prominent one at the top, Jie Ming. Augusta pursed her lips, then a pale but resolute smile curved her mouth. She clenched her fist subconsciously, murmuring, "Jie Ming, you didn't disappoint me. But this is just the beginning. I haven't lost." Elsewhere, though reluctant to admit it, parting with Amy and Victor gave Jie Ming an unprecedented sense of freedom. Standing at the camp's edge, he glanced back at the brightly lit area one last time. Teaming with them had indeed been helpful. Alone in the wild, constant vigilance drained attention and mental energy rapidly. With teammates, he could rest briefly at night. During his advancement to a first-level wizard, the massive energy fluctuations could have attracted enemies, but Amy and Victor's protection kept him safe. Even against the Blood Angel, Their seamless cooperation bought him the critical time to activate his artifacts, securing victory. But to spare their feelings, Jie Ming had restrained himself significantly. Take the leaderboard, for instance. First place? It was just a number. Though it brought tangible benefits, it wasn't his focus. For a long time, to consider their emotions and interests, he worked with them on missions which diverged from his true desire to truly experience this plane, not just treat it as a mission target. He removed all Norn Academy insignias, stowed his conspicuous artifacts, and kept only a few core rune artifacts hidden beneath his clothes. In their place, he donned simple, rugged leather armor, practical like that of a Logia's common wandering warriors. This disguise should suffice, Jie Ming thought, fingers brushing the short sword at his waist. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, his physical control was exceptional. His movements carried superhuman coordination and explosive power, amplified by the wizard's meditation, enhancing his physique, rivaling Elogia's elite warriors. Moreover, his internal circulation technique wasn't just for sealing a cultivator's power. When needed, he could fully suppress his wizard's surging mental energy, making his aura indistinguishable from mortals. Recalling the combat styles of warriors he'd encountered, Jie Ming practiced briefly. Soon, he mastered channeling a trace of mental energy to subtly draw on ambient elemental forces, enhancing each sword strike with power unattainable by mortals, yet leaving no wizardly trace. Perfect! He could now flawlessly pose as a powerful warrior of this world. No longer fixated on contribution points, he chose to venture deep into Elogia's heartland. He wanted to immerse himself in the plane's culture and vitality. Simultaneously, he aimed to collect special materials needed for his artifact crafting during this exploration. After days traversing mountains and wilds, Jie Ming reached Golden Harbor, a thriving human city in Elogia, among the top 5 in prosperity. But such a bustling city meant stricter regulations. Through his scouting eye, Jie Ming spotted trouble at the city gate. Despite its medieval technological level, Elogia enforced rigorous population checks. Entry to another city required identity credentials and letters of introduction, or one faced questioning or arrest. The only ones free to roam between regions were adventurers. But adventurers needed their own credentials and registered identities with the Adventurers Guild. Jie Ming didn't rush in. He waited over half a month near minor roads outside Golden Harbor, patient as a stalking hunter. During this time, the leaderboard updated again. His earlier top ranking had spurred other geniuses, dropping him to 4th. But this meant little to him. He observed passers-by, seeking the perfect target. Finally, he found a weary-looking adventurer, clad in worn leather armor, carrying a heavy pack. The man's dust-covered face muttered curses. From his fragmented words, Jie Ming deduced he had just completed a delivery mission from another town and was heading to the next. This meant he carried identity and mission credentials for the next stop. In a secluded ravine, Jie Ming discreetly dealt with him. Looking at the body at his feet, Jie Ming fell silent. He realized he had changed. Killing a stranger without enmity stirred no emotion. Perspective really shapes action, he muttered. Without hesitation, he reached for the man's head, using a soul search artifact to extract all his memories. The memories unfolded like a library in his mind. The adventurer's name, experiences, mannerisms, speech habits, familiarity with the surroundings, and all mission-related details. With his formidable mental energy, Jie Ming mastered these memories in moments. He retrieved several special plant materials collected recently, swiftly crafting a potion with an eerie glow. This potion, a workshop specialty for planar disguises, was downed in one gulp. As it took effect, a strange force swept through his body. His bones creaked faintly, muscles shifted. In moments, his height subtly changed, and his facial features adjusted. When it settled, Jie Ming saw a stranger in the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, the exact likeness of the adventurer. This disguise was semi-permanent, altering bones and flesh. It wouldn't fade unless he took an antidote. Jie Ming picked up the adventurer's identity and mission credentials, his face adopting the man's weary smile. Joining the queue to enter the city, he used the fresh memories to handle the guard's routine checks. Next, identity proof, mission credentials, a guard barked gruffly. Here, Jie Ming handed them over. His voice, tone, and even the faint irritation in his eyes matched the adventurer's perfectly. The guard glanced at the documents, and Jie Ming's identical face confirmed he was a penniless adventurer and waved dismissively. 3 coppers for entry. Go. Be quicker next time. Got it, nag. Jie Ming grumbled, tossing 3 coppers and striding confidently through Golden Harbor's gate. Stepping through Golden Harbor's gate, Jie Ming was instantly engulfed by a wave of bustling noise. Massive stone buildings intertwined with wooden walkways stretched toward the coastline. The sea breeze carried a mix of salty dampness, fishy odors, and rich spices permeating every corner. In the distance, raucous singing and clamor spilled from taverns, rising and falling. The Magic Guild's entrance shimmered with arcane runes, mysterious and alluring, while towering temples of the gods radiated holy light, starkly contrasting the worldly din. Jie Ming, or rather, his disguised persona Jack, walked silently through the streets, observing the crowd. A throng of people bustled through, a chaotic mix of all sorts. Finely dressed human nobles and merchants, poised and sharp-eyed, brushed past rugged pirates with curved blades at their waists, their gazes fierce with the savagery of a life on the edge. Loud, dwarven vendors hawked wares by the roadside, their voices mingling with the soft murmurs of elven rangers, creating the port city's unique symphony of accents. Following the crowd, Jie Ming headed to a tavern in the port district that doubled as an adventurer's guild. A creaking wooden sign, swaying in the sea breeze, bore the scrawled words Drunken Dolphin. Without the adventurer's badge beside it, no one would guess it was a guild. Pushing open the rickety door, a murky blend of ale, sweat, and tobacco hit him. The tavern's dim light fell on a thick wooden floor, slick with spilled filth. Long wooden tables and benches were strewn haphazardly, where groups of adventurers caroused loudly, boasting of exploits or cursing missions. The air thrummed with suppressed violence and the stench of coin. Jie Ming's entrance drew nearly every eye in the tavern. Though the noise didn't falter, he felt their subtle glances. Adventuring seemed free, but it was heavily localized. Most low-tier adventurers were weak, tasked with menial jobs like clearing sewer sludge, akin to this world's drifters. With limited work in a city, newcomers were scrutinized. Jie Ming, privy to Jack's memories, ignored the stares. He strode to the counter, handing over the worn, folded letter and mission credentials. The bartender, a stout beast man, took the credentials with stubby fingers, glanced at them, and tossed Jie Ming a few silver coins. Mission complete, Jack. Next time, don't fold the letter into a mess, the beast man grumbled. Got it, Jie Ming replied gruffly, pocketing the coins without a glance. Turning to find a quiet corner, he scanned the room. As he moved, a skinny hand darted toward his waist, aiming for the coin pouch. A common greeting in the Adventurers Guild, a test of a newcomer's mettle. Jie Ming stepped forward as if unaware, but his left hand shot back like lightning, seizing the thief's wrist. With a slight twist, a sickening crack rang out. The thief's arm bent at a horrifying angle. Ah! The thief's scream was gut-wrenching. He collapsed, writhing in agony, drenched in cold sweat. Jie Ming didn't even glance back, strolling calmly toward the door. The tavern fell silent for a moment, all noise halting. Too ruthless. His move was too ruthless. The adventurers' gazes didn't all fix on Jie Ming. Many shifted to the central table. There sat a hulking man with a scarred face, Iron Hammer Carl, the local kingpin and mastermind behind the thieves. Normally, handling a pickpocket would pass the test, deterring further trouble. But Jie Ming's brutal response wasn't just a defense. It was a blatant show of dominance. Undoubtedly, the thieves' gang would see it as a direct challenge. Carl's face darkened, Jie Ming's merciless act a slap to his authority. This kid, doesn't know the rules. An adventurer at Carl's table, seeing his boss's grim expression, stood to teach Jie Ming a lesson. Carl snorted, stopping his lackey with a restrained wave. TCH, just a newbie. He'll learn after a few hard knocks. Despite his brutish build, he affected a delicate air, mimicking the upper class. No one dared mock him. Those who did were long sunk in the moat. The others at the table smirked maliciously, eyeing Jie Ming. They knew this kid was in for it. With their boss's stance clear, they grew bolder. At a table near the door, a lackey stretched out a thick leg as Jie Ming passed, aiming to trip him accidentally. A flicker of mockery passed through Jie Ming's eyes. His steps didn't falter, and he stomped down on the outstretched leg. Crack! The sharp snap of breaking bone rang clear in the silent tavern. The lackey's taunting grin froze, replaced by sheer agony. He let out a scream, even shriller than the thief's, collapsing like a broken log, clutching his grotesquely twisted leg, rolling and wailing. Now, the tavern was utterly stunned. Taking out the thief was one thing, but attacking Carl's man and breaking his leg? This kid was insane. Get him! Kill him! Carl's face blackened, dropping his refined act, roaring furiously. His cronies, eyes red with rage, grabbed knives, swords, and bottles, charging at Jie Ming. Jie Ming's lips curled, unfazed, almost amused by the scene. Facing 7 or 8 burly attackers, he moved like a phantom through the cramped space. His strikes were simple yet lethal, each punch and kick carrying terrifying force and precision. Thud! A side kick caught the fastest thug's thigh, snapping it with a scream, sending him flying like a broken kite to crash against the wall and slump down. Crack! Jie Ming sidestepped a dagger thrust, grabbing another's arm and twisting, eliciting another bone-shattering sound. In under 10 seconds, amid continuous cracks and screams, all 7 or 8 attackers lay broken, legs or arms shattered, piled like trash in the tavern center, wailing. It happened so fast they couldn't even beg for mercy. The other adventurers were terrified by the spectacle. Expecting a show, they hadn't anticipated this newcomer's strength. Carl, spared as the only one unscathed behind his lackeys, swallowed hard. Seeing Jie Ming's gaze fall on the hammer in his hand, Carl dropped it as if burned, abandoning his dignity and scrambling out of the tavern. The opportunists ready to jump and shrank back to their seats, pretending to see nothing. They stared at their cups or polished weapons, avoiding Jie Ming's icy eyes. They could feel the air thick with blood and rust. The mark of overwhelming power. Another ruthless one, someone muttered pale-faced. Way tougher than Iron Hammer Carl. Jie Ming glanced at the groaning heap on the floor, then at the trembling spectators. Without further action, he sat at an empty table, grabbing a stained mug and pouring himself a full cup of ale. He considered a sip for the mood, but, seeing the grime, thought better of it. TCH, he muttered, setting the mug down and leaving the tavern at the same leisurely pace he'd entered. His relaxed stride suggested the incident was a mere trifle. Only when he pushed the door and vanished did the tavern erupt back into noise. No one discussed the departed Jie Ming, instead diving into other topics with forced enthusiasm, as if to banish the fear he'd left. As for the broken thugs, no one cared. The tavern hired adventurers to toss them out. Their survival till morning depended on luck. From that moment, Golden Harbor's Adventurers Guild gained a new untouchable figure, Jack. Settling into Golden Harbor, Jie Ming quickly adapted to its rhythm. Though noisy, the city offered him a long-lost sense of freedom. He rented a modest room, roaming the streets as Jack by day and returning at night to study intelligence and quietly cultivate. Surprisingly, after dealing with Carl, no further trouble came. Perhaps his ruthless methods had truly intimidated them. Jie Ming didn't dwell on it. From Jack's memories, he knew Golden Harbor had only 5 legendary figures. If nothing happened, lowly adventurer Jack wouldn't stir trouble. But if provoked, first-level wizard Jie Ming would emerge. Then, it wouldn't be solved by just a couple of deaths. He had spared Carl partly to see if he could bait bigger fish. For the first few days, he was excited, but Carl didn't bite, leaving him slightly disappointed. Still, his earlier show of force had worked. On his second visit to the Drunken Dolphin Tavern, the Beastman bartender's impatience was tinged with respect. When Jie Ming requested a minor beast material gathering task, the bartender pointed with stubby fingers to a wooden staircase in the tavern's depths. "Hey Jack, a tough guy like you shouldn't waste time on low-life jobs," the bartender said in a low, flattering tone. "The second floor's for real strong adventurers like you. Bigger fish up there." Jie Ming glanced at him impassively and climbed the stairs. The second floor was cleaner and brighter than below. A large wooden board displayed various mission scrolls. Unlike the downstairs tasks paying coppers to a few silvers, these offered rewards from dozens to hundreds of gold coins. The adventurers here were visibly tougher. Muscular warriors, agile rangers, and cunning thieves, either in small groups discussing missions quietly or alone, scanning the board with sharp eyes. Jie Ming noted most tasks involved dangerous beast lairs, ancient ruin explorations, or scouting perilous regions. When a team returned from a high-difficulty mission, they drew envious or jealous glances. He also noticed spellcasters were exceedingly rare, even in a bustling city like Golden Harbor. From Jack's memories, most spellcasters were retainers of noble families, never appearing in the Chaotic Adventurers Guild. Frequenting the tavern, Jie Ming befriended a middle-aged adventurer nicknamed Old Gray, a weathered warrior with a scar over his left eye. Old Gray often sat alone in a corner, sipping ale. Among the rough adventurer crowd, he was one of the few decent ones, though money-obsessed. Jie Ming enjoyed his company, occasionally treating him to fine rum or sharing rare wilderness materials, prompting Old Gray to open up. "Hey Jack, you're a freak. Those small fries don't last 3 seconds against you," Old Gray said, downing his drink with a belch. "But adventuring's a deep game. On the surface, it's work for coin, but there's 2 types of us." He lowered his voice, wistful. "One's like us, scraping by, risking our lives for a few coins. Even with your strength, some see you as bottom tier." "Oh," Jie Ming swirled his cup, intrigued. "What's top tier then?" "The other type," Old Gray snorted disdainfully. "The other type, big adventurer bands. They're black gloves for kingdoms, doing dirty work. Guild missions aren't random. They're approved by local officials. Big ones involve strategic resources or politics. Nobles wouldn't trust such tasks to unknowns." Jie Ming rubbed his chin. This was new. Jack's memories lacked such details. After all, Jack was just a bottom-tier adventurer. Despite his scorn, Jie Ming caught a hint of suppressed envy in Old Gray's tone. "So, those elite bands are basically noble and royal lackeys, operating under the guild's name, just dogs for the aristocracy?" Jie Ming said. "Sure. You want to die saying that so loud." Old Gray glanced around nervously. Seeing no one noticed, he relaxed, smacking his lips. "You're not wrong, but not just anyone can be a dog. To us lowlifes, they're high and mighty lords." Old Gray grinned proudly. "But being a black glove ain't easy. They earn big, but they're first in the fire when danger hits. Like now, with those otherworldly demons, wizards, invading, the big bands got conscripted as elite forces for the front lines. That's left us small fry to strut and snag jobs easier." "That's good, then." Jie Ming nodded. Drunk, Old Gray slumped on the table, mumbling, "It's nice, but things are getting chaotic. Even here's getting dangerous." Seeing him out cold, Jie Ming said nothing, tossed a few coppers for his tab, and left. Through tavern gossip, mission postings, and observing townsfolk, Jie Ming pieced together Elogia's current state. The human kingdoms, long at war with the Northern Beastman Empire and Western Elven Kingdom, were internally unstable due to noble disputes. The wizard invasion forced a fragile peace treaty with the other nations to resist the external threat. But this peace was shaky, with constant undercurrents of conflict. Recently, as the wizard's assaults eased, border skirmishes between humans and beastmen flared up again. The Elven Kingdom, isolated in ancient forests, remained highly vigilant against outsiders. Yet, Internal factions, nature-bound isolationists versus active defenders of planar purity, clash subtly. Dwarves, true to stereotype, stubbornly guarded ancient mines and forging traditions, wary of invaders. Their mountain fortresses were defensible but rarely launched offensives, preferring self-preservation against wizards. The Beastman Empire, worshipping primal, powerful gods, revered strength and war. Their fierce bravery made them the primary military force against the wizards. Initially, they fought due to human promises of supplies, but with the wizards' pressure easing, short-sighted human nobles began reneging. The plane's core was its pantheon. Elogia's gods had clear roles: the god of life and fertility, the god of death and souls, the god of war and conquest, the god of wealth and trade, and more. Except for the supreme god, others relied on devotees' prayers and offerings for faith power to cast divine techniques and intervene in the mortal world. On his first day in Golden Harbor, Jie Ming visited a historic but quiet chapel, posing as a devout follower and making small, regular silver coin donations. Feigning interest in divine teachings, he spent half a month building rapport with low-ranking priests and clerics. Through casual chats, he gleaned deeper insights. The gods were highly wary of the wizard invasion, viewing it as a severe threat. But their true fear wasn't the mortal world's fall. It was the wizards stealing their faith. Without faith, even mighty gods would weaken. Jie Ming sneered inwardly. This matched workshop intelligence perfectly. The wizards deliberately exposed weaknesses and goals, showing intense interest in planar laws and faith power to deter gods from reckless self-destruction. This ensured the gods, weighing costs, wouldn't risk a cataclysmic final battle using the plane's origin against the wizards. After settling in Golden Harbor, Jie Ming began to plan his next steps. No longer constrained by contribution points, Jie Ming calculated and realized his current objectives were twofold. The first was to collect certain special materials, extremely rare and unsuitable for gathering in the wizarding world, particularly in a place like Norrin Workshop, a pure wizard's petri dish. The second was to deeply study the divine faith network of the Elogia plane, a resource highly valuable to any wizard, arguably the most precious thing in the entire plane. To facilitate in-depth research and covert experiments, Jie Ming decided to purchase a suitable residence in Golden Harbor. Through an agent, he quickly set his sights on a target, a luxurious villa on the city's outskirts, belonging to a minor noble planning to flee. Lord Jack, you have impeccable taste, the real estate agent, a short, stout man with a mustache, said with a fawning smile, rubbing his hands incessantly. This Dawn Manor is a rare gem in Golden Harbor. It boasts vast grounds and exquisite gardens. Although Baron Garcia is eager to sell and has lowered the price, its value far exceeds anything comparable on the market. Jie Ming calmly glanced at the property blueprint, filled with lavish descriptions and intricate depictions of the villa. Golden Harbor's northern location, at the crossroads of multiple nations, contributed to its prosperity. However, under the shadow of planar wars, many nobles in Golden Harbor were hastily selling their properties, seeking refuge in the south or west. This gave Jie Ming plenty of options for his purchase. Enough talk, Jie Ming said in a low, commanding tone. I just want the bottom price and how soon the paperwork can be done. The agent flinched under Jie Ming's imposing presence, a flicker of fear crossing his plump face. But upon hearing Jie Ming's follow-up, he quickly reverted to his obsequious demeanor. Yes, my lord. The bottom price is 3,000 gold coins. Given the tense situation, if you can pay in full, I can convince the Baron to lower it by another 200. The paperwork, it can be finalized this afternoon. I guarantee the fastest service without a moment's delay. 3,000 gold coins, this afternoon done, Jie Ming said, pulling out a heavy bag of gold coins and placing it on the table. The gold in the Elogia plane differed slightly in composition from the gold common in the wizarding world, but for a wizard skilled in the alchemy technique, it wasn't a challenge. Even if his current alchemy technique couldn't directly alter a material's particle structure, Extracting a pile of gold coins from any mine was simple enough. Yes, yes, my lord. Rest assured. The agent's face lit up, bowing repeatedly as he clutched the heavy bag of coins. Even though the bag was so heavy it made his hands tremble, he held on tightly, as if afraid Jie Ming might change his mind. He had never met such a decisive and powerful client. He even vaguely suspected this Lord Jack was no ordinary adventurer, but likely a black glove planted in Golden Harbor by some mysterious family or faction. How else could someone produce such a massive sum so casually? Just a few hours later, Jie Ming received the villa's deed, officially becoming the new owner of Dawn Manor. Stepping into the spacious living room, he admired the intricately carved walls and furnishings, feeling quite satisfied. With this stronghold, he could begin his ambitious renovations. Given enough time, he could fortify the place to withstand even a third-tier creature's assault, relying on his arrays to eliminate the enemy. As for the materials needed for the renovation and the equipment for his research, Jie Ming pulled out several spatial expansion bags, inspected them carefully, and smiled with satisfaction. These spatial expansion bags were a rare perk for newcomers. While a spatial ring, a device unaffected by environmental rule differences, required a 6-tier spatial wizard skilled in the alchemy technique to craft, a simple spatial expansion spell was accessible to third-tier wizards. Wizards had been invading the Elosia plane for some time and had adapted to most of its rule differences, so crafting storage bags wasn't difficult. Since he wasn't short on points, Jie Ming had purchased several of the largest spatial expansion bags before setting out, along with multiple sets of research equipment. Moreover, after thoroughly studying the local spatial rules, he could use something even more significant than the bags. It should be in here. Jie Ming rummaged through one of the bags and soon pulled out a small ruby. Here it is, a universal spatial expansion core. Oh, right, this villa should have a basement. Using the alchemy technique to scan the villa, Jie Ming quickly located the basement's entrance. Opening the wooden door, he wrinkled his nose at the musty smell wafting from below. With a wave of his hand, the alchemy technique gathered all the mold and dust into a single ball. Even the basement's brick walls automatically smoothed out, becoming as glossy as a mirror in an instant. He removed the rotting wooden door and pulled a large metal block from his spatial bag. Using the alchemy technique, he molded it into a several-ton metal door in moments. After installing the metal door seamlessly at the basement entrance, Jie Ming nodded in approval. Protective measures can come later. For now, let's expand the space. He easily opened the metal door and leaped down, eyeing the cramped basement space. Pulling out a full set of equipment and runic arrays from his spatial bag, he began his work. He installed the equipment in the basement and placed the ruby into the core slot. Buzz, a low hum, almost blending with the basement silence, echoed. Geometric patterns appeared on the core surface, and the red crystal suddenly emitted a steady glow, like an awakened heart. It floated smoothly from the device, drifting to a spot an inch below the basement's central ceiling. Coordinate anchoring, dimensional reference, confirmed. Jie Ming muttered the parameters, connecting and adjusting the core with his mental energy. As the device activated, the metal runes on the walls and floor seemed to melt, spreading out. Soon, the entire basement interior turned silver-white. Now was the moment. With a thought, he initiated the spatial reshaping. The core shuddered, not physically, but as a ripple of space itself, stirred by the core's power. An invisible wave, dizzying to any sensitive creature, surged outward from the core in all directions. It was like a stone tossed into water, but the stone was reality itself. When the ripple touched the walls, floor, and ceiling, there was no physical collision. The metal-coated walls seemed to turn into flowing mercury, their rigid physical structure kneaded, stretched, and extended by a higher dimensional force. Amid a strange, low hum like countless grains of sand rubbing together, Jie Ming felt his vision distort. The ground beneath him seemed gripped by an invisible giant hand, steadily and irresistibly expanding outward and downward. The nearby walls, as if pushed back by an unseen force, shattered and reformed the sense of space. The smooth metal surfaces stretched in his vision, their textures turning into threads, then blurring and merging into the expanding space. The oppressive, low ceiling rose like a curtain, pulled upward, higher and higher. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air flowing became audible, not a howling wind, but the rush of external air filling the vacuum created by the sudden expansion, diluting the stale air. The musty, damp odor rapidly dissipated as the air circulated. Jie Ming stood still, feeling the ground shift smoothly beneath him. The expansion didn't last long. After a few breaths, the omnipresent spatial ripples stabilized, and the strange grinding noise faded, leaving only the core's low hum. Like a miniature sun overhead, it radiated steady light. The basement had transformed completely. The once cramped space was gone, replaced by a vast square hall, roughly the size of a football field. The walls had receded far into the distance, and the ceiling was now high enough to hang complex instruments without feeling oppressive. The former sense of confinement vanished, replaced by an exhilarating openness. Not bad, not bad. This will be my laboratory. Jie Ming checked the space's stability, nodding with a smile. Next, time to install the elemental pool. After settling into Dawn Manor in Golden Harbor, Jie Ming focused his efforts on transforming the basement. However, he didn't lose sight of his goals. The laboratory wasn't fully built yet, and research on the Divine Faith Network couldn't begin, but he could start collecting special materials. In the following days, when he had free time, Jie Ming stopped lingering at the Adventurers Guild for intel. Instead, he immersed himself in the city's pulse, experiencing its raw, vibrant energy. He wandered Golden Harbor streets, changing his route daily. Sometimes he strolled through bustling markets, listening to vendors' calls and customers haggling. Other times, he sat by the docks, watching sweat-drenched workers unload cargo, feeling the salty tang of the sea breeze. At night, he mingled in the slums that never slept, listening to the drunken ramblings of vagrants, sensing the raw struggle of life at its lowest. Jie Ming wasn't merely wandering. He was gathering qi. In the cultivation system, there was a unique method to collect mortal aura. Of course, this was a cultivator's term. In Jie Ming's understanding, it was a technique to condense specific concepts. This aura stemmed from the joys, sorrows, births, deaths, and myriad emotions of the mortal world, embodying the essence of human existence. Though it couldn't directly enhance cultivation or transform matter like spiritual energy, it was an exceptionally versatile, universal material. Normally, it could be used to temper a cultivator's mental state, making it resilient and capable of dispelling inner demons. It could also enhance the spirituality of magical artifacts or serve as an essential component for most illusion arrays. In certain special cases, through unique techniques, its properties could be reversed to forge a golden body, repair souls, or craft treasures and elixirs. At Norn Academy, Jie Ming could barely collect any useful mortal aura. After all, the wizards there were research fanatics, immersed in experiments and meditation, with monotonous lives and faint emotional fluctuations. Even across the entire Norn Plane 13, there was no suitable place to gather mortal aura. All Norn planes had been transformed by wizards into highly ordered petri dishes, stripped of the raw, chaotic character of the mortal world. But in Golden Harbor, Jie Ming was like a mouse in a granary. Walking through the bustling streets, he felt the joys, sorrows, loves, and hatreds of passers-by brushing past him. These rich, chaotic concepts silently flowed into his body, absorbed by a special seal in his dantian, gradually refined into vibrant strands of mortal aura. He didn't even need to speak to people. Just sensing the pulse of their lives allowed him to draw in vast amounts of mortal energy. Yet, Jie Ming's focus often wasn't on the refined mortal aura, but on the special seal in his dantian that produced it. Truly remarkable. A relatively simple seal, yet it autonomously gathers and creates concepts out of nothing, Jie Ming observed a newly refined strand of mortal aura in his dantian, stroking his chin with curiosity. Despite years of research, Jie Ming knew that techniques for extracting concepts from nothing were beyond his current reach. Yet he couldn't help but be intrigued. Impossible to comprehend. It even functions consistently across different planes or worlds, suggesting it contains a rule-binding essence akin to a sixth-tier wizard's power, an exaggerated level of technical sophistication. His steps subtly shifted, his movement trajectory adjusting to deftly avoid two arms reaching for his money pouch. Glancing at the two scrawny, terrified children, Jie Ming paused briefly, then tossed them 2 copper coins before turning to continue his thoughts. It seems the technical complexity of these special techniques in the cultivation world far exceeds that of most offensive spells. Since most cultivation spells require harnessing heaven and earth spiritual energy, which doesn't work well in the wizarding world, I've focused on these special techniques. Going forward, I can concentrate even more on them, Jie Ming mused. After all, his current combat and survival abilities were sufficient. If he encountered an unbeatable foe, relying on cultivator spells that couldn't harness spiritual energy for escape was futile. Better to focus on these special techniques. Looking up at the sky, Jie Ming turned and leisurely headed toward the Adventurers Guild. Besides gathering mortal aura, he planned to post a task at the Drunken Dolphin Tavern, collecting 100 flowers due. This was simple to gather. Dew condensed on flower petals in the morning, with the only requirement being as many flower types as possible. This dew, infused with the essence of various flowers, could be refined through a specific technique into 100 flowers dew, carrying related concepts. It was useful for aiding alchemy and nurturing the soul, making it a valuable material. Norn Academy grew plenty of magical herbs, so collecting some for experiments wasn't an issue, but their prices were exorbitant. Large-scale collection would make him a fool. Collecting it himself was too tedious, but now, with a stable base in Golden Harbor, he could finally gather it on a large scale. Jie Ming's task offered a lavish reward. 1 gold coin for every small cup, about 200 milliliters of 100 flowers dew. This was an astronomical sum for the typically impoverished adventurer community, shocking even the usually stoic Beastman bartender. "Jack, are you mad? 1 gold coin for a cup of dew." The Beastman bartender's short, thick eyebrows twisted, his eyes gleaming with incredulous greed. "Are you planning to pluck every flower in Golden Harbor Bald?" Jie Ming calmly tossed a gold coin as a deposit, which spun on the wooden table with a crisp ring. "Just post the task. Don't worry about the rest," he said coolly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The Beastman bartender quickly curbed his expression, rubbing his hands as he pocketed the coin and scurried off to post the task. Once the news spread, Golden Harbor's adventurers erupted in excitement. Days later, it was time for Jie Ming's first inspection of the 100 flowers dew. A long line formed outside the tavern, with adventurers, commoners, and even suburban farmers clutching bottles and jars of what they claimed was 100 flowers dew. Jie Ming sat by a second-floor window, while the Beastman bartender called out numbers. The first to approach was a wiry thief, grinning obsequiously as he handed over a sealed bottle. Jie Ming took it, his expression calm. A necklace appeared in his hand, its gem emitting a faint glow, like a precise magical detection tool. In truth, this was a cover. The real work was done by the technique he employed. With a gentle shake, the liquid in the bottle turned murky, emitting a faint, earthy smell. "This came from a mud pit, didn't it?" Jie Ming's voice was flat. The thief's smile froze, his eyes darting as he opened his mouth to argue. But Jie Ming casually tossed the bottle back. Next. The next few were similar, diluted, mixed with plain water, or even just river water passed off as dew. Jie Ming's magical tool revealed the truth with a single shake. "Umph. What's with the act?" A few burly, farmer-like men grew hostile. Having painstakingly collected a large jar of dew, only to be exposed by this young man, they were naturally indignant. One muscular, rough-faced farmer stepped forward, growling, "Kid, don't think you can dodge payment by playing tricks. We worked hard. Mid-sentence, his large hand reached for Jie Ming's collar, intending to intimidate. Jie Ming glanced at him expressionlessly, unmoving. As the man's hand neared, Jie Ming's foot shot out like lightning, striking the farmer's shin with precision. Crack! A bone-chilling snap echoed, and the farmer's massive body froze before he collapsed, clutching his leg and howling in agony, his face drenched in cold sweat. The other farmers paled, their bravado vanishing as they shrank back, not daring to make a sound. The tavern fell silent, everyone witnessing Jie Ming's ruthless strike. Only a few adventurers familiar with Jack's ferocity remained unfazed, even feeling a smug sense of superiority. Jie Ming had expected no useful materials today, but the next inspections brought an unexpected surprise. "My lord, this is 100 flowers due from my family's garden." A servant in worn but clean clothes respectfully offered a small wooden bottle filled with crystal-clear dew. Compared to the large jars others brought, this bottle's contents were modest. Jie Ming took it, and with a flash of his necklace, his eyes lit up. The dew was of exceptional quality, containing the essence of multiple flowers, proving its purity. 3 gold coins, Jie Ming said calmly, handing over the payment. The servant's face lit up with joy, thanking him repeatedly. More servants, similarly dressed, followed. Their 100 flowers due, though varying in quantity, all met Jie Ming's standards. Jie Ming's eyes narrowed. He understood. These were likely servants of minor nobles, once wealthy, but now struggling due to war, taking on high-reward tasks to maintain their master's dignity. With their own gardens, they could collect dew easily, and their noble pride made them more honest than the greedy farmers. Finally, a ragged 7- or 8-year-old orphan timidly pushed to the front, clutching a muddy, chipped clay bottle. Inside was a thin layer of exceptionally clear 100 flowers dew. The orphan's eyes were nervous, as if fearing Jie Ming would discard his offering like the others. Jie Ming took the bottle, and under the necklace's glow, the dew shone with pure radiance. He gave the orphan a silver coin and a few extra copper coins. "Well done." The orphan stared at the silver coin, tears welling up before he clutched the money and ran off, as if startled awake. Watching this, Jie Ming sighed inwardly. In the education he'd received, simplicity and farmers were nearly synonymous. He thought the poor would surprise him, driven by their need for money. Yet, they were the most cunning, trying every trick to pass off fakes. Ironically, those with some dignity proved purer. Morality has nothing to do with status or occupation, only with the person, he mused. This realization made his soul feel clearer, another form of tempering through the ways of the world. The night draped Dawn Manor, the once noble villa, in a veil of black velvet. By day, Jie Ming, under the guise of Jack, leisurely roamed the bustling streets of Golden Harbor, gathering mortal aura amidst the crowds and issuing high-reward tasks for 100 flowers due. When night fell, the villa became his true battlefield and place of cultivation. The lavish rewards for 100 flowers due, coupled with Jack's ruthless display at the Adventurers Guild, sent shockwaves through Golden Harbor's underworld. Some coveted the hefty gold coins, dismissing this newcomer as merely a brute. Others, unable to swallow the humiliation of Hammer Carl's public lesson, sought to reclaim their pride. Driven by greed and resentment, people began testing Dawn Manor under the cover of night. One evening, 2 thieves skilled in stealth slipped into the villa. Their movements were agile, like specters in the dark, attempting to evade patrolling guards and potential magical traps. Yet their actions were laid bare before Jie Ming's eyes. The garden, seemingly empty, was laced with a network of dim light eyes. Various models and types of dim light eyes were intricately arranged, detecting the slightest changes in airflow or the faintest traces of life force, none escaping Jie Ming's discerning gaze. As the thieves infiltrated the garden, searching for a breach, Jie Ming snapped out of his research. 2 rats, he sneered. For these greedy intruders disturbing his work, he showed no mercy. "Well, I happen to need test subjects for studying the Divine Faith Network." These two delivered themselves. His figure blurred, leaving only a faint afterimage. One thief felt a chill at the back of his neck before his vision darkened, losing consciousness. Jie Ming pinched his neck silently, dragging the unconscious thief into the shadows without a sound. The second thief only then noticed his partner's absence. His hair stood on end, and as he instinctively moved to sound an alarm, a surge of force struck from the side. Jie Ming's hand struck like a blade, hitting the thief's spine. With a muffled groan, the thief collapsed in agony, unable to move. "You came at the right time," Jie Ming said coldly, looming over him, a faint glow flickering at his fingertips. Terror filled the thief's eyes, but his paralyzed body could do nothing. Under the man's fearful gaze, Jie Ming read his memories, identifying their backer. With a flick of his finger, the two thieves' bodies flew toward the basement entrance, while the ground and walls smoothed over, leaving no trace. In the nights that followed, the probes grew bolder and more varied. Some attempted to cast curses around the villa to weaken Jack, but the casters vanished without a trace before the curses could take hold. A group of burly men tried to force their way through the gate, only to be blasted back by a single kick from Jie Ming behind the door, their bodies bursting into blood-mist midair. An adventuring party even used crude magical tools to deceive Jie Ming, but their shoddy tricks only enriched his stock of test subjects. Within days, Dawn Manor gained infamy in Golden Harbor's underworld. Anyone who approached vanished like mud into the sea, as if the villa were a man-eating abyss. The once arrogant thugs reined in their claws, and adventurers eyeing the high rewards fell silent. Golden Harbor's nights grew quieter, all because of that villa. Finally, this reputation, built on death, drew out the true decision-maker. On a sunny morning, a squad of guards in fine armor escorted a portly merchant in silk robes, cautiously stopping before Dawn Manor. The merchant, Lane, was a heavyweight in Golden Harbor's underworld and the boss behind Hammer Carl. He represented the interests of most local nobles, making him an ideal spokesperson. Behind him, two guards dragged a battered Hammer Carl, looking like a dead dog. Carl, with a deliberately broken leg, trembled, his face twisted with fear and humiliation, fresh wounds evident. A clear sign he'd been taught a harsh lesson. "Lord Jack," Lane halted 3 meters from a gate, his face wreathed in a humble smile. He bowed deeply, his voice tinged with a faint tremor. "I, Lane, have brought this fool to apologize to you." He kicked Carl savagely, forcing the already pale man to contort further and kneel before Jie Ming. "This idiot dared to offend your majesty. He deserves death. Please, my lord, calm your anger and deal with him as you see fit." Lane's tone was harsh yet laced with deference to Jie Ming. Carl lay prostrate, trembling, not daring to utter a word. He knew his life depended on this young man's mood. Jie Ming stood on the villa's porch, sunlight casting shadows behind him, obscuring his expression. He silently observed the scene, sensing Lane's fear and Carl's despair. He understood this was the local noble's concession. Having Lane apologize showed their sincerity without losing face, indirectly signaling their acceptance of Jie Ming's foreign power. The noble's message was clear: let's keep the peace. If he were Jie Ming, he'd teach these locals a lesson about might makes right. But as Jack, there was no need to burn bridges. Besides, a stable Golden Harbor suited his interests. In truth, Jie Ming had orchestrated this from the start. Though unspoken, he deliberately projected the image of a noble's black glove since entering the city. Compared to other adventurers, he naturally attracted more scrutiny. But once his strength was confirmed, the nobles would back off and even treat him as one of their own. It was an unspoken rule among nobles. After all, a dragon doesn't crush a local snake unless provoked, but only if the dragon is truly mighty, not a mere eel. After numerous probes, both sides had established their ecological niches. For the sake of noble dignity, they wouldn't push further. "I accept your apology," Jie Ming said flatly, his voice devoid of emotion. "As for this one, I don't want to see him again." Lane exhaled in relief, as if a weight had lifted. He knew this mysterious, powerful Lord Jack had accepted the apology, ending the matter. Jie Ming gained immunity from disturbance, while they preserved their dignity. Carl suffered, but at least he'd live. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your mercy." Lane bowed repeatedly, signaling his guards, who swiftly dragged Carl away, retreating from Dawn Manor's domain. From that moment, Golden Harbor's underworld knew Dawn Manor and its master, Jack, were untouchable. Inside Dawn Manor, after securing his immunity, Jie Ming rarely left except to collect 100 flowers due every few days, immersing himself in his research. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since his arrival in Golden Harbor. The spacious basement, expanded by spatial techniques, had been transformed into a temporary laboratory, lined with runic carving tools, alchemical vessels, and testing equipment. Ugh, relying solely on biological experiments to study the divine faith network is far from enough. At the operating table, a disheveled Jie Ming looked up, sighing deeply. "I really want to capture a deity for research. Damn it, if I'd known, I'd have gone easier on that blood angel." After 2 months studying the divine faith network, Jie Ming increasingly understood why wizards coveted deities. They were veritable treasures of the wizarding world. Each deity embodied the essence of a plane's rules, representing over 80% of its total value. Even with crude equipment and limited materials, studying the divine faith network in this plane had yielded immense insights in just 2 months. The research could be broken into subtopics: energy transmission, information transmission, energy conversion, and more. I've only scratched the surface of the energy transmission system, but even so, applying these findings to myself could boost my great radiance form by over 30%. Damn, I want to capture a deity even more now. Such yields and such a crude setup made Jie Ming yearn for what he could achieve with a real deity on his operating table. Sigh, I'm just daydreaming with my current strength. After indulging in fantasies, Jie Ming returned to reality. With a sigh, he waved his hand, cleaning the chaotic experiment table, and shuffled out of the basement. For the past 2 months, Golden Harbor's surface remained as prosperous as ever. The port's docks were perpetually crowded with merchant ships, their sails snapping in the wind, while the shouts of laborers echoed endlessly. At the Drunken Dolphin Tavern, Jie Ming occasionally met with Old Gray, gleaning bits of street gossip. "The border's getting restless again, Jack," Old Gray said, downing a mug of mulled ale and wiping his mouth, his voice low. "The orcs are stirring up trouble with constant skirmishes. Those greenskins got thrashed like dogs by the wizards before, but now that the wizards have eased their offensive, they're getting cocky again." Jie Ming nodded calmly. "I heard the nobles plan to renege on the promised supplies." "Huh, nothing new there," Old Gray scoffed. "Those nobles screw over their own kind, let alone some greenskins." He took another swig. "Still, I don't know what these nobles are thinking. It's wartime, and they're bold enough to pull this stunt. Aren't they afraid of orc retaliation?" "Probably blinded by greed," Jie Ming said, shaking his head. He could sense the city's nerves gradually unraveling. The local nobles, especially those who'd amassed fortunes through wartime, smuggling, and hoarding, had grown extravagant, oblivious to external threats. Perhaps they saw the dangers, but let immense profits cloud their judgment, willfully ignoring the risks. However, according to Amy's intel, the camp has halted its offensive and even started pulling back defenses. Looks like the wizards planned to exploit the situation here. At this thought, Jie Ming took a sip from his mug, hiding the slight curl of his lips. At night, during a noble's private banquet, goblets clinked and laughter filled the air. In the city's central noble district, elegant silk gowns and glittering jewels were everywhere. Nobles swayed wine glasses in opulent salons, their soft murmurs laced with the arrogance of victors. "I hear the greenskins are stirring again, with constant border skirmishes," a corpulent local baron, fingers adorned with gem-encrusted rings, said, raising his glass to an earl beside him at the private feast. "Just a bunch of barbarians without mage protection. What waves can they make?" They scurried like rats when the wizards crushed them last time. Now that the wizards have slowed down, they think they're tough again. The Earl smirked disdainfully. The orcs should be grateful. No need to fully honor the promised supplies. Toss them a bone to keep them fighting the wizards on the front lines. That's the best outcome. The wizards have pulled back their lines anyway. Clearly, we've scared them off. His words spoke of wizards, but his eyes gleamed with scheming, clearly focused on how to shortchange the orcs further. To these local nobles, who'd grown rich through wartime profiteering, this peace was the fruit of their cunning and wealth. Yet, in the shadowed corners of this thriving city, a different scene unfolded. Exiled nobles from other regions, stripped of ancestral lands and income, lived in poverty. They sold off their remaining assets, renting in Golden Harbor's remote districts. Though their clothes remained neat, they couldn't hide the exhaustion on their faces or the resentment in their eyes. Jie Ming's 100 flowers due was mostly collected by the servants of these exiled nobles. In fact, the due's rewards had become the sole livelihood for many of them. But Jie Ming's resources were limited. His arrival merely delayed the inevitable eruption of tensions. Still, his presence had postponed the city's underlying conflicts, plunging Golden Harbor into a false peace. Under this illusion, the city's defenses grew appallingly lax. Guards on the walls idled, playing dice and casting bored glances outside. Port patrols gathered in 2s and 3s, boasting about tavern women and their escapades. Commanders were consumed by internal power struggles, their minds fixed on seizing more land and wealth post-war. The city was like a grand ship, basking in false calm before a storm, its hull already riddled with rot. Night fell again, and Golden Harbor's bustle quieted. Jie Ming returned to his villa, sitting cross-legged in the study, entering deep meditation. His mental sea was a tranquil lake, where sorcery runes intertwined with his soul, faintly glowing. Suddenly, a subtle tremor rose from the earth's depths, nearly imperceptible, yet it made Jie Ming's heart skip. Then a faint evening breeze carried the stench of blood and slaughter, mixed with the scent of charred wood, abruptly invading his senses. In the distance, an unusual roar, feral and beastly, echoed faintly before being swept away by the night wind. Jie Ming's eyes snapped open, his icy gaze piercing the thick walls toward Golden Harbor's edge. He stared in a certain direction, a low chuckle escaping him. It's begun. The next instant, Golden Harbor's silence was shattered by an earth-shaking explosion. To the west, a fiery blaze shot skyward, accompanied by a booming blast. The city wall there had been blown open, leaving a massive breach. Roar! Kill! Beastly howls and deep, savage roars thundered through the night sky. Countless towering figures surged through the breach like a tide, green-skinned, clad in crude armor, wielding massive, rudimentary weapons. Orcs. Simultaneously, chaos erupted across the city. Through his prearranged dim light eye detection system, Jie Ming clearly saw the city's upheavals. While the western gate was blasted open by magic, the other seemingly sturdy gates were silently opened from within. Dark figures, some in noble servant's garb, others in tattered mercenary armor, flashed with fervent, furious eyes. They stabbed their comrades, tearing fatal gaps for the orcs to pour through. These were the exiled nobles and their private soldiers. The disparity caused by war's upheavals, contrasted with the bloated wealth of local nobles, made them easy prey for orc manipulation, determined to redistribute the city's wealth. Kill for the Earth Mother. The frenzied orc vanguard, like bloodthirsty wolves, charged toward the city's core and guard headquarters. Adorned with war tattoos, wielding giant axes and bone blades, each step shook the ground. Among them, Jie Ming spotted massive berserk warboars carrying spear-wielding orc riders, unstoppable as they barreled through streets, and swift wolf cavalry darting like black whirlwinds between buildings. Golden Harbor's already feeble defenses, caught off guard by this internal-external assault, were powerless. The command center was ambushed and destroyed instantly, paralyzing the defense system. Wall guards were stabbed from behind or eliminated by orc arrows before they could react. Chaos spread like a plague. Flames soared. Houses collapsed under orc trampling, and screams, curses, desperate cries, and excited orc roars blended into a hellish symphony. Blood flowed in rivers through the streets. Local nobles and merchants, caught unprepared, saw their lavish robes soaked in blood, torn apart like rag dolls by the orcs. Yesterday's decadence became today's wreckage. The orc vanguard didn't pause. Their goal clear the city for the main army. Jie Ming's area, a hub for nobles and merchants, was naturally a prime target. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk, kill, kill, kill. Heavy footsteps and crude war cries rapidly approached the villa. But as the orcs entered the wealthy district, their swift advance slowed. The hired forces of nobles and merchants far outclassed the city's official guards, and many nobles were formidable themselves. With abundant magical tools, they used the district's buildings as fortifications, momentarily halting the orc assault. But that was as far as it went. As other gates were silently opened, orcs compressed the residents' living space, herding more toward the wealthy district. Fearing spies among the crowd or disruption of their lines, the nobles couldn't let them in. Under such pressure, their defenses would soon crumble. Torchlight pierced the curtains, casting flickering shadows in the room. As the roars grew closer, Jie Ming rose slowly, his aura shifting from calm to an abyss-like stillness. He extinguished the villa's lights with a wave, plunging Dawn Manor into darkness, like a beast lurking in the night, exuding intangible danger. Outside, the gate shuddered under the charge of berserk war boars, then collapsed with a boom. A group of orc warriors in crude leather armor, flanked by turncoat human soldiers, roared as they stormed the villa, grinning savagely, ready to plunder. As the heavy gate collapsed under the onslaught of orcs and traitorous private soldiers, Jie Ming stood at the villa's entrance. The orc vanguard, alongside human soldiers with frenzied, bloodthirsty eyes, charged in with roars, wielding blood-stained axes and curved blades, expecting an easy plunder of a wealthy merchant's estate. Seeing Jie Ming standing calmly in the courtyard, they froze for a moment, instinctively sensing a trap. But detecting no magical fluctuations from him, their excitement surged again. "Kill everything! Take everything!" roared the bulliest orc, its brown fur covering a muscular frame, its massive axe glinting as it locked onto Jie Ming. Behind it, 7 or 8 orc warriors on war boars and a dozen private soldiers swarmed in, filling the spacious courtyard. A flicker of disdain passed through Jie Ming's eyes as he shook his head. "Really, I'm hardly in a position to judge you. But from where I stand, letting you conquer this city so easily won't do." He moved. Jie Ming's speed tore through the air, becoming a blur in the invader's eyes. Before the lead orc's axe could fall, Jie Ming sidestepped, dodging the blade. His right hand clamped onto the orc's thick wrist like iron. The elite orc's face twisted in sheer terror. Not fear of a strong foe, but utter disbelief. The grip on its wrist felt not like a living hand, but an unbreakable chain. No, with its strength, it could snap chains. Yet this seemingly casual grasp left it utterly powerless, devoid of any will to resist. Impossible. Crack! A bone-chilling snap echoed through the hall. The orc's wrist twisted at an unnatural angle, its axe slipping free, spinning through the air to crash into the wall. The orc let out a pained wail, but before it could retract its arm, Jie Ming's left fist shot out like a cannonball, striking its jaw with precision. Boom! With a muffled thud, the hulking orc reeled back like a scarecrow hit by a hammer, its neck snapping audibly. Its pupils dilated, and its massive body collapsed backward, slamming into the floor with a heavy thud, motionless. Jie Ming's expression showed surprise as he looked at the fallen orc. He hadn't held back on that strike. Yet this mere first-tier creature had withstood his punch without its head exploding. Though they're all orcs, the feel of striking their bodies is completely different. Is it due to their faith? Jie Ming flexed his hand, savoring the sensation of the attack. All happened in a flash. The other orcs and soldiers barely registered what occurred before their comrade became a corpse. Fear, like an icy serpent, coiled around their hearts. Attack. He's just one man, a human soldier leader shouted hoarsely, trying to rally them. But before he could finish, Jie Ming charged into the group like a leopard. No dazzling magical glow. Jie Ming relied purely on physical strength. He ducked low, dodging a sweeping curved blade, his right leg lashing out like a whip to strike an orc's knee. Crack! The orc collapsed to one knee, howling in pain. Jie Ming didn't pause, grabbing its hair with his left hand and yanking, delivering a brutal knee strike to its face. Its nose caved in, blood spraying. The orc twitched a few times before collapsing. A soldier lunged from the side, his dagger aimed at Jie Ming's ribs. Jie Ming tilted his body, letting the blade graze his leather armor with a grating screech. In a flash, he seized the soldier's wrist, twisting it outward like wringing a cloth. Ah! The soldier screamed in agony. His wrist contorted unnaturally, the dagger clattering to the ground. Jie Ming's eyes were cold, devoid of mercy. A kick to the soldier's chest sent him flying like a rag doll, crashing into the wall with a visibly caved-in chest as he slid down. The cramped courtyard became Jie Ming's stage. Each strike was accompanied by the sickening crunch of breaking bones and desperate screams. His movements were simple, yet terrifyingly efficient and powerful, each contact spelling death. Though not skilled in combat techniques, his superhuman reflexes and strength made him unstoppable. Monster! He's a monster, several human soldiers cried, their courage shattered. They screamed in terror, trying to flee. The orcs, however, reacted oppositely. Facing such a formidable foe, their fighting spirit blazed fiercer. Kill! Kill him with me! To try to flee outward, others pressed inward, clogging the entrance in chaos. You can't escape, Jie Ming's calm voice whispered like the Reaper's call. He leaped, his toes lightly tapping a soldier's head, vaulting into the air and landing on the back of a fleeing berserk war boar. The boar roared in fury, trying to shake him off, but Jie Ming's arms clamped onto its mane like roots. With a twist, he channeled his strength into his knee, slamming it into the boar's cervical spine. Crunch! The boar froze, letting out an unwilling groan before collapsing. Its massive hooves twitched twice, then stilled. The orc rider was flung off by inertia, but before it hit the ground, Jie Ming's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing its ankle and swinging it like a sack, smashing it into another charging orc. Bang! The two orcs collided with muffled thuds, collapsing lifelessly. In less than 2 minutes, the once raucous hall had become a slaughterhouse. Over a dozen orc and human soldier corpses lay scattered in pools of blood, the air thick with the stench of death and decay. Jie Ming's breathing remained steady, his body untainted by a single drop of blood. He stepped out of the courtyard into the villa's garden. More orc warriors, drawn by the commotion, were climbing the walls or pouring through the breached side gate. Their torches lit up the night, illuminating Jie Ming's figure, like a specter from hell. You came too, Jie Ming said flatly, his gaze sweeping over the savage, greedy orcs. Human, think you can stop us? Roared an especially tall orc officer wielding a massive war hammer, backed by dozens of elite orc warriors and several hulking boar riders. Jie Ming didn't reply, only glancing critically. No shamans. For his divine faith network research, angels were out of reach, but shamans seemed like decent subjects. Sadly, this orc invasion appeared to lack any. Of course, caster units like shamans probably didn't even enter the city. Jie Ming shook his head, his tone laced with disappointment. Fine, your commander looks strong enough to serve as a test subject. As for you, he eyed the orc officer, shaking his head. Too weak. Kill him. The orc officer roared in fury, swinging its warhammer and charging. Its warriors followed, their thunderous roars shaking the ground as they rushed Jie Ming. Jie Ming tapped his foot, soaring into the air, appearing above the orc officer like a phantom before it could react. You're too slow. A downward leg strike, heavy as a mountain, aimed for the officer's head. The orc instinctively raised its war hammer to block, but it underestimated Jie Ming's terrifying physical strength. Boom! With a deafening crash, the war hammer bent, and the officer's massive body shuddered, its legs sinking into the ground as its knees shattered with a chilling crack. Its eyes brimmed with disbelief and agony. Jie Ming landed, giving it no chance to recover. His right hand shot out, seizing the officer's head and twisting sharply. Crack! Another crisp, fatal snap. The officer's hulking body swayed before collapsing, its war hammer rolling away. Its eyes bulged, unseeing in death. The instant death of their commander shattered the orcs' morale. Their frenzied charge halted, replaced by fear and hesitation. He killed the captain. Run! Chaos spread through the orc ranks. But Jie Ming gave them no chance to escape. Blood splattered across the garden. Severed limbs flew, and screams rose and fell. Orcs trying to flee managed only a few steps before Jie Ming caught them, killing with a single blow. None survived, his figure blurred in the night, omnipresent like the Reaper. When the last orc fell, its neck snapped in despair. No living invaders remained in or around the villa. The air was thick with blood, mingling with the fragrance of soil and flowers in an eerie balance. Jie Ming stood expressionless amid the carnage, his robe spotless, his gaze calm as still water. He looked toward the city, where flames still soared and explosions echoed, but his area was now clear. In the distance, more orcs, sensing the disturbance, were converging on his location. "I hope there's a test subject that can surprise me," he muttered. As the first rays of morning sunlight struggled to pierce the veil of night, casting their glow over Golden Harbor, a hellish scene unfolded. The air was thick with the stench of smoke, blood, and charred wood, a toxic miasma enveloping the city. Gone was the usual clamor, replaced by sporadic screams, the groans of the dying, and the crackling of flames devouring timber. The streets, once vibrant, lay in ruin. Ornate shop fronts were torn apart, precious goods looted, leaving only shattered pottery and toppled shelves. The muddy ground was littered with discarded weapons, blood-stained clothes, and grisly, severed limbs. Several abandoned war boar corpses sprawled in the road center, their fur singed, reeking of decay. Occasionally, survivors crawled from the rubble, their eyes vacant, faces pale, wandering like walking corpses in futile search for kin or belongings. Jie Ming stood on the porch of Dawn Manor, a gentle breeze ruffling his immaculate robe. After a night of slaughter, his breathing remained steady, his body untouched by even a speck of dust. Before the villa, hundreds of orc and human soldier corpses were neatly stacked into a small hill, their dried blood a dark brown under the morning light. The mound of bodies radiated the chill of death, silently proclaiming the safety of this area. Looking at the three orc commanders, bound tightly like dumplings and still struggling, Jie Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect such surprises. My efforts weren't in vain." To maximize stealth and ensure success, the orcs had sent a small but elite force, led by 3 second-tier commanders. Though Golden Harbor had 5 resident legendary figures, their strength varied greatly. These 3 orc commanders, strong even among second-tier beings, could easily overpower 2 of the city's novice legendary figures each. "Who are you, and what's your purpose?" A broken voice growled in Orcish. Looking down, Jie Ming saw one orc commander, cheek torn, forcing word from the side of its mouth. The commander's heart was gripped by terror, unable to fathom this man's motives. If he were the city's hidden guardian, their invasion shouldn't have gone so smoothly, even allowing the 3 of them to kill Golden Harbor's 5 legendaries. But if he had no ties, why intervene at the last moment? And with such terrifying strength, the commander, known for caution despite its near-peak mortal strength, had rallied allies upon sensing trouble. With their combined power and a shaman's blessing, they could face even an angel for a few moves. Yet against this man, they were powerless. His life essence didn't even seem to surpass legendary, so why? A sudden realization hit, and the commander's pupils shrank, its torn cheek slurring its words. Ard, you're a wizard. Oh, such remarkable vitality. I knew it already, but it never ceases to amaze me. You guessed right, but sadly no one will hear, Jie Ming said, looking down with a faint smile. With a kick for each, he sent the 3 commanders into the manor. His reason was simple: prolong the war between orcs and humans, draining both sides while stoking their hatred. Capturing test subjects was just a bonus. He had no need to explain this to his specimens. The manor was shielded by a 6-tier isolation array he'd purchased. Given the wizard system's uniqueness, even the gods of this world couldn't detect anything amiss inside, unless they specifically investigated. Now, only the orc leadership and the 5 dead human legendaries knew the true strength of this raid. Let both sides fight and figure it out. In the distance, noble castles and manors smoldered, some teetering in faint flames, though most seemed only startled, not fully breached. As Jie Ming calmly cleaned the bloodstains around the villa, cautious figures emerged from the noble district's alleys. They were Golden Harbor's most prominent nobles, clad in disheveled robes and expensive furs, their faces etched with the fear and exhaustion of survivors. Their soldiers cleared the way, weapons in hand, each step wary. Last night, they'd teetered on the brink of death, but the orcs, as if receiving some signal, had gradually withdrawn from their area, easing the pressure enough for them to survive until morning. Look, it's Baron Garcia's villa. A trembling steward pointed toward Jie Ming. There's no fire. As they cautiously approached Dawn Manor, they froze, gasping in shock. Instead of a looted ruin, they saw a mountain of corpses, and beside it, the silent, statue-like figure of Jack. This is impossible, a white-haired earl whispered, legs trembling. Hiding in airtight cellars last night, they'd heard the earth-shaking cries and screams, certain their family's end had come. They knew the orc vanguard's ferocity, the city guard's collapse, and the invader's strength. Yet the scene before them showed this young man had single-handedly repelled so many attackers. Lord Jack, the portly baron, reacted first. Ignoring noble decorum, he rushed forward, dropping to his knees with a thud, his fat frame quivering. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for your unmatched valor. Without you, we'd all be ashes. The other nobles snapped to attention, kneeling or bowing deeply, their postures utterly submissive. After last night, they were truly terrified. For the first time, they grasped the true meaning of power. My lord, you are Golden Harbor's guardian deity. My family will serve you for generations. By the gods, your strength is like a war god descended to the mortal realm. Flattering words poured forth like they cost nothing. These once haughty nobles now groveling like humble servants. They didn't even dare meet Jie Ming's eyes, fearing to enrage this demon-like powerhouse. Jie Ming watched them calmly, expressionless. No need for formalities. You'd better start cleaning up, he said coolly, his voice soft but commanding, silencing their flattery and inspiring awe. Their brief elation and gratitude quickly faded, replaced by deeper fear and despair. These nobles were no fools. They soon snapped out of the temporary safety Jie Ming provided, realizing a greater crisis loomed. Everyone, though we're safe for now, it's only temporary, the Earl said, pale and trembling, breaking the brief silence. Last night's attack was just the vanguard, a signal the orcs have torn up the peace agreement. Exactly, a viscount chimed in shakily. The orcs struck without warning. Golden Harbor's defenses are in shambles. We've lost the city guard, the command center. This city can't hold. Panic spread among the nobles, their eyes exchanging despair. We must leave. To the capital. Only the capital can withstand the orc army. But from here to the capital, even by fast horse, it's a 7-day ride. The wilderness is rife with magical beasts, and with the orcs breaking the treaty, they've likely set ambushes on the road. Our private soldiers, The Baron glanced at his trembling guards, despair written on his face. They couldn't even handle last night's attack. How can they escort us through a battlefield? The noble group descended into unprecedented chaos and anxiety. Watching their wealth and lives hang by a thread, their powerlessness nearly broke them. Quick, pack everything. Take all we can carry. Hurry, carriages. Prepare more carriages. Gems. Stuff them in boxes. Forget the bulky gold and silver. In an instant, the area outside Dawn Manor buzzed like a disturbed hornet's nest as nobles scattered to their homes. They ordered servants to cram valuable jewels, rare magical materials, ancient books, scrolls, and even family heirloom artworks into sturdy chests, loading them onto lavish carriages. Servants, frantic and dust-covered, moved hurriedly. Noble etiquette vanished. Silk gowns were muddied, costly furs hastily bundled, and meticulously styled hair turned disheveled. The air filled with anxious shouts, the clatter of objects, and the nervous whinnies of horses. Jie Ming watched it all, a faint smirk curling his lips. He knew these nobles would soon return to him of their own accord. The rising sun failed to dispel the gloom shrouding Golden Harbor. The nobles' frantic and chaotic preparations for escape continued. Horses whinnied, carriage wheels creaked, and the scene was one of utter pandemonium. Amid the chaos, an undeniable anxiety and despair permeated the air. With just these guards, we'll never make it to the capital safely, a usually pampered marquis said, his forehead beaded with sweat, his voice trembling. The wilderness is crawling with magical beasts, and the orc vanguard could strike at any moment. We're heading to our deaths. But who else can we rely on? A viscount asked, scanning the surroundings with despair in his eyes. The city guard had collapsed. The nobles' private soldiers were inadequate, and adventurers had either fled or demanded exorbitant fees without guaranteeing safety. All eyes inevitably turned to the villa in the distance, where a mountain of orc corpses stood, a beacon of hope centered on Jack, who had displayed extraordinary power the previous night. After urgent, hushed discussions, Golden Harbor's most prominent nobles, Reinhardt, the esteemed Earl, Fabio, the wealthy Baron, and General Brandon, who held the last vestiges of military authority, formed a temporary delegation. They straightened their disheveled robes, suppressed their fear, and plastered on their most humble smiles, cautiously approaching Dawn Manor. When they reached the villa's gate, Jie Ming had already tidied up inside and stood at the entrance, calmly watching their approach. His pristine robe stood in stark contrast to the blood-soaked carnage behind him. Lord Jack, Earl Reinhardt, stepped forward first, bowing deeply despite his age, his reverence surpassing even that shown to a king. We apologize for disturbing you again, but this concerns our family's survival. We beg your indulgence. Earl, what's your business? Jie Ming's tone was even. Reinhardt straightened, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face before resolve took over. He took a deep breath, as if steeling himself, and said gravely, "My lord, last night you turned the tide and saved our families. Such a debt we'll never forget. But as you know, the orc army is approaching, and Golden Harbor is a doomed city. We must abandon it and flee to the capital." He glanced at the anxious Baron Fabio and General Brandon beside him, continuing, "However, the journey to the capital is long and perilous, fraught with unknown magical beasts and potential orc ambushes. Our families have private soldiers, but they're far from capable of facing true danger." So, Baron Fabio interjected, wringing his hands, his plump face full of pleading, "We beseech you, my lord, please escort us to the capital. If you agree, our families will offer everything we have as compensation." General Brandon stepped forward, though once a commander of great armies, now reduced to a respectful salute. "Your valor is unmatched in the mortal world. If you escort us safely to the capital, our families will offer not only vast wealth, but all our treasured magical items and ancient tomes. Upon arrival, we'll introduce you to the royal court and cabinet elites, securing you the highest titles and even land. This journey will not disappoint you, my lord. Gold, magical items, tomes, titles, land, and royal connections. These temptations, enough to drive any adventurer mad, poured toward Jie Ming like a flood. They offered the highest resources their top-tier noble status could muster. Jie Ming listened quietly, his expression shifting slightly, as if struggling to maintain composure but letting a trace of greed slip through. The sharp-eyed nobles caught this, exchanging glances with a spark of joy. As long as he had desires, they could work with that. In a world of vast power disparities, the wealth amassed by noble families over generations far exceeded common imagination. Desire was no issue. They had plenty to satisfy it. Yet they didn't notice the absence of any emotional ripple in Jie Ming's eyes. Watching them, his thoughts surged like ocean tides. This was a perfect opportunity, an ideal one. As Jack, he'd established his might in Golden Harbor, eliminating many threats. But his identity lacked a convincing backstory. Accepting the noble's escort mission to become a guardian hero was the perfect way to legitimize and sanitize his presence. Moreover, the human kingdom's capital was a core city of the Alosia Plain, not just its political and military hub, but also the epicenter of mortal faith in the divine network. Countless devotees prayed there, and grand temples stood tall. It was an ideal chance to deeply study the divine faith network of Alosia and observe the god's broader influence in the mortal world. His prior actions had set the stage for everything to unfold as he'd planned. He lifted his gaze slightly, scanning the tense and desperate nobles before him, a faint, enigmatic smile curling his lips. Since the Earl, Baron, and General are so gracious, Jie Ming's voice rose slowly, carrying an undeniable magnetism. Then this deal I'll take. At his affirmative reply, the nobles' faces erupted in overwhelming joy. Earl Reinhardt's lips trembled, nearly tearing up. Wonderful, wonderful. My lord, you are our family's savior. However, Jie Ming's voice cut through their elation, pulling them back to reality, his tone still cool, but now laced with a chilling pressure. My compensation won't be measured by the common wealth you speak of. Reinhardt tensed immediately. Name your terms, my lord. Whatever our families can provide, we won't hold back. My demands are simple, Jie Ming said, his gaze sharp, sweeping over each noble. First, during the escort, I hold supreme command, route campsite, defense arrangements, and even the right to deal with any who disobey. Your private soldiers and mercenaries must follow my orders without question. This caused the nobles' faces to shift. This meant handing their families' fates entirely to Jie Ming. But recalling his terrifying prowess last night and the looming orc threat, they gritted their teeth and nodded. Second, all spoils encountered along the way, wealth, magical items, anything not owned by your families, belong to me. That includes anything taken from orcs, Jie Ming added. The spoils mattered little to him, but enriched his persona. That's only natural. You're the leader. All spoils are yours. Baron Fabio quickly agreed. Third, Jie Ming's gaze deepened, pausing deliberately to let their suspense build. Upon reaching the capital, you'll use all your connections to secure royal commendation for me. The condition sounded odd, but the nobles exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a knowing, as expected look. They'd investigated Jack early on, finding nothing useful. His past seemed that of an ordinary adventurer, too authentic to match the powerhouse before them. Combined with his actions in Golden Harbor, the nobles naturally assumed he was a hidden agent of another kingdom's nobility. General Brandon had shared his observations during their discussion. From the battle traces, Jack was immensely powerful but lacked advanced combat techniques. This fit the profile of a hidden agent. Secrecy was paramount, not strength. But if an agent grew too powerful, they risked their master's suspicion and jealousy, just like Jack. His actions suggested he'd been laying groundwork in Golden Harbor. The orc invasion had likely disrupted his plans. For a distrusted agent with a failed mission, what was the best way out? Sanitizing their identity, Of course. This must be his true aim. But that was fine. It benefited them too. As long as he escorted them, anything was negotiable. That's no trouble at all. My lord, we'll do everything to secure this for you. Reinhardt promised without hesitation. To them, this was far easier to fulfill than titles or gold. Good. Jie Ming gave a faint smile, tinged with satisfaction, then prepared to depart quickly. I'm ready to leave any time, but I don't want the orc army arriving while you're still dawdling. Glancing at the large pack beside Jie Ming, the noble smiled. It seemed he'd long planned to leave. Perfect. Their goals aligned for mutual benefit. Rest assured, we're ready and can depart any time. When Jie Ming agreed to provide escort, the nobles of Golden Harbor felt as if they had been pulled back from the depths of hell. They were ecstatic, rushing to spread the news, their excitement boundless. However, Jie Ming's next words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing their joy. I won't wait long. The carriages must be prepared immediately. Only the most essential, lightweight supplies are allowed. Leave the rest behind. His voice was cold and resolute. Golden Harbor's location is precarious. The beastmen will soon organize their next attack. We must leave before the sun fully rises. His words caused the nobles, who had been preparing to flee with all their possessions, to pale instantly. But Jie Ming's demonstrated combat prowess and the looming threat of the beastmen army gave them no room for defiance. Count Reinhardt was the first to react, his voice trembling as he acknowledged the order and swiftly relayed Jie Ming's commands. Under the pressure of survival, the nobles worked with surprising efficiency. Soon, beneath the battered city gates, the nobles' carriage convoy formed a bloated, winding serpent, slowly setting off in the morning light. Count Reinhardt's pale face bore the exhaustion of a survivor. Through the carriage curtains, he cast a final glance at the still smoking port, his heart heavy. Jie Ming did not ride a horse or board a carriage. Instead, he walked at the forefront of the convoy. His steps were steady, each one measured with precision, without a single wasted movement. Keep up. No one falls behind. He didn't turn back, but his voice carried clearly to every corner of the convoy, laced with unquestionable authority. A few private soldiers, worn out from a night of fear and fatigue, stumbled and lagged behind. Jie Ming merely tilted his head, his gaze like two icy blades piercing one panting soldier. The soldiers shuddered under the stare, as if whipped by an invisible lash, and scrambled to catch up. Another soldier opened his mouth to complain, but Jie Ming flicked his hand, sending a small pebble whistling through the air to strike the man's shinbone. "This!" The soldier gasped in pain. Clutching his leg, his face ashen, he dared not speak under Jie Ming's gaze and gritted his teeth to quicken his pace. The entire convoy felt Jie Ming's undeniable power. The nobles, inside their carriages, fell silent, no longer daring to complain. The convoy moved along a barren dirt road toward the capital. Low shrubs and sparse woods lined the path, the air filled only with the rustle of wind through dry grass and the creak of wheels over stones. The towns outside Golden Harbor had already been cleared by the beastmen. The farther they traveled, the fewer traces of human activity remained. The nobles occasionally peeked through their curtains, their unease growing at the desolate sights. After hours of travel, the sun climbed high overhead. The convoy reached a relatively flat, hilly area when a high-pitched, feral wolf howl shattered the wilderness's silence. The ground began to tremble faintly, the vibrations growing clearer and stronger. In the distance, at the horizon's edge, black silhouettes appeared, charging toward the convoy like wild horses at terrifying speed. It's the beastmen, wolf cavalry," a sharp-eyed guard shouted in terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Over 20 robust war wolves came into view, their limbs moving as if soaring through the air. On their backs rode beastmen, archers in fine leather armor, and wolf knights wielding curved blades. Exuding bloodthirsty ferocity, these beastmen were clearly scouts from the vanguard, their goal clear: harass and delay this seemingly rich, noble convoy. "Watch out! They're charging!" Panic erupted within the convoy. Shrill screams burst from the nobles' carriages. Servants trembled in fear, some collapsing to the ground in terror. The private soldiers hurriedly drew their weapons, forming a defensive line, but their hands shook, their eyes filled with fear of the unknown. The wolf cavalry was too fast, surging like a black tide from the convoy's flank, aiming straight for the ornate carriages. "Damn it! Don't let them break through!" General Brandon roared hoarsely. As chaos engulfed the convoy, the figure at the forefront remained unmoved. Jie Ming glanced at the wolf cavalry, not even giving the soldiers behind him time to form a proper defense. With a slight lift of his leg, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. His speed defied mortal comprehension, a blur of black shadow in everyone's eyes, rushing into the densest part of the wolf cavalry's charge in an instant. Roar! A massive warwolf, carrying a beastman archer with a giant bow, lunged at Jie Ming, its sharp fangs and claws tearing through the air. Jie Ming slid to the side like a phantom, dodging the attack. His right hand shot out, seizing the warwolf's neck. The wolf let out a pained howl as its massive body was halted midair by Jie Ming's immense strength. His left hand flashed, drawing a short sword from his waist. The blade traced a perfect arc, slicing cleanly through the warwolf's neck. SSSSH. Hot blood sprayed, the warwolf's final whimper echoing as its massive body twitched in the air before crashing to the ground, kicking up dust. The beastman archer on its back was flung off before he could react. Jie Ming kicked off the wolf's corpse, launching himself toward the still airborne archer. Boom! A swift whip-like kick struck the archer's chest. The beastman had no time to resist. His chest caved in instantly. The beastman's tough physique became a disadvantage, as the kick, capable of reducing a human to a bloody mist, sent him flying like a cannonball, crashing into another charging warwolf. Both figures tumbled to the ground, twitching briefly before going still. Meanwhile, the remaining wolf cavalry had fully encircled the convoy. Wolf howls, beastmen roars, noble screams, and the clash of metal wove into a chaotic, bloody scene. The private soldiers fought desperately, but their blades struggled to inflict fatal wounds on the beastmen's thick armor or the ferocious warwolves. Yet the beastmen had little time to cause significant damage. Wherever Jie Ming went, it was a one-sided slaughter. Like a god of death, he wove through wolves and beastmen, each flicker of his presence marking the end of a life. A wolf knight swung a curved blade at Jie Ming from the side. Jie Ming didn't dodge. Instead, he stepped forward, his right fist smashing into the blade's surface. Clang! A piercing metallic clash rang out. The blade rebounded, its handle smashing into the beastman's face, shattering half his cheek and sending teeth and blood spraying. The beastman whimpered in pain, his wrist throbbing as the blade fell from his hand. Jie Ming closed in, his left hand clamping the beastman's neck like iron and twisting sharply to the side. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bone rang clear amid the chaotic battlefield. The beastman's body went limp, casually discarded by Jie Ming. His movements were too fast to follow, his strength incomprehensible. The wolf cavalry attempting to surround him were torn apart, crushed, or had their throats slit by a short sword. No spell glow, no magical fluctuations, just pure physical combat. Yet this mortal pinnacle of strength was more impactful than any dazzling magic. In mere seconds, over 20 wolf cavalry were annihilated by Jie Ming alone. When he split the last fleeing warwolf from head to tail with a single strike, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Only the breeze through the wilderness and the heavy breathing of nobles and guards remained. The nobles had seen the pile of beastman corpses outside the manor and knew Jack was strong. But witnessing his exaggerated combat prowess firsthand, they realized they had vastly underestimated him. They had thought Jie Ming's presence was merely extra security. Now they understood he was their absolute safeguard. This man, he's already on the path to legendary, isn't he? Count Reinhardt cautiously poked his head from his hiding carriage, murmuring as he gazed at Jie Ming's back. Jie Ming, holding his blood-stained short sword, calmly turned around. His eyes swept indifferently over the nobles and guards, frozen in shock and fear. "Move forward," he commanded briefly, his voice devoid of emotion. After witnessing that scene, no one dared meet Jie Ming's gaze. Silence fell. No one dared complain or question his orders. The guards, swallowing hard at the sight of the beastmen and war-wolf corpses, dared not hesitate. Having faced these beastmen, they understood the vast gap in strength. At Jack's command, the guards jolted as if whipped, springing into action. With everyone's concerted effort, the chaotic convoy was quickly reorganized, and the carriages rolled forward again, their wheels creaking distinctly in the silent wilderness. The convoy pressed on amid lingering shock, leaving behind a field of mangled beastmen and war-wolf corpses, the air thick with a lingering scent of blood. After days of tense travel, Jie Ming's convoy had reached the depths of the wilderness, hundreds of miles from Golden Harbor, and set up a temporary camp. The air was thick with the earthy tang of soil, the acrid scent of burning wood from campfires, and a faint, lingering trace of blood. Jie Ming showed no signs of fatigue. Alongside General Brandon, he had scouted every potential campsite before sunset, ultimately choosing an open area backed by a small hill, elevated and defensible. The carriages were ordered to form a circle, creating a makeshift defensive barrier to shield the nobles at the camp center. Campfires crackled throughout, their flickering light casting the nobles' weary and anxious faces in shifting shadows. They huddled inside their carriages or clung to the fires, their ornate clothing unable to mask their disheveled and despondent air. Count Reinhardt, once a respected elder noble, sat by a crude campfire, struggling to cut a piece of roasted meat with his silver utensils. His face was pale, his eyes filled with worry for the future. Nearby, Baron Fabio's corpulent frame sank into a simple beast-hide cushion, his chubby fingers nervously rubbing a worn token at his waist. General Brandon sat alone, gripping a gleaming short sword, his sharp eyes occasionally glancing toward the capital, brows furrowed. "Count, though Lord Jack is peerlessly valiant, and the beastmen and magical beasts in this wilderness are mere rabble before him." Baron Fabio lowered his voice, nearly whispering into Reinhardt's ear, his fleshy face brimming with concern. "But once we reach the capital, my distant cousin has long coveted my title and Golden Harbor's assets. Now that our lands are lost, with only these remnants left, I fear those kin in the capital won't let us off easily." Reinhardt paused his cutting, letting out a soft sigh. He understood the dark and ruthless nature of the capital's noble circles better than Fabio. A bitter smile crossed his weathered face. "It's not just titles and assets, Fabio. My grandchildren have been vying for the family inheritance for years. With the family's heavy losses, if we elders meet an accident on the road, those collaterals in younger generations could rightfully divide our entire legacy." General Brandon, overhearing, interjected, "Count Reinhardt speaks true. My worthless nephew has long eyed my military authority. Knowing his character, he might even collude with outsiders to orchestrate an accident for a legitimate claim to the inheritance. The capital's noble circles are far more treacherous than the jackals and tigers of this wilderness." A faint chill flashed in his eyes. Baron Fabio shivered, his bulky frame instinctively inching closer to the fire. "Heavens, General, are you saying they'd send assassins to intercept us on the road?" Brandon didn't answer directly, only casting a cold glance at the scattered nobles nearby. As nobles themselves, they knew all too well the filthy deeds that could lurk beneath a noble's command. In this perilous wilderness, that fear was magnified infinitely. Once lofty rulers, they now felt like helpless lambs. They spoke in hushed tones, their words laced with desperation for power and wealth. In a nondescript tent at the camp's edge, Jie Ming was not asleep. He sat cross-legged, his eye of detection capturing every detail of the camp. The nobles whispered schemes, their fears, anxieties, and veiled suspicions transformed into strands of mortal aura, silently absorbed by the seal in his dantian. Not bad samples, Jie Ming chuckled lightly. He knew the nobles both revered and feared his immense power, relying on it, yet wary of it. This conflicted mindset was exactly the samples he needed. Ignoring their murmurs, he turned his attention to another matter. Earlier, he had summoned a few mercenaries who had shown quick wits during the day and held him in awe. Compared to the soldiers, these men respected strength and would obey his orders, at least until greater profits tempted them. Having traveled for days, the surroundings had left the beastmen's sweep range, and signs of human settlements, small towns and villages, began to appear. However, these villages were more conspicuous targets, so the nobles preferred enduring harsher conditions to camp in the open. Jie Ming's task for them was simple: gather intelligence from nearby villages. Though he had the eye of detection, he lacked detailed knowledge of frontline situations or nearby towns, needing information to avoid blundering into beastman-controlled areas. Hours later, in the deepest, darkest hour before dawn, the mercenary captain returned, panting. "My lord, I've got news." The captain knelt outside Jie Ming's tent, his voice trembling with excitement. The beastmen are indeed gathering. With supplies from Golden Harbor, their vanguard has massed in several northern towns near the capital. They could launch a major offensive at any moment. Jie Ming nodded calmly. The beastmen's movements were within his expectations. He gestured for the captain to continue. "There's not much specific intel, but there's a rumor about those foreign demons." The captain's tone grew hesitant. "Oh, what rumor?" Jie Ming's interest peaked at the mention of wizards. The captain took a deep breath. "Last month, several kingdoms united to slay a powerful foreign demon named David. They say this wizard was extraordinarily strong. Months ago, after arriving in this world, he raised several beastmen tribes and then stormed into elven territory, unmatched, if not for a divine miracle and countless warriors sacrificing themselves, he could never have been defeated." The captain's eyes gleamed with gossip-fueled excitement. "My lord, you don't know. They say that battle was earth-shattering. Space itself was torn apart, mountains reduced to dust, rivers rerouted. After David died, his soul turned into a vengeful spirit, cursing many of the nobles and priests who fought him, afflicting them with strange diseases that led to gruesome deaths." Jie Ming listened with apparent amusement, but his heart jolted. David. Many wizards bore the name David, but among the newly arrived wizards, the most famous David was likely the level 10 genius from Norn Academy. He dismissed the captain and sank into thought. A divine miracle, something like an angel? If a third-tier being led a group of second-tier beings in an ambush, they could indeed take down that genius. As a level 10 genius, David's trump cards wouldn't be far inferior to Jie Ming's. But, like Jie Ming's own past encounters, a third-tier being leading an attack could kill before those trump cards were played. No, the rumors suggest some massive battle. Jie Ming searched his memories, recalling the latest contribution leaderboard. While secluded in Golden Harbor for research these past 2 months, the leaderboard had updated regularly. With little contribution, Jie Ming's rank had slipped 2 spots to 6th. Other wizards' contribution growth had also slowed, suggesting they, too, were lying low. David. Jie Ming scanned the leaderboard's records on David. Initially, David consistently ranked in the top 3. By the second month, his rank slipped, even falling to 5th, indicating slower contribution gains. Likely, he had cleared out nearby beastmen tribes, ran out of targets, and then moved to the Elven Kingdom. There, facing many enemies, his ranking surged back to the top 3. Then last month, David shot to first place, suggesting a major battle. Jie Ming's fingers twitched unconsciously. It seems David was indeed killed. No, this only confirms he fought a great battle last month, not that he died. I need to check this month's leaderboard changes. Though he said this, Jie Ming knew that surviving such an ambush would require immense luck. For an incomplete planar war to cause such losses? Could a level 10 genius like David really die so easily? Wizards are cunning. They wouldn't choose a reckless fool as an heir, would they? Jie Ming appeared to be meditating, but his mind churned with thoughts. Finally, he sighed deeply. No use thinking now. I'll gather more concrete information in the capital. Pushing these thoughts aside, Jie Ming sat cross-legged, meditating before dawn. Days of relentless travel through the wilderness had left the survivors of Golden Harbor utterly exhausted. The carriage convoy trudged along the dusty dirt road, each step heavy with numbing fatigue. The nobles had long lost their initial elegance. Their ornate robes were caked with dirt, their refined hairstyles a tangled mess. Yet, a faint glimmer of hope began to spark in their eyes. For at the horizon's edge, the silhouette of a human city came into view. It was a medium-sized kingdom city named Orsay. Unlike the coastal Golden Harbor, Orsay thrived due to its position along several trade routes. Its towering walls gleamed gray-white under the sunlight, the open gates revealing glimpses of buildings and bustling pedestrians beyond. This sight proclaimed one truth. It was safe. Look, it's Orsay's city. Baron Fabio nearly leapt from his carriage, his plump face alight with uncontainable joy. His voice trembled, as if he had glimpsed salvation. Finally a safe place. Count Reinhardt let out a long sigh, the tension of days easing slightly. After so much hardship, the city's mere existence was a powerful lure. The private soldiers and guards perked up, their weary faces breaking into relieved smiles. The promise of taverns, inns, clean beds, and hot food beckoned irresistibly. Jie Ming stood at the convoy's forefront, pausing to calmly survey the city ahead. My lord, may we enter the city to rest and resupply? Count Reinhardt cautiously approached, his tone pleading. The horses need feeding, and our rations are nearly gone. Jie Ming nodded silently, recognizing the noble's need for rest and supplies. Very well, he replied curtly, but the entire convoy doesn't enter. Your carriages and most of the men stay outside. Send a team of elite guards to procure supplies. The rest here and stay vigilant. Though puzzled by Jie Ming's caution, the nobles, awed by his prior displays of power, agreed, knowing they could still enter the city to indulge. Soon, a group of nearly 100 was assembled, leaving most guards behind, and marched toward the distant city. Upon entering, the clamor of city life hit them, overwhelming the nobles who had endured days in the wilderness. Tears welled in their eyes, eager for a decent inn to rest in. But then chaos erupted. Kill! A shout brimming with murderous intent exploded from the city gate. Instantly, over a dozen black shadows shot out like specters, moving with lightning speed. Clad in uniform dark attire, they wielded not common swords but daggers and short spears glinting with faint green poison. This assassination squad targeted the noble carriages at the convoy's heart with deadly precision. Their movements were agile, slipping past the guards' attempts to block them, striking like venomous snakes. Assassins, protect the nobles! General Brandon roared. His guards reacted swiftly. While they might falter against beastmen, they were seasoned against assassins. But the guards who had entered the city were too few, and the assassins far outnumbered expectations, quickly bypassing the defenses. Count Reinhardt and Baron Fabio screamed in terror from their carriages, while the noble women huddled together, sobbing hysterically. One assassin reached Reinhardt's carriage, his poisoned dagger flashing as it stabbed toward the curtain. Courting death. Jie Ming's voice cut through. He had already sensed the killers lurking at the gate, anticipating this. In a blink, he was at the convoy's front. Before the first assassin could touch the curtain, Jie Ming appeared behind him. His left hand shot out, seizing the assassin's head. Crack! A sharp snap, and the assassin's head twisted unnaturally, his body collapsing like a broken doll, the poisoned dagger clattering to the ground. Jie Ming didn't spare a glance, his form blurring again, a shadowy streak weaving through the crowd. Ah! Screams rang out. These professional assassins were as fragile as paper before Jie Ming. The one-sided slaughter lasted less than a minute. When Jie Ming tossed the final assassin to the ground like a rag doll, every black-clad figure lay in a pool of blood, none spared. Their lifeless eyes brimmed with confusion and fear. Jie Ming calmly approached a still-breathing assassin, blood gurgling from his mouth, his pupils fading. Crouching down, Jie Ming appeared to inspect him. A faint glimmer flashed in his eyes as his powerful mental energy surged through his fingertips, invading the assassin's mind. Soul search. He forcibly extracted fragments of the assassin's dying memories. Images flashed like shattered glass before Jie Ming. A grand noble mansion in the capital, a banquet hall filled with clinking glasses, where richly dressed men and women wore false smiles while secretly plotting. From their clothing emblems and addresses, they were kin to Reinhardt, Fabio, and others. Greed gleamed in their eyes as they discussed how to legitimately seize the titles and wealth of these fleeing nobles. This assassination squad had been dispatched by those capital kin, ordered to strike once the nobles' whereabouts were confirmed, staging an accident to claim their inheritance. As the assassin drew his last breath, Jie Ming stood, his face expressionless. The intelligence was no surprise. He had anticipated this before leaving the city. Not just Jie Ming. Upon seeing the assassins, every noble instantly suspected betrayal. We can't enter the city. No city is safe. Reinhardt clutched Jie Ming's sleeve, his aged face etched with despair, his voice hoarse. Those jackals in the capital will devour us. They know our location, our every move. We must avoid all towns and head straight to the capital. The other nobles echoed him, preferring to brave the wilderness, hunger, and exhaustion over stepping into another potential trap. Jie Ming nodded. Return, then. Have the guards purchase supplies. Yes, yes. Hurry. The nobles hastily abandoned the chaotic scene, sending stewards to negotiate with the city's nobles before retreating to the convoy outside. The forced abandonment of rest in the city cast a heavy pall over the convoy. When the first rays of morning sun pierced the dense fog, Jie Ming's convoy had ventured into a misty region where wetlands met dense forest. The air grew oppressively humid, a mix of decaying leaves, earthy rot, and a sickly sweet floral scent that unsettled the senses. Twisted, towering trees blocked the sun, leaving only dim, dappled light to flicker through the canopy. Stop! Jie Ming raised his hand abruptly. The convoy halted instantly, horses whinnying nervously, wheels stilling, leaving only the guards' heavy breathing and pounding hearts. An inexplicable dread gripped everyone, as if something terrifying lurked behind the fog, watching. In that deathly silence, crash! A deafening roar shattered the calm. The still marsh water exploded nearby, mud and water spraying. A colossal beast, like a mountain, surged from the water. It was a giant python. Its dark green scales, coated in vile mucus, gleamed coldly in the dim light. Its massive body, thicker than a carriage, loomed, its head larger than a coach, amber eyes glowing with bloodthirsty ferocity. Foul saliva dripped from its fanged maw, corroding the ground with hissing white smoke. The moment it emerged, it lunged at the nearest noble carriage, its venomous fangs capable of shredding horse and carriage in an instant. The guards raised their weapons, trembling in fear, dwarfed by the monstrous creature. As the python's massive head neared the carriage, Jie Ming appeared at its side like a specter, his right leg coiled with power, channeling his full strength into a thunderous kick to the python's head. Boom! A deafening crash, like a thunderclap. The python's massive body shuddered, its sturdy skull visibly caving under Jie Ming's kick. Viscous blood and brain matter sprayed like a fountain, staining the surrounding mud a shocking dark red. The python let out a pained, piercing hiss, its enormous body thrashing, churning the marsh into a frenzy, shaking trees. Its massive tail whipped, snapping nearby trees with a series of cracks. Yet Jie Ming clung to the python, unshaken. Giving it no respite, he plunged both hands into its neck. Break! With a fierce pull, his muscles bulged, arms swelling like steel. Rip! Before the horrified gazes of all, the marsh python's head, larger than a carriage, was torn from its body. Amid gushing blood and mucus, Jie Ming ripped the head in two. The headless corpse thrashed briefly before collapsing, sending a wave of mud that crushed surrounding shrubs and trees. The nobles and guards, pale, stared in disbelief, their eyes filled with awe and terror. But as relief washed over them, believing the danger past, Jie Ming's smile vanished, his gaze snapping to one direction. "Trouble," he growled. "Defend." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rapid barrage of arrows, glinting coldly, shot toward the central noble carriages. "Ambush!" General Brandon roared. Despite Jie Ming's warning, several unlucky nobles were shot dead on the spot. Then, from the forest depths, rapid footsteps and beastly growls erupted. A squad of about 50 elite beastmen, clad in tough yet simple leather armor, wielding short spears and axes, attacked the core noble carriages from the marsh and forest flanks. Unlike the earlier wolf cavalry, these beastmen moved with stealth and clear tactics. Ignoring the regular guards, they targeted the carriages of Reinhardt, Fabio, and Brandon. "Fabio, protect the Count," Brandon bellowed, drawing his long sword and charging the beastmen. The guards and adventurers fought desperately, but were quickly outmatched by the disciplined, targeted beastmen. Their spear tips glowed with faint green poison, felling victims into convulsing, frothing heaps. The nobles in their carriages paled, trembling. Fabio screamed, How do they know our exact position? Our carriages?" Reinhardt gripped the carriage's interior, his aged face twisted in fear, his eyes flashing as he glared toward the capital. "This is no coincidence. These beasts know our every move. Someone in the convoy is leaking information." Fortunately, Jie Ming, fresh from slaying the beast, charged into the elite beastmen. Boom! A single punch exploded the head of a beastman vanguard leaping for a carriage, blood and brain splattering. Blood sprayed through the forest, severed limbs flying, screams and wails echoing. Soon, the 50-strong elite beastman squad was slaughtered by Jie Ming alone. As he snapped the neck of the final beastman, sending it crashing down, the forest fell into eerie silence. Brandon, quickest to react despite his wounds, inspected the beastmen. He soon yanked a blood-soaked parchment from one's waist. The parchment, clearly human-made, detailed their route and the distinct features of specific carriages. This, Reinhardt's face darkened. "There's a traitor in the convoy. Damn it. Who is it? We need to move, or more beastmen will catch up." Word of the traitor spread quickly, sowing chaos among the nobles. Jie Ming, arms crossed, leaned against a tree, expressionless. But unnoticed, his lips curved slightly upon seeing the parchment. After days of enduring the hardships of the wilderness, the convoy was a shadow of its former self. Every member was gaunt and ragged, their once proud, noble attire now tattered. Yet, a faint glimmer flickered in their weary eyes. For at the horizon's edge, the grand silhouette of the kingdom's capital, Elogia's city, loomed like a mirage, majestic and imposing. The long, brutal journey was finally nearing its end. The towering city walls stretched like a mountain range, built of sturdy stone, gleaming with unyielding strength under the sunlight. Guards stood like statues atop the walls, with arrow towers rising every 100 meters. Faintly visible, runic arrays shimmered along the walls, emitting a soft halo. In the city's depths, the spires of churches and grand castles peeked through, alongside residential areas with rising chimney smoke and occasional bursts of magical light. "Look, the capital. We've made it." Count Reinhardt pointed a trembling finger at the vast city, his voice hoarse with the joy of survival. Tears welled in his eyes, like a child's. Baron Fabio and General Brandon leaned out of their carriages, their eyes alight with hope and relief, as if all their exhaustion had been washed away. We've survived, Fabio muttered incoherently, his plump face brimming with excitement. The surviving nobles erupted in irrepressible cheers, while the weary guards roared, raising their weapons to celebrate the hard-won destination. Even the horses seemed to sense the joy, their steps growing lighter. Lord Jack, our deepest thanks for your protection. Fabio rushed from his carriage, gripping Jie Ming's hand, trembling. Without you, I'd have perished long ago. Count Reinhardt, trembling, approached, taking a heavy, golden-laid box filled with glittering gems and coins from a servant and presenting it to Jie Ming. My lord, this is our humble token of gratitude. Please accept it, he added solemnly. Once we reach the capital, our families will do everything to secure the highest royal honors for you. Jie Ming accepted the box, glancing at it with a slight, mocking smile. These nobles appeared grateful, but in the safety of the capital, they were already subtly probing him. As expected of nobles, their shift in demeanor was absurdly swift. While the convoy awaited inspection at the city gates, Jie Ming observed the capital's defenses. The massive, heavy gates were flanked by a deep moat, the drawbridge slowly lowering. The walls bristled with guards, catapults, and giant crossbows, while intricate runic arrays glowed faintly with energy. With so many nobles present, the inspection was swift, and the convoy soon rolled into the city. Broad, smooth stone streets greeted them, lined with bustling shops and throngs of people. Silver-armored city guards, sharp-eyed and disciplined, patrolled in neat rows, a stark contrast to Golden Harbor's broken soldiers. Children played along the streets. Vendors hawked fresh pastries and vibrant silks, while distant castle spires pierced the sky and temple bells rang solemnly. This was the true heart of a Loggia civilization. The nobles' carriages, though caked in mud and tattered, drew attention from the city's residents. Despite their disheveled state, the luxurious materials and haughty demeanor betrayed their status. Sharp-eyed citizens recognized the crests of Reinhardt and other prominent families, sparking whispers and gasps. Good heavens! It's Count Reinhardt. They survived. Wasn't Golden Harbor overrun? How did they escape? Look at their state. They must have suffered greatly. Inside his carriage, Reinhardt peered through the curtains, the capital's vibrancy and safety soothing his long-suppressed exhaustion and fear. But he quickly snapped out of his relief, his gaze sharpening. Quick, send men to the palace and the great temples. Report all of Lord Jack's heroic deeds. Reinhardt leaned out, ordering a servant by his carriage. The servant, a decades-long loyal aide, understood his master's intent and nodded respectfully. Yes, my lord. The convoy proceeded to the noble district. Here, the streets widened, flanked by opulent, uniquely styled mansions, each proclaiming its owner's wealth and status. When the carriages stopped before Reinhardt's family estate, the gates were already open. The steward and servants stood in formation, pale-faced, clearly having feared for their master's safety. Master, you've returned. The steward wept, his voice breaking as he rushed forward. Reinhardt, ignoring the dirt on his face, summoned Fabio, Brandon, and other surviving nobles for a secret meeting in the estate's hall. Everyone, we owe our survival to Lord Jack. Reinhardt's voice was hoarse but resolute. We must immediately report his heroic deeds to the king and secure everything he demands. This is not just to honor our promise. It's for our own safety. He glanced meaningfully at Brandon, hinting at the jackals in the capital. Fabio nodded vigorously, his plump face cautious after days of fear. The Count is right. Our kin in the capital are likely waiting to mock us. Or worse, take our lives. Only by elevating Lord Jack to a kingdom hero can we gain protection. Brandon met Reinhardt's gaze, understanding the implication. When fleeing Golden Harbor, they had chosen only the most loyal servants and guards. Betrayal seemed impossible. Yet, along the journey, Beastmen had relentlessly tracked them with uncanny precision. Each time, Lord Jack had flawlessly dealt with them. If anyone was suspect, it was Jack himself. But Fabio was right. Fleeing Golden Harbor had cost them most of their strength. Facing predatory kin, they needed a figure of weight to deter them. And this mysterious Jack was the perfect enforcer. I'll personally draft a report detailing his feats in Golden Harbor, Brandon said gravely. Good. I'll submit one as well. Reinhardt smiled. Thus, a polished yet gripping heroic saga was swiftly delivered to King Audelec III's desk. In it, Jack was portrayed as a mighty mercenary fighting not for gold, but for the kingdom's honor, his strength near divine, saving key noble bloodlines in dire straits. King Audelec III, a monarch in his prime, was grappling with beastmen invasions and frontline wars. Reading the reports, a playful glint appeared in his eyes. This man, truly so formidable. Audelec set down the reports, tapping the table. What do you think? The chief minister bowed. Your Majesty, Count Reinhardt, and others personally attest to this, and their few guards corroborate the reports. This Jack's strength is indeed extraordinary. Don't play dumb. Audelec rolled his eyes, dropping all formality. You can't tell me you don't see the issues with this man. The minister maintained his calm demeanor. Your Majesty, this Jack is indeed of unknown origin. Based on the reports, he's likely a beastman spy. However, there's no concrete evidence. Enough with the act. Audelec waved dismissively. 5 legends didn't escape Golden Harbor, meaning the beastman's assault was formidable. How could a group of nobles survive? It's suspicious. The minister nodded. Since they're openly promoting this Jack, he's likely a disposable pawn. The beastmen probably have other spies in the shadows. Among the nobles who arrived, Audelec sneered. Fits their cowardly, greedy nature. What of this Jack? The minister asked. His exploits are already the talk of the capital. Arresting him without proof could be unwise. Why arrest him? Audelec tilted his head. If we seize him, the real rat in hiding will slip away. You mean, he's earned great merit. Reward him grandly. Audelec stood from his throne. A pawn below legendary status is meaningless to capture. Let him roam the capital. That's where his value lies. Understood. Soon, Jie Ming received a proclamation from a royal minister. Jack, by His Majesty's decree, you are hereby appointed as the kingdom's special advisor. You shall have a special rank in the intelligence division, unrestricted freedom of movement, and access to all public historical archives, maps, and intelligence reports. Your duty is to offer your advisory insights free of tedious obligations. Furthermore, His Majesty grants you a mansion in the capital to honor your deeds. My thanks to His Majesty's grace. Jie Ming bowed, accepting the medal and documents from the royal guard with an impassive face. Congratulations, Mr. Jack. Few receive such honors upon arriving in the capital, the minister said, his stern face breaking into a smile as Jie Ming accepted the documents. Jie Ming softened his expression, all thanks to His Majesty's generosity. After some mutual pleasantries, Jie Ming slipped the minister a bag of gold coins, and the minister left with his guards, satisfied. Turning to the mansion now, Jie Ming eyed the medal, his smile turning sardonic. Special advisor, a fine-sounding title. But a title was all it was. It seemed prestigious, with apparent authority, but held no real power. The public information he could access depended entirely on the royal family's whims. As for the so-called freedom of movement, it was likely no greater than that of an ordinary noble. In sum, aside from this mansion, likely riddled with surveillance, Jie Ming had gained only a hollow title. Still, exactly what I wanted. Pocketing the medal, Jie Ming gazed at the mansion, a genuine smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. As he had planned from the start, everything was unfolding as expected. The public intelligence from the wizard camp was correct. Audelec III is indeed an ambitious, clever man. Fortunately, he was clever. A brute would have been troublesome, but a clever man overthinks. In their eyes, I'm likely a beastman's spy, a disposable pawn. My methods of passing convoy information to the beastmen were far too crude. Jie Ming mused, smiling as he pushed open the gate and strolled through his new mansion's courtyard. His methods were hardly sophisticated, his actions riddled with flaws. As a wise monarch, Adalek III would naturally seize on these flaws. But for Jie Ming, being seen as a beastman spy meant his true goal was already achieved. His identity didn't matter, for from the beginning, his aim was simply to blend in as a person of this world. Aloja City, the heart of the kingdom, was bathed in the afternoon sunlight. Within the towering city walls, the wide cobblestone streets bustled with streams of people and the clamor of carriages. The vibrancy and prosperity stood in stark contrast to the disheveled exhaustion of days spent trekking through the wilderness. The mansion bestowed upon Jie Ming by King Adalek III was located in the mid-tier noble district of the capital. Though not extravagant, it was expansive, complete with pavilions and ornate structures. The mansion's gates were tightly shut, appearing calm, but in hidden corners, several pairs of eyes peered through nearly imperceptible surveillance arrays, closely monitoring every movement within. These were the king's dispatched watchers. To them, this Lord Jack was a mysterious figure with extraordinary abilities. Though the king showered him with praise, he never let his guard down. The target's behavior remains normal today. Whispered a surveillant clad in a standard robe, his gaze piercing through the illusion in a crystal orb, observing Jie Ming's figure in the study. In the crystal orb, Jie Ming sat at a desk in his bedroom, one hand propping his chin, the other idly tossing a few copper coins. The coins flipped through the air, clinking crisply before landing precisely in his palm or scattering across the desk. The rhythmic metallic clinks lulled even the surveillance into a sense of boredom. After all, since arriving at the mansion, Jie Ming spent time each day on this tedious activity. It's been nearly a week. All he does is fiddle with those coins, read books, or take a stroll, grumbled another surveillant, yawning from the monotonous task. Is he being too cautious? Or is this just how Beastman's spies operate? Fresh in a new environment, not daring to make a move? Who knows? His Majesty said this Jack's origins are unclear, possibly a Beastman spy. 5 legends fell at Golden Harbor, yet he managed to bring those nobles back alive. That alone is suspicious, the first surveillant said with a frown. Better safe than sorry. Even if he's just an ordinary adventurer, a powerhouse of his caliber warrants our attention. Ugh, so boring, the younger surveillant complained, his eyes still fixed on the surveillance feed, though their focus began to waver unnoticed. Meanwhile, Jie Ming, deemed boring by the surveillance, gazed at the scattered coins on his desk, a faint, barely perceptible smirk curling his lips. He gathered the coins into his palm and tossed them again with a light flick. The coins clinked as they fell, forming an obscure and intricate divination pattern. The art of divination, quite useful in an environment like this. Jie Ming mused inwardly, his fingertip brushing a coin as a complex glint flashed in his eyes. With his interest in the cultivation civilization, Jie Ming had naturally studied the unique art of divination. Though he hadn't delved deeply, he considered himself proficient enough. Back in the Norn 13th plane, he rarely used such cultivator techniques. The Norn plane and its workshops belonged to the wizard civilization, where 9th-rank wizards were overwhelmingly powerful. The contract signed upon enrolling at Norn Academy wasn't just with the Academy. Beyond military service obligations, a significant portion of the contract forbade any form of betrayal against the wizard civilization. This mandatory contract, signed at the start of cultivation, was a cornerstone of the wizard civilization's ability to wage war across multiple planes. To ensure wizards captured by enemies couldn't be coerced into revealing secrets, these contracts were directly linked to 9th-rank wizards. Thus, theoretically, every wizard had an indirect karmic connection to a 9th-rank wizard. This left Jie Ming in a bind. The art of divination, though profound, was deeply entangled with causality. A single misstep could trigger the karma of a 9th-rank wizard, a sure path to self-destruction. Moreover, divination relied on manipulating a world's origin. In a new plane with unfamiliar rules, it was nearly impossible to execute. In many cases, hiring a fate-aligned wizard for a reading was far more direct and effective. But now, under the scrutiny of internal and external surveillance, the art of divination proved uniquely convenient. To outsiders, he was merely idly playing with coins, nothing suspicious. Back in Golden Harbor, Jie Ming had begun meticulously sensing and studying Elogia's planar rules, spiritual vein patterns, and the chaotic energies within the mortal faith network. Through 2 months of research, he had gained a deep understanding of this world's rules, finally enabling him to employ this covert divination method. Just moments ago, using divination, he had pinpointed the mansion's sole surveillance blind spot. It wasn't truly a blind spot in the array's design. Professionals wouldn't make such a mistake. Rather, it was a visual blind spot for the surveillance. At specific times and positions, the watchers would subconsciously overlook certain points due to various factors. The timing is about right. Jie Ming's eyes gleamed. Seemingly bored, he stood and left the bedroom, heading toward the study on the other side. His movements were natural and fluid, indistinguishable from his actions over the past few days. As he passed through the corridor, his hand flicked subtly. In the surveillance crystal orb, Jie Ming remained under observation, entering the study, picking up a book, and sitting down to read. But within the mansion, a reckless grin spread across Jie Ming's face. Moments earlier, he had used his wizard artifact to weave a sophisticated illusion over the study area. The mansion's surveillance spells were varied and numerous, making individual tampering difficult. Moreover, the servants in the mansion doubled as informants, rendering direct interference with the surveillance pointless. Thus, using an illusion to simulate his activities in the study was the most convenient and discreet approach. Servants wouldn't dare enter the study without his permission. Books, in this world, were valuable property. To the surveillance outside, Jie Ming appeared to continue his routine of reading, walking, or playing with coins within their sight. Glancing at the surveillance points, now shrouded in illusion, Jie Ming smiled as the door softly clicked shut. He could finally act freely. From a spatial expansion pouch, Jie Ming retrieved various materials. Shimmering rune stones, parchment scrolls imbued with elemental aura, and even a few metal components refined through special techniques. He carefully arranged these materials in the center of the room and began assembling them according to the instructions. Days later, as night fell, the royal palace glowed with brilliant lights. A grand welcome banquet was underway, hosting delegations from the beastmen, elves, and dwarves. As the kingdom's special advisor, Jie Ming, dressed in a well-fitted noble suit, moved through the clinking glasses and mingling crowds. He wore a polite smile, occasionally engaging with nobles, ministers, and clerics, gathering information from various sources. Advisor Jack, your heroic deeds have spread throughout the capital. You're the kingdom's hero. A portly duke raised his glass in praise, his eyes tinged with awe and curiosity. Thanks to his majesty and your generous esteem, Jie Ming replied with a smile, his heart unmoved. Surveying the scene, Jie Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The noble's desires and emotions swirled into a chaotic aura of mortal dust, silently absorbed by the talisman seal in his dantian. At that moment, his body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Perhaps due to his frequent use of divination recently, his senses had undergone a subtle shift. He suddenly detected several anomalous auras. These auras blended seamlessly with their surroundings, yet they carried a fluctuation that instinctively felt threatening. For them to evoke such a sense of danger, these individuals' strength likely surpassed that of second-rank beings. Yet, the banquet hosted only a handful of legends, each in highly visible positions, none matching the areas Jie Ming sensed. Most intriguingly, despite the threat, Jie Ming felt an inexplicable premonition. He wasn't sure what it signified, but it didn't feel dangerous. Driven by curiosity, Jie Ming's gaze discreetly scanned the crowd, locking onto the sources of these auras. The first was a dazzling female elf from the elven delegation. Her stunning beauty and graceful demeanor drew countless noble gazes. Her smile was flawless, yet Jie Ming sensed a sharp edge beneath her noble aura, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. On the other side, a burly beastman warrior from the beastman delegation was devouring meat and boisterously laughing. His speech was crude, his demeanor brash, exuding raw wildness. Lastly, within the dwarven delegation, a boisterous female dwarf was guzzling from a barrel, her prominent beard the only notable feature, otherwise unremarkable. All three hailed from foreign delegations. Strange. Jie Ming observed them discreetly for a while, wary of alerting them. He didn't probe too deeply, but found no apparent connection to himself. Divine it? Nah, better not court death. This world had gods, and beings capable of threatening him at the first-rank stage likely had divine ties. If his divination touched a god's karma, he'd be signing his own death warrant. Tisich, better just watch and wait. Meanwhile, the nobles stirred with excitement. Jie Ming glanced aside, his heart quietly marveling. The sage's disciple? Didn't expect such a figure to attend this banquet. Shaking his head, Jie Ming donned his smile and blended back into the festivities. The night hung low, and within Jie Ming's mansion in Aloja City, the study's lamplight still burned. Dressed in loose robes, Jie Ming's fingertips lightly tapped, sending a final thread of concealed radiance into the wall. The room's aura instantly melded into a seamless whole, not a trace leaking outward. Sensing briefly, he nodded with satisfaction and withdrew his hand. Since returning from a banquet, he had barely rested over the past few days. After successfully confounding the mansion's array of surveillance, he dove into a frenzy of work. Now, at last, he had completed the construction of the necessary arrays. First, a test. After a moment's thought, Jie Ming pulled out a metal disc, its palm-sized miniature spatial teleportation array emitting a faint glow. This small-scale array could only facilitate point-to-point short-range teleportation, requiring pre-established nodes at both ends. He had long set up the corresponding node in the underground laboratory of his Golden Harbor mansion. Stepping into the array, space warped around him. The next moment, he stood within the underground chamber of the dilapidated Golden Harbor mansion. The air was thick with the scent of blood. In specially crafted steel cages nearby, the three Beastman generals he had captured lay slumped, barely clinging to life. Their heads hung low, bodies marred with gashes and burns. Having been absent for over half a month, these captives, already in poor condition, had endured without food or water. Their life force flickered like candles in the wind. Excellent. The spatial teleportation is functioning smoothly, Jie Ming said with a grin. This way, I can continue my research even from the capital. He stepped forward to inspect them, a cold smirk curling his lips. Not bad. True legends holding on in such conditions. I was worried you'd starve to death. One Beastman general raised his head in fury, but his weakened state left him only the strength to glare. Jie Ming clapped his hands with a smile. Don't worry. Now that I'm here, I won't let you starve. Though, from your perspective, death might be the better option. Beastmen never yield, another general sneered with disdain. Jie Ming glanced at the silver-white golem approaching on command, shrugging helplessly at the beastmen. Pity, I don't need your submission. He handed several bags of freshly prepared nutrient fluid to the golem. Inject them with these. Don't let them die. After checking the captives' conditions and confirming their usefulness, Jie Ming left the underground chamber, walking through a passage to the mansion's courtyard. He leisurely surveyed his surroundings. Golden Harbor had long fallen to the beastmen. The once luxurious city now lay in ruins, strewn with rubble and smoldering charcoal emitting faint heat. Vast swathes of buildings had been razed, repurposed as temporary camps for beastman or human forces. Only his mansion stood out as an anomaly from the inside looking out. From the outside, it blended seamlessly with the surrounding ruins. This was the effect of the concealment array Jie Ming had meticulously set up before leaving Golden Harbor. Beyond masking the interior's true state, the illusion array synchronized with the environment, projecting an identical ruined facade. As a high-tier array, it also dampened the area's presence. Additionally, a subconscious repulsion technique woven into the array instilled unease in anyone who approached, prompting them to instinctively avoid the area. Perfect, Jie Ming chuckled. The investment in this lab was steep, but the results are impressive. Days later, with the spatial teleportation device, Jie Ming spent the next few days immersed in research at his secret Golden Harbor laboratory. Suddenly, engrossed in his experiments, he looked up at a blaring alarm. It was a signal from the array in his capital mansion, alerting him to a visitor. Activating the surveillance screen, he saw a figure outside the mansion bearing the Royal Guard's insignia, their demeanor urgent. He halted his experiment, touched his isolation suit, and it transformed into a loose robe. Stepping into the teleportation array, a flash of spatial light returned him to the study in his capital mansion. He promptly restrained his aura, feigning the air of someone who had just finished reading, and calmly opened the study door. Outside, the butler raised his arm to knock, informing him that the Royal Guard captain and a messenger awaited in the parlor. Advisor Jack, the guard captain, greeted Jie Ming with a bow, his expression respectful yet tinged with urgency. By His Majesty's command, you are to proceed immediately to the palace's council hall to observe the negotiations with the Beastman and Elven delegations. Jie Ming paused, caught off guard. He was merely a special advisor, a nominal title. Such high-level diplomatic talks shouldn't involve him. Though puzzled, he maintained his composure. "Oh, does His Majesty wish for my insights on the Beastman?" The messenger replied respectfully. His Majesty did not specify, only stating that this negotiation is of great importance and he hopes to gather diverse perspectives. "Very well, I'll go." Jie Ming nodded, agreeing. Access to more information was something he welcomed. Deep within the palace, in King Otterek III's private study, the king set down a scroll, his gaze settling on the chief minister bowing before him. "That Jack, he's headed to the council hall?" The chief minister replied, "As per your Majesty's orders, he has been summoned." Otterek III sneered, leaning back in his wide chair. "Good. Let him stir up the Beastmen." Just a bunch of barbarians playing petty tricks," the king said, narrowing his eyes. "Placing this expendable piece at the negotiation table. If he can't resist contacting the delegation, we'll gain valuable intelligence." He paused, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Even if he restrains himself and makes no contact, his mere presence will be a thorn in the Beastmen's side, unsettling them, making them think their secrets are exposed, or even sowing paranoia. "That's enough. Your Majesty is wise," the chief minister said, bowing, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. The palace council hall. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and heavy. At the long negotiation table, the kingdom's core ministers faced the Beastman delegation's representatives. The Elven and Dwarven delegations, acting as mediators, were also present. Jie Ming sat in a corner of the observers section, playing the unobtrusive role of his special advisor. The negotiations had gone through several rounds, but remained deadlocked. "Humans, our demands are clear. You must compensate with the agreed-upon resources and pay for the losses caused by your delays," declared the Beastman delegation's leader, a grizzled elder with coarse fur, his voice booming with unyielding authority. "Beastmen will pay the agreed resources, but you must answer for seizing our cities," retorted a human minister. "You dare call that your city? It's our spoils of war. You filthy." Expletive, Beastman profanity. As the negotiations devolved into a shouting match, some eyes turned to the Elven and Dwarven delegations. After all, these two races were invited to mediate the escalating tensions between humans and Beastmen. Unfortunately, their presence was less than helpful. From the Elven delegation, the female elf Jie Ming had sensed an anomaly from at the banquet rose to her feet. Tall and regal, her expression cold and haughty, she spoke with clear disdain. Both your races know only how to take, never to contribute. Aligning with such crude peoples tarnishes the elves' honor. Jie Ming's eyelids twitched at her outrageous words. Is she mediating or pouring oil on the fire? Shockingly, the other elves remained silent, their expressions subtly approving. As expected, her inflammatory remarks sparked an immediate response. "Pointy ears, I'll expletive you," roared the Beastman leader, followed swiftly by the human ministers. Capital profanity. The elves retorted without hesitation. Elven refined profanity. As for the dwarves, those taciturn folk had no intention of intervening, drunkenly sprawled and indifferent. Did you hear? The Beastman leader got into a brawl with the patrol outside the city, shouting about Beastman honor. If the Mage Association hadn't stepped in, it might have turned deadly, whispered one attendant to another. And that elf, Seraphina, she's so condescending, tearing down both Beastmen and us. Does she even want this alliance? Grumbled a noble aide, frowning. The dwarves are no better. That female dwarf leader just brags about their tech and minds, but won't commit to war support. Stubborn as stone. Jie Ming overheard these murmurs, a sense of unease stirring within. It seemed the races were accustomed to their mutual conflicts. Yet something felt off. Discreetly, he cast his gaze toward the foreign delegations. He now knew the three anomalous individuals he'd sensed at the banquet were the leaders of these groups. The female elf sat with aloof elegance, seemingly indifferent to the negotiations' outcome. The Beastman warrior was busy trading insults with the human ministers. The female dwarf clutched a wineskin, taking swigs, her gaze unfocused. With the three delegation leaders in action, the negotiations grew increasingly heated, the air thick with hostility. In the early morning, the royal capital of Aloja awoke from its slumber. Jie Ming donned a simple mercenary outfit and stepped out of his residence alone. Sunlight pierced through the thin mist, casting golden flecks across the neatly arranged rooftops. The laughter of children, the calls of vendors, and the clatter of hooves wove together into a lively symphony. Gazing at the vibrant scene before him, Jie Ming let out a sigh. Well, finally, no more sitting around like a fool over there. The past few days have been far from pleasant for Jie Ming. Under the deliberate guidance of the three delegation leaders, every negotiation session ended in heated arguments. On particularly bad days, things escalated into group brawls. The dwarves, who seemed perpetually drunk during talks, grew exceptionally spirited when it came to fighting, more zealous than even the beastmen. Though Jie Ming was merely an observer, he'd been caught in the crossfire several times. At first, he restrained himself to maintain his image, but eventually, he lost patience and sent anyone who came at him reeling with bruised faces and swollen noses. Surprisingly, this approach proved effective. In the end, even King Adalek III couldn't stand watching anymore. He feared that if Jie Ming kept pummeling the delegates, there'd be no one left to represent them. So, he hurriedly relieved Jie Ming of his observer duties. This allowed Jie Ming to breathe a sigh of relief. And so, today he finally had the chance to properly explore the royal capital. As he walked through the streets, Jie Ming couldn't help but ponder the issue of the three foreign delegation leaders. It's strange. What are those three really after? Preventing the alliance of civilizations? No one could be that foolish. Indeed, though the negotiations seemed to be going poorly, everyone, including Jie Ming, knew that humanity would eventually reconcile with the Beastmen. The reunification of the races was only a matter of time. As was widely known, under normal circumstances, relations between nations were tied to interests, with personal emotions having little sway. This held true even in this other world. However, compared to typical interest-based relations, another factor influenced interstate dynamics in the Aloja plane: the gods. Strictly speaking, the will of the gods could be considered part of national interests, and a particularly high-priority one at that. With the gods will bearing down, the reunification of these nations was inevitable. Most crucially, both the native gods of the Alosia Plain and the wizards desired the formation of this allied army. After all, the most effective way to weaken a plane's origin was to slaughter large numbers of its native beings. Only by having the natives of the Alosia Plain unite and wage endless wars could the wizards achieve their goals more efficiently. The wizards' earlier retreat from their offensive was even a deliberate move to give the Alosia Plains natives some breathing room, ensuring they didn't grow too desperate and self-destruct. Yet, unexpectedly, the nobles of this world were so short-sighted that the brief lull in the wizards' attacks led them to scheme behind the scenes, ultimately causing the collapse of the Alosia Plains Native Alliance. Thus, Jie Ming couldn't fathom the intentions of the three delegation leaders. Whether they were apostles of the gods or spies disguised by the wizards, they should be doing their utmost to facilitate this alliance. Forget it. Whatever those guys are planning, as long as it doesn't interfere with my actions, it's fine. Shaking his head, Jie Ming set aside these thoughts and began his true objective for the day. On the surface, he strolled leisurely, but in reality, his senses were fully open, attuned to every pulse of the royal capital. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could clearly sense the pervasive aura of mortal desires permeating this vast city. The aura here was far more immense and complex than it had been in Golden Harbor, almost overwhelming him with its intensity. The joy of the populace, the greed of merchants, the loyalty of guards, the arrogance of nobles, the despair of beggars, various emotions flowed like streams, converging into the seal within his dantian, causing it to glow with even greater brilliance. He could feel that his absorption of this mortal aura had reached an unprecedented speed in this city. Is this the power of a civilization's heartland? Jie Ming mused inwardly. The mortal aura here was so abundant that it almost left him dazzled. Suddenly, his brow twitched. He casually turned into a quiet alley with few passers-by, where only a handful of ordinary residences stood. At the alley's end, beside an ancient stone well, a few withered trees entwined with vines exuded an eerie air. Jie Ming approached the well, seemingly inspecting its walls nonchalantly, but his spiritual sense instantly spread out, delving underground. He detected something unusual. Beneath the well's walls, hidden under mottled moss and soil, faint ripples of energy spread outward. These were not the sacred runes or mundane magical arrays common to the Alosia Plain. Their structure was unique, containing a power system that transcended this world. These are traces of a runic array? Jie Ming's heart jolted, though his expression remained unchanged. The runes were arranged with extreme subtlety. Without his advanced knowledge of runic studies and keen perception, he would never have noticed them. He observed further without drawing attention, his mind swirling with questions. It's almost certain these belong to the wizard civilization's runic system, not something from the Alosia Plain. The rune's energy was faint, likely just an inconspicuous node of a larger array. Without alerting anyone, he quietly left the alley and resumed his stroll. With this discovery, he began deliberately extending his senses to every corner of the capital, focusing on seemingly inconsequential places with faint energy fluctuations. As he pondered, a commotion erupted from the street ahead. It's the sage's disciple, Lord Reese. Lord Reese is here. Jie Ming looked up to see a crowd of residents surrounding a lean man dressed in a scholar's robe. The man was smiling warmly, greeting the people around him with a humble and refined demeanor. Lord Reese, I heard you advise His Majesty in the palace yesterday. Thank you for your hard work, a middle-aged woman said with a grateful smile, handing him a basket of fresh fruit. Reese accepted it graciously, saying softly, This is my duty as a subject of the kingdom. No need for thanks. In the crowd, a ragged child tripped, scraping their knee and bursting into tears. Reese immediately stepped forward and crouched down. He extended a hand, and a faint, gentle light emanated from his fingertip, touching the child's wound. The injury healed visibly, the pain vanishing, and the child broke into a smile. There, little one. Be careful next time. Reese said gently, patting the child's head with genuine care that earned even more praise from the onlookers. Lord Reese is so kind. With the sage and Lord Reese, our kingdom will surely triumph. Yes, he always offers the best advice to His Majesty. With Lord Reese, we have hope. From a distance, Jie Ming observed everything, silently evaluating in his mind. TCH, such an outdated method of winning hearts. And those shills' performances are way too stiff, utterly subpar. But the sage's disciple, the so-called sage, was a unique figure in the Elosia plane. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also possessed great wisdom and charisma. It was no exaggeration to say that during the initial wizard invasion, the sage single-handedly facilitated the formation of the first Elosia plane alliance. The sage's origins were well documented, even turned into operas that were performed repeatedly. He was undeniably a capable native, not a wizard spy. But this sage's disciple was somewhat peculiar. Jie Ming recalled the intelligence he'd overheard at a banquet. This disciple, Reese, always managed to offer visionary suggestions at critical moments, guiding the king and ministers in their decisions. Some even claimed he could foresee the future, pointing the kingdom toward the right path. Yet beyond that, there was little information about him. It was only known that the sage had recently announced he had taken a disciple, causing quite a stir at the time. Seeing him in person now, Jie Ming's suspicions deepened. It wasn't the crude, heart-winning tactics. Such methods were standard among high-ranking figures. What truly surprised Jie Ming was the faint sense of threat he felt from the man. What the hell? Has this world secretly updated its version without me noticing? How is it that some random guy I meet can pose a threat to me? Aren't I supposed to be a genius? Noticing that Reese hadn't spotted him, Jie Ming slowly slipped out of the crowd and headed toward another part of the market. Soon, beneath an abandoned warehouse in an ancient market, he discovered similar runic traces. Then, in the backyard of a secluded temple and beside a forgotten drainage ditch, these runes were scattered across the capital, seemingly connected, all vaguely pointing toward a central hub. Jie Ming's mind raced, piecing together a rough outline of these scattered runic points in his head. The array they formed was vast and interconnected, seemingly designed for some form of large-scale energy conduction or conversion. As night fell, Jie Ming returned to his residence. He entered a secret chamber cloaked in illusion, gazing at the rough sketch of the capital's underground runic network spread across the table, his eyes glinting with a profound light. With his knowledge, Jie Ming quickly deduced that their arrangement seemed to guide or converge some kind of energy subtly directed toward the capital's most faith-filled area, the Cathedral District. Judging by the arrangement of these runes, if my guess is correct, the structure of this array is quite crude. There are even several unnecessary components. The runic knowledge of the one who set this up could use some improvement. After evaluating the positions of the runes, Jie Ming fell into deep thought. What was their goal? Could it be the same as his? Jie Ming's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing. Well, no matter. The function of these runes doesn't conflict with my objectives. Perhaps I can even borrow their power to lighten my workload. I hope that wizard won't mind me hitching a ride. In the royal capital of Elosia, within the resplendent banquet hall of Holly Palace, crystal chandeliers cast dazzling light, illuminating the space as if it were day. Silk and gold thread adorned the walls, and the air was filled with the fragrance of fine wine, fresh flowers, and perfume. Nobles in lavish attire clinked glasses and exchanged soft laughter, as if the looming shadow of war had never touched this paradise. Jie Ming, dressed in a subdued, dark-tailored suit, stood out among the vibrant colors. Holding a glass of wine, he wore a polite smile, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with nobles who approached him. As someone outside the kingdom's political system, Jie Ming was rarely invited to such banquets. But today, it seemed every noble in the kingdom was hosting events, desperate to suppress their inner fears. Amid the bustling crowd, his gaze inadvertently settled on the central area of the hall, where a group of young talents and noble women surrounded a young lady. She was graceful, her lake blue gown making her appear like a forest sprite. Her features weren't breathtaking, yet she exuded an indescribable allure, pure and captivating like morning dew. Her lips curved into a gentle smile, and her eyes carried a sincere warmth when speaking, as if she could see through to one's heart. Jie Ming could clearly sense a gentle yet powerful life affinity radiating from her, spreading invisibly. This force wasn't aggressive, yet it soothed those near her, causing them to lower their guard and instinctively feel fondness and trust. After speaking with her, people's faces would unconsciously light up with ease and joy. Such a powerful life affinity. Jie Ming marveled inwardly. This woman was none other than Miss Marie, the talk of the capital's social circles in recent months, the daughter of a viscount from the borderlands between the Elven Kingdom and the Human Kingdom. As Jie Ming pondered, a familiar voice sounded beside him. "Lord Jack, you're here too." Turning, Jie Ming smiled lightly. Approaching were Count Reinhardt, Baron Fabio, and General Brandon, three nobles who had escaped Golden Harbor with him, now dressed in splendid attire. Though traces of fatigue lingered on their faces, their spirits seemed much improved. They approached Jie Ming, their expressions a perfect blend of gratitude for surviving and a hint of awe. "Count, Baron, General," Jie Ming greeted with a nod and a raised glass. "It's truly a pleasure to see you all here. A pleasure. A great pleasure." Baron Fabio's face jiggled with excitement as he downed a gulp of wine, saying with lingering fear, "If not for your valor, my lord, we'd likely be dead in the wilderness. How could we be here enjoying the capital's splendor?" Count Reinhardt gave Jie Ming a meaningful glance before turning his gaze toward Miss Marie, his voice tinged with emotion. "Indeed, returning here feels like a dream. But the capital's atmosphere is far tenser than I expected. The war at the front, the people's panic. Thankfully, we have His Majesty's wisdom and certain reassuring presences." He paused, gesturing toward Miss Marie. "Take Miss Marie, for instance. She's become the focal point of the capital's social scene. The countesses can't stop praising her poise and charm, saying her presence calms even the most anxious nobles." Baron Fabio chimed in. "The Count speaks true. Miss Marie is like a clear spring, soothing the capital's restless hearts. I heard she came to the capital seeking a marriage alliance. I wonder who'll be fortunate enough to win such a beauty." General Brandon let out a soft grunt, his tone carrying a soldier's pragmatism and a faint, almost imperceptible worry. "I've heard of that Viscount. Just a useless drunk. Instead of wasting time on such matters, we should be thinking about the Allied army. Those wizards don't care about your status." At his words, the others fell silent. Jie Ming understood their reaction. This was precisely why the kingdom's nobles were frantically hosting banquets today. In truth, if he weren't privy to insider knowledge, he too might have felt fear. After all, today was the day the contribution leaderboard was updated. Thus, the people of the Elosia plane once again witnessed the sky torn asunder, with gods clashing against foreign evil deities. Perhaps to differentiate this event from previous ones, to instill just the right amount of tension in the natives, or perhaps because the high-tier fate wizards' hands weren't entirely clean. In any case, this time, as the foreign evil deity met its demise, it unleashed a desperate burst, dragging one of the gods down with it in mutual destruction. Or rather, just before being expelled from the plane by the gods, it snatched a deity and took it along. Though the abducted god was merely a lower-tier one, barely at the 4th level, the fall of any deity was an unimaginable event for mortals. Speaking of which, Baron Fabio took another swig of wine, steering the conversation elsewhere. When it comes to those who've truly fought the foreign demons in the capital, there's only that lucky one, Caden, right? Lord Jack, you've heard of him, haven't you? The village warrior who survived the David Annihilation battle by the skin of his teeth. Count Reinhardt frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with the topic, but still explained, "It's best not to call him that. Mr. Caden has gained quite a reputation in the capital's common districts. He often speaks at taverns and squares, recounting the brutal realities of the war he experienced and the evil of the wizard David. His words are so rousing that they ignite the crowd's emotions every time. Now, the capital's people are practically demanding that His Majesty launch an all-out attack on the wizards. General Brandon snorted coldly. That Caden is a complete madman. But I'll admit, his wild tales have whipped the capital into a frenzy. Many new recruits in the army joined because of his agitation, all pumped up like they're on fire. It boosts morale, sure, but this kind of pre-war fanaticism, it's not a good thing. Baron Fabio, however, was unconcerned, madman or not. As long as he can get ordinary folk to fight for the kingdom, he's a good madman. The capital's people are now dead set on taking on the wizards. Even the cowardly merchants are clamoring to donate money and supplies. At this, Jie Ming's heart jolted. He was almost certain that this Caden was a wizard in disguise. As for the wizard's true identity, Jie Ming wasn't entirely sure. It could be David, but it might not be. Based on the updated contribution leaderboard, David's points hadn't increased much this month, so the situation was unclear, and it was hard to draw conclusions. It seems the capital's calm won't last much longer, Jie Ming remarked, raising his glass to clink with the three nobles, a profound glint in his eyes. On the other side, Miss Marie, surrounded by admirers, deftly handled the crowd, her gaze subtly drifting toward Jie Ming's position. After the banquet, Jie Ming returned to his residence. He entered the illusion-shrouded study, his expression grave. The information from the banquet had sparked new insights. He redrew the traces of the runic arrays he'd discovered recently, carefully reviewing each node and energy flow. Soon, Jie Ming realized that some of the runes' distributions weren't as chaotic as he'd thought. After relentless sketching and connecting the runes, he discerned the outlines of three massive arrays. These three arrays, located in different parts of the capital, were interlinked, with their energy convergence points all directed toward the core faith hub of the capital, the combined faith power of all the cathedrals. 3 arrays, Jie Ming murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Great minds think alike. This indicated that, besides him, other wizards from Norn Academy were lurking in the capital, working toward shared goal. Jie Ming couldn't suppress his excitement. If he'd only planned to hitch a ride before, now he was determined to get involved. The arrays are well constructed, but there are still flaws. The coordination between the 3 is slightly off. Let me act as your mediator. Wait, hold on. Jie Ming suddenly noticed something, unfolding the sketch of the capital's underground runic network again and comparing it to the previous one. As expected, several runes here have vanished, and the style of these runes doesn't quite match the habits of the other 3. A grin spread across Jie Ming's face. Not 3, but 4 people, as Jie Ming had predicted. After once again experiencing the terror of the sky being torn apart, the deadlock at the negotiation table was broken with bewildering speed. A joint proclamation from His Majesty the King and the High Priest of the Temple declared that the will of the gods had descended. The conflict between humans and beastmen was temporarily set aside, and a hasty yet meticulous alliance was swiftly forged under the witness of the deities. Though the Elven Kingdom maintained partial neutrality, its delegation signed a non-aggression treaty and pledged to provide resource aid if necessary. A general offensive against the foreign demons was put on the agenda. The entire city of Alosia, in the moment the alliance was formed, erupted like an ignited powder keg, plunging instantly into a frenzy of fervor. Conscription notices plastered every street and alley. The sound of horns rose and fell, their deep, resonant wave shaking the heavens. Blacksmith forges roared through the night, flames soaring skyward, dyeing the night red as countless swords and armors were forged day and night. City guards clad in silver armor patrolled back and forth, their gazes sharp and spirits high, carrying an air of solemnity and fervor far greater than usual. Jie Ming stood on the balcony of his mansion's highest point, overlooking this city ignited by the passion of war. He could clearly feel an unprecedented, majestic force rising from every corner of the capital, a colossal aura of mortal dust woven from fear, anger, fanaticism, piety, and hatred. During this time, the reserves of mortal dust aura within his internal space had grown at an exaggerated rate, unprecedented in its activity, but also unprecedented in its complexity. "The time has come," Jie Ming said, looking up at the sky. Under the cover of night, Jie Ming moved silently through every shadowy corner of the capital. Following the rune traces he had scouted during the day, he precisely located the nodes of the 3 large-scale arrays he had discovered. The first array was located beneath an abandoned temple on the eastern side of the capital. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and cobwebs hung densely. Jie Ming donned specialized gloves, his fingertips glowing faintly as he lightly touched the runes carved into the stone walls. Closing his eyes, he extended his mental energy into them, employing the long-and-used analysis technique to sense the flow of energy within the runes. Like a surgeon, he used a rune as a starting point, meticulously probing the array's flaws. Soon, relying on his knowledge, he identified several subtle structural defects and inefficiencies in the energy circuits. From his spatial expansion pouch, Jie Ming retrieved several special rune pens and refined magical beast cores, making precise adjustments and improvements to the runes without disrupting their original structure. With the rune pen, he traced several hidden extension lines along the edges of the existing runes, the lines blending into the array's energy circuits like veins. After resolving the issues with this array, he moved to the second array's location. It was situated beneath an ancient well in the northern part of the capital, connected to the city's intricate underground water veins. The air here was damper, carrying the pungent smell of earth. Jie Ming repeated the process, making similar adjustments and optimizations to this array. He even incorporated his understanding of spiritual veins from the cultivation system, enabling the array to better utilize the underground water veins as a medium for energy conduction. While he was engrossed in adjusting the runes, his 5 aggregates rainbow mirror suddenly issued a warning. Through the keen perception of his scouting eye, Jie Ming detected a faint, almost imperceptible anomalous presence. However, the other party quickly sensed Jie Ming's presence as well. It seemed to be conducting some covert activity in the area, showing no intention of meeting him, and silently withdrew. Jie Ming's heart stirred, but he didn't pause his work. Other wizards, perhaps. The final array was located deep within an abandoned noble mansion in the southern part of the capital. Upon arriving at the mansion, Jie Ming couldn't help but feel admiration. The creator of this array had considerable skill, choosing a location that was remarkably suitable. In terms of the cultivation system, this mansion was connected to a deathly aura site in the capital, making it an ideal place for array deployment. However, this also made the area exceptionally eerie, with the air thick with the scent of decay. This array was of high quality, requiring no adjustments. After a thorough inspection, Jie Ming quietly withdrew. As the eastern horizon began to glow with the faintest hint of dawn, Jie Ming silently returned to his mansion. Without resting, he went straight to his secret chamber, exhausted yet exhilarated as he gazed at the underground rune network map on the table, which he had repeatedly sketched and refined. The 3 large-scale arrays on the map now appeared even clearer in his eyes. After multiple checks to confirm there were no issues, Jie Ming waved his hand, and the map spontaneously ignited. The preparations are complete. Now it's just a matter of finding the right time to activate them. As for when to activate them, Jie Ming's answer was, the sooner, the better. In short, today, the day passed quickly, and night fell like thick ink, enveloping Aloja in deep silence. The clamor of the streets had long subsided, with only the occasional flicker of magical street lamps casting mottled shadows on the damp cobblestones. Yet, deep beneath the city, another scene was quietly unfolding. Jie Ming's figure moved like a phantom, silently navigating the capital's labyrinthine sewers. Icy sewage lapped at his ankles, and the air was thick with the stench of rot and dampness. Occasionally, a few plump rats, startled by Jie Ming, would scurry past his feet in panic. But he paid them no mind, his scouting eye operating at full capacity, meticulously scanning every inch of the surrounding space. He had decided, tonight, he would activate the arrays. Once activated, there would be no turning back. With action imminent, he no longer concealed his presence. His powerful mental energy radiated outward in all directions, sweeping through every corner of the sewers, probing for any potential enemies. But the typically silent sewers seemed unusually lively tonight. His advancing figure suddenly halted. His fully activated scouting eye detected several abnormal energy fluctuations. Each of these energies carried distinct traces of wizardly resonance. Well, no more hiding, huh? Looks like we're all thinking the same thing, Jie Ming said with a smirk. Mindful of the wizard's unspoken agreement, Jie Ming didn't approach recklessly. Instead, he chose a concealed corner and waited quietly. Soon, four indistinct figures converged silently toward his location from different directions. Each moved with agile precision, navigating the complex sewer terrain with ease, clearly having operated here for some time. As they gradually approached and finally stopped at a wide junction of the sewer pipes ahead of Jie Ming, he could at last make out their figures. They were cloaked in various disguises, but the unique wizardly resonance emanating from them indicated they were no longer hiding. Jie Ming stepped out from the shadows, his footsteps echoing clearly in the silent sewer. The four figures, initially wary of one another, froze in unison at the sound of his steps, then turned sharply. I figured there were plenty of wizards in the capital, but for all of you to infiltrate such high positions, should I say, as expected of geniuses? Jie Ming approached slowly, breaking the silence among them. We don't have much time. Since you all seem hesitant, let me, a nobody, take the lead. You're hardly a nobody. A clear, melodious voice interrupted him. Jie Ming turned toward the petite figure. She wore a black robe that concealed her face, but her voice and frame suggested she was a woman. No one would call the person who topped the contribution leaderboard a nobody, right, Mr. Jie Ming? The other three paused briefly at the mention of Jie Ming's identity, then nodded in realization, their curious gazes turning toward him. Jie Ming, hearing her words, was genuinely surprised. While the name Jie Ming was indeed well known among the wizards of Norn Workshop, he was certain that, outside of the apprentices from Academy 13, no one should know his specific details or appearance. Moreover, he had altered his appearance, currently using the guise of an adventurer named Jack. But when the figure unveiled her black robe, revealing her face and the comforting aura emanating from her, realization flashed in Jie Ming's eyes. So it's Miss Mary, or rather, Miss Anya. The human Viscount's daughter, Miss Mary, with her powerful affinity, suddenly suppressed her comforting aura, revealing her ethereal and vibrant true essence. It was indeed Anya. Anya likely identified him due to her innate ability to sense the unique life aura emanating from him. After all, back at the plaza of Norn Workshop, she had spotted him in a crowd with that same innate perception. She looked at Jie Ming with curiosity. How did you recognize me? Your aura is too distinctive. Despite some disguise, that affinity for life energy, I've only ever sensed it from you, Jie Ming said with a smile. Anya frowned. No way, is my disguise that bad? Jie Ming didn't respond. Of course, he wouldn't tell her that the real reason he recognized her was her gaze. Back at the banquet, when Miss Mary thought she was discreetly watching him, Jie Ming had already noticed. After all, the longing in her eyes for an experimental subject was far too conspicuous to someone like Jie Ming, who had recently been collecting mortal dust aura. With the two setting an example, the remaining three no longer concealed themselves. The disguise on another tall figure dissipated like mist, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, the proud leader of the elven delegation. A flash of surprise and realization crossed her eyes before she gave a soft, playful smile. Jie Ming? What a surprise. I didn't expect to run into the top rank here. I'm Seraphina. As she spoke, Seraphina's form flickered like an unstable image before reverting to her appearance as a level 10 genius. I haven't been top ranked for a while. I'm barely in the top 10 now, Jie Ming said, waving his hand. Your reputation precedes you. Seraphina's introduction was like a signal, and the other two promptly shed their disguises without hesitation. The rugged, boisterous beastman warrior's fur and wild aura faded, revealing a refined, scholarly face. It was Kalern. He grinned, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. Finally meeting some comrades. I thought I was the only fool pretending to be a brute down here. Then, the hardy, stocky female dwarf's dwarven sturdiness dissolved, revealing a somewhat unfamiliar male figure. Jie Ming studied him uncertainly, but Kalern recognized him. Rex? It's been ages since I've seen you without your alchemical construct. Rex? Jie Ming discreetly assessed the man's aura, unable to reconcile him with the towering mechanical figure. Rex's eyes gleamed with a piercing, all-seeing wisdom. Didn't expect to meet you all here. Seems we're all on the same page. 5 of Norn Workshop's genius wizards now reunited in the sewers of Alosia's capital. Jie Ming looked at the 4 familiar, yet unfamiliar faces and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. He recalled his earlier musings. It seemed this world hadn't secretly updated its version. Those he perceived as threats were indeed geniuses on his level. His laughter drew everyone's attention. Jie Ming coughed awkwardly into his hand, then spoke with a touch of emotion. Looks like our goals align. Truly, great minds think alike. No. You're giving me too much credit. Who's thinking alike with a lunatic like you? I'm not that crazy. Hey, don't slander me. I'm not that insane. To Jie Ming's surprise, his words caused the other 4 to bristle as if stung, some even instinctively stepping back to distance themselves from him. Jie Ming tilted his head. What's that supposed to mean? Kalern, with his good-natured demeanor, pursed his lips and said, You know we're only level 1 wizards, right? Yeah. Then you, a level 1 wizard, scheming against hundreds of beings ranging from level 4 to level 7. Don't you think that a bit too crazy? Huh? Jie Ming's mind reeled. Leaving aside that you guys are also plotting against deities, what's there to be afraid of? Are you even proper wizards? Because we're proper wizards, we wouldn't do this. Seraphina couldn't help but retort. As wizards, isn't the most important thing to rationally weigh the costs and benefits of an action? We're not like those brainless combat brutes. Kalern's expression was equally helpless. Sure, we're all scheming against deities, but the nature of it is different. Our original plan was, at most, to sneakily poison the well. But looking at the arrays you've set up, it's like you're planning to shove manure in their faces. Jie Ming faltered. Recalling the arrays he'd discovered, his expression turned odd. It seemed he might have misunderstood. From a moment Jie Ming was thrown into the Alosia plane, a question had lingered in his mind. How could a group of wizard apprentices like them exert a meaningful, even decisive, influence on the war in such a vast mid-tier plane cluster? He was well aware that, even if they advanced to level 1 formal wizards in this plane, their combat strength would, at best, match the legendary powerhouses of this world. That might sound impressive, enough to dominate the mortal world. But Alosia wasn't just home to mortals. It housed tens of thousands of angels and hundreds of deities behind them. Even a single angel, equivalent to a level 3 being, could drive him to a dead end. And if a deity led angels to descend personally, their group of wizard apprentices, even combined, would be nothing more than dogs to be beaten by the angels under the deity's command. Relying solely on destruction and combat, their contributions would be negligible, almost insignificant. Thus, from the start, Jie Ming realized they couldn't approach this plane war with conventional combat strategies. He needed a clever breakthrough, a key to leverage the entire plane's core with minimal effort. After thoroughly studying Alosia's divine faith network and the complex relationship between its deities and faith, a bold idea formed in Jie Ming's mind. He could contaminate the faith, indirectly affecting the deities. In the Alosia plane, aside from the sole native deity, God above gods, All other deities were faith-based gods. This meant their power stemmed entirely from mortal faith, making them highly susceptible to the purity of that faith. Even the sole native deity, God above gods, had absorbed some mortal faith over the years due to deliberate indulgence and neglect by other deities. While this boosted the deity's power, it also meant it wasn't entirely transcendent. Jie Ming's plan was simple: manipulate the faith to affect Elogia's entire divine pantheon. The higher the deity, the more faith they collected, and thus, the greater the impact of contamination. Of course, he knew that even with his utmost effort, the impact on deities would be minimal, perhaps lasting only a moment. But he didn't need a significant impact, just enough to distract them. Even a moment's distraction would suffice. Outside the Elogia Plain cluster, half of Norin Workshop's high-tier wizards were waiting. With their power, a single level, 7 wizard could sweep through the entire plane cluster, crushing mortals, angels, and even faith gods into dust. The reason they hadn't acted was to prevent Elogia's deities from panicking and triggering the plane's origin to destroy it entirely. Minter Clark had once told Jie Ming that in such stalemates, wizards typically had 3 ways to seize a plane's origin: employ a higher-tier wizard, weaken the plane's origin power, or have a wizard ascend to level 6 within the plane. In essence, all 3 methods aim to prevent beings above level 6 in the plane from instantly triggering the origin to destroy it. Jie Ming's plan followed the same principle. As long as contaminated faith could distract the deities, even for a moment, it would be enough. The high-tier wizards waiting outside could seize that opportunity to suppress and capture Elogia's deities. Though he had no communication with the outside, Jie Ming trusted that, with the wisdom and understanding of playing wars among those high-tier wizards, they wouldn't miss this chance. Especially after his preliminary study of Elogia's divine faith network, he deeply understood the wizards' craving for deities as high-value experimental subjects. That craving was enough to make them seize any fleeting opportunity. Until now, Jie Ming had assumed the other 4 shared his mindset, working toward the same goal in their own ways. But now, it seemed he was mistaken. Initially, we only planned to stir negative emotions among the mortal races in this plane, making the faith they provide impure. The other 4 explained as they headed toward the array nodes. Rex, previously disguised as the female dwarf, sighed. Like me, I've already roused most of the dwarves' sloth emotions. Seraphina and Kaler nodded, having similarly incited negative emotions among the races they impersonated. So those 3 arrays, Jie Ming's mouth twitched. They're just simple energy diffusion arrays, meant to spread the energy from their props across the human kingdom, stirring human negative emotions, Anya said with a sigh. The 3 of them worked hard to delay negotiations to buy enough time to set up the arrays. I was a bit late to act, so I planned to hitch a ride on their work, but I didn't expect you to outright change the array's essence. So now we're stuck on your crazy train. If we don't want our efforts wasted, we have no choice but to follow your lead. At this stage, novice wizards in the Elogia plane had 4 ways to earn contribution points. The first was straightforward killing and destruction, but with their strength, this yielded few points and risked being counter-killed if unlucky. The second was to consider the broader situation, finding ways to make Elogia's races provide more armies for the wizard camp to kill. The third was what geniuses like Anya and Kalern had initially planned, indirectly affecting deities by influencing the mortal world. While the effect was small, given the deity's importance, the contribution points were substantial. The fourth was Jie Ming's approach, also targeting deities, but with far more extreme and intense methods. Jie Ming finally understood. How many proper wizard apprentices would, like him, spend so much time researching the divine faith network during a critical moment for earning contribution points? He had calculated the energy diffusion effects of those 3 arrays, assuming others shared his ideas, only to realize it was a misunderstanding. He had even thought their array craftsmanship was lacking and kindly improved their runes a bit. After a brief silence, Jie Ming stiffly changed the topic. By the way, where's David? His gaze swept over the group. lingering on Kalern and Anya. He recalled hearing something about Caden. That rural warrior. Is it him? Seraphina frowned slightly, shaking her head. Honestly, I'm not sure, but I can confirm David's definitely not dead. Oh, at her words, the other three subtly leaned closer, listening intently. Seraphina brushed back her hair. David majored in alchemy technique and minored in puppetry. Plus, his mentor is Norn Workshop's top human transmutation alchemist. Even I don't know how many spare bodies that guy has. So it seems Caden isn't David, but based on his actions, he's likely another wizard. Jie Ming felt a twinge of regret. David's situation remained a mystery. But right now, the priority was activating the arrays as soon as possible. They soon turned into the depths of a long-abandoned sewer network. Jie Ming led the way, his scouting eye under his cloak running at full power, vigilant for potential enemies. It's just ahead. Rex's voice came from behind, tinged with rare excitement. Shedding his scholarly demeanor, his eyes gleamed with calculation as his fingertips traced faint rune patterns in the air, guiding the path forward. Based on the array's location, they were now deep beneath the capital's cathedral district. This was the heart of the city's faith convergence, where countless underground pipelines and ancient ley lines intertwined, forming a natural energy nexus, a veritable faith hub. The three large-scale arrays Jie Ming had refined and optimized radiated outward from this core, covering the entire capital. The closer they got, the stronger the energy fluctuations became. Near the array's core, the damp air even carried faith energy palpable to the wizards. What an exaggerated concentration. This must be the most faith-dense area in the plane outside the divine realms, Kalern said, adjusting his glasses and reading the data displayed on them. Soon, they reached the end of the sewer network. By their calculations, 20 meters ahead was their final destination, the core where the three arrays converged. No choice but to dig, Jie Ming said, spreading his hands and stepping forward to start excavating with alchemy technique. Forget it, we'll dig. You set up the final array nodes, Kalern said, patting Jie Ming's shoulder and pulling him back. Jie Ming didn't insist, nodding silently and beginning to lay runes under Seraphina's protection. Soon, they reached the core area, digging and setting up runes along the way. The arrays are in place, and the energy guidance is exactly as expected, Rex said, stepping forward and lightly touching the central rune hub on the altar, a flash of admiration in his eyes. Jie Ming, your rune optimizations are astounding. They've greatly improved energy compatibility and transmission efficiency. Jie Ming chuckled lightly, saying nothing. Let's begin, Seraphina said softly, her voice carrying a hidden thrill. She looked at Jie Ming, her eyes gleaming with a wizard's fervor. Thanks to you, we get to go wild for once. Without further ado, the five took their positions at the 5 points of the core rune array. Activate. With Jie Ming's low command, the light from his fingertips sank into the altar. The runes of the three core arrays erupted in dazzling brilliance, flowing across the ground and walls like living entities. The underground space lit up, emitting a low hum as the endless stream of faith energy shifted, converging toward the core array. In the next moment, the five wizards extended their hands, injecting their prepared contamination mediums into the array's center. Jie Ming took a deep breath, sinking his consciousness into his internal space. Seeing the brimming mortal dust aura, he couldn't help but smile. This was his medium for contaminating the deities, the source of his confidence in affecting them. Though mortal dust aura was easy to gather, it was no low-grade substance. If one's will wasn't firm, or they were suddenly exposed to a massive amount, even immortals could lose themselves in it. Of course, the mortal dust aura he'd collected in such a short time couldn't achieve that. But due to its unique nature, it was practically tailor-made to target faith-based deities. Taking a deep breath, Jie Ming carefully employed a technique, guiding the vast, impure mortal dust aura from his internal space. It was a chaotic blend of fear, anger, greed, and piety born from the war fervor of millions. This aura, like an intangible torrent, was channeled by him, surging toward the array's core. The moment the formless mortal dust aura touched the faith energy gathered at the core, it blended into the array's holy radiance like black ink, tainting and distorting its light. Seraphina gracefully waved her hand, her fingertips scattering an invisible cloud of dust of delusion. This was an exquisitely crafted level 6 wizardry creation. Once injected into the array, it silently fused with every fluctuation of faith energy, subtly amplifying desires, fears, and distortions within the faith. Kalern slammed his palm against the ground, unleashing a wild, primal aura from within. It was the deepest savagery and chaos he'd collected from beastmen through a chaos blood pact. Like a raging flood, this force was violently channeled into the faith network via the array, turning the orderly faith channels restless and unbalanced. Anya gently pressed her hands on an array node, her eyes glinting with eerie green light. Her immense life affinity was reversed, transforming into countless seeds of decay. Under her power, these seeds spread rapidly, like insidious vines, parasitizing the life roots of the faith connections, slowly and stubbornly sapping their vitality, causing internal withering. Rex activated a miniature alchemical device in his hand, which emitted a cold mechanical whereas countless tiny rune light points sprayed forth. These points, Rex's meticulously crafted paradox runes, injected precise, contradictory commands and algorithms into the faith network, creating internal conflicts within the once cohesive faith system, causing its power to self-consume and collapse. 5 distinct contamination methods, linked by the 3 arrays, merged like 5 torrents into a sea, instantly fusing with the capital's vast faith network. Rumble. The underground space trembled violently. The altar's light was no longer pure and holy, but a chaotic, multicolored glow tinged with nauseating decay. It twisted and churned as if in immense pain. Then, the anomaly spread from below to the surface. Cracks began to appear in the ground of the cathedral district. A wave of turbid, glowing energy, like an invisible shockwave, erupted from beneath. In an instant, the entire cathedral area blazed with light. The light was no longer holy, now tinged with eerie chaos, like a vast canvas splattered with filthy, vibrant paints. This light shot skyward, illuminating the night and briefly outshining the capital's magical street lamps. Within the capital, alert guards and clerics immediately noticed the sudden phenomenon. Shrill alarms pierced the night, and countless figures converged on the cathedral district. It worked. Rex's voice trembled, more with excitement than fear. The Divine Faith Network is a marvel. Its energy transmission efficiency is incredible. Without it, we'd be delusional to think we could contaminate the entire plane with just the human kingdom's faith hub, Kalern remarked, unable to suppress his awe. He was the only one besides Jie Ming who had studied the Divine Faith Network, though not as deeply. Jie Ming said nothing. While the others marveled, he had already silently dashed out. The commotion they'd caused would surely alert every high-ranking official and powerhouse in the capital. This was the cathedral district. If an angel-level being descended, they'd have no chance to escape. Without hesitation, the 5 streaked like black lightning along their pre-planned escape routes, vanishing into the outer layers of the sewers. Their figures soon melted into the darkness, while the chaotic skyward light above the cathedral district continued to flicker, a massive, twisted beacon signaling the contamination of the Faith Hub was complete. However, the contamination's effects weren't yet obvious. For a time, the deities wouldn't notice the subtle undermining of their faith foundation. Their power would, for now, remain outwardly intact. Jie Ming knew that only when the wizards next tore the plane's barrier, engaging in fierce conflict with the Loge's deities, would the deities instinctively draw on faith energy to replenish themselves under heavy strain. At that moment, the contaminated, impure faith energy would erupt like poison, The deity's judgment would be severely impaired, possibly even backfiring. And by then, with the plane's barrier breached, Norn Workshop's high-tier wizards outside would instantly sense this opportunity and act swiftly. So Jie Ming and the others retreated decisively. Now, they only needed to wait quietly. The chaotic pillar of light erupting from the cathedral district swayed in the night sky, casting a loggia into an eerie tableau. Shrill alarms pierced the heavens as countless figures surged toward the light, and the city descended into growing unrest. Jie Ming and the others had assumed that causing such a commotion would make escaping the capital extremely difficult. Seraphina's presence was reduced to a minimum, her unique talent allowing her to buy precious time even if confronted by a demigod. Kalern's body shimmered with complex radiance. Anya was wreathed in faint green light, and intricate runes danced at Rex's fingertips. Beyond their individual talents, they spared no expense, deploying high-tier wizard artifacts to cast protective spells on themselves. Rex had even prearranged his army of constructs, waiting in a concealed forest on the outskirts, ready to provide support. If a demigod-level force was dispatched, this massive construct cluster would self-destruct to delay the enemy, buying them time to escape. Yet, to everyone's surprise, their escape was remarkably smooth. Though the capital was in chaos, with alarms echoing through the clouds, inexplicably, no high-ranking authority capable of taking charge appeared. It was as if the entire kingdom's leadership, including dozens of legendary powerhouses, had mysteriously vanished. Strange, a strong sense of doubt surged in Jie Ming's heart. This chaos wasn't an inevitable result of the array's activation. On the contrary, this leaderless state suggested some other force was secretly disrupting the capital's command system. Could there be others acting behind the scenes? Not sure, but it's good for us. Let's get out of here. They faced no obstacles, swiftly breaking through the capital's outer defenses and slipping into the dense forest beyond. Soon, the five stood atop a small hill on the city's outskirts. Behind them, a loggia blazed with light, yet was mired in chaos, the faint sounds of alarms and civilian cries reaching their ears. It was clear they had escaped. At that moment, all five suddenly tensed, simultaneously looking skyward. The night sky, which should have been illuminated by the capital's chaotic light, was now dominated by a far more terrifying sight. A massive rift, like a void maw cleaved by a giant axe. It was deep and twisted, radiating palpitating waves of law. It was the plane's barrier being torn open. Jie Ming's pupils contracted sharply. How was this possible? He blurted out. It wasn't yet time for this month's contribution tally. Why had high-tier wizards torn the barrier now? More crucially, this wasn't the usual single high-tier wizard projection. Multiple high-tier wizard phantoms had appeared at once. The moment the plane's rift fully opened, several colossal, blurry figures emerged from it. Merely standing outside the rift, these phantoms exuded an abyssal, overwhelming pressure, making the air of the entire Illogia plane tremble. The sheer power instilled soul-deep dread in the low-level wizards. Almost simultaneously, radiant divine lights shot skyward from the depths of the capital's temple, distant holy mountains, and faith convergence points across the plain. These were Illogia's deities. Sensing the plane's barrier breach, they projected themselves instantly. The deities' phantoms materialized around the rift, cloaked in holy light, their faces majestic. But upon seeing the high-tier wizard phantoms, their calm expressions turned to shock, anger, and wariness. Wizards, a deity roared in fury. Immediately, a fierce war erupted between the two sides. Vast divine power clashed with profound wizardry outside the plane's barrier. Each collision was like a meteor streaking across the sky, or two mountains crashing together, producing silent yet deafening booms. It was a clash of laws, a contest of wills. The entire night sky trembled, the energies aftershocks like gales, making the capital's lights flicker below. However, this time, the wizards showed no restraint. Unlike past instances where a single phantom probed or intimidated, multiple high-tier wizards united, shattering the surrounding deity phantoms with devastating force. So strong, Kaler murmured. The others said nothing, but their eyes were filled with shock. This was likely their first time witnessing high-tier wizards unleash their full power, while the deity's phantoms seemed frail in comparison. Holy light dimmed rapidly under wizardry's corrosion. Defensive arrays were instantly torn apart, and the once lofty deities roared in angry defiance, their bodies crumbling only to reform with effort. The deities fought desperately, summoning angel legions and unleashing divine punishments, their holy light surging toward the wizards like a tide. The light collapsed, the figures faded, and the angels dissolved into specks of light amidst their roars. As destruction loomed, a massive, ancient deity phantom in the sky let out a plane-shaking roar. It was the phantom of God above gods. Its deafening roar carried fury and resolve. The surrounding main deities, stunned briefly, began absorbing the remaining faith energy, igniting their divine flames, clearly preparing to amplify their power, trigger the plane's origin, and perish with their enemies. Then, the war ended. To Jie Ming and the others, it was as if the scene before them had skipped a frame. One moment, the sky was ablaze with law-level clashes, God above gods roar echoing, everything hurtling toward mutual destruction. The next, the scene shifted. All the deities, including the roaring God above gods and the struggling main deities, were firmly restrained by the wizards in unimaginable ways. Some are bound by chains, others locked in runes, some sealed in mysterious vials. None escaped. The angel legions were like lambs to the slaughter, swept up en masse by the wizards. Not one left behind. The deity phantoms in the sky faded, leaving only their true forms gripped in the wizard's hands. This signified the deities had been completely sealed, like captured specimens, floating silently in midair, stripped of their former sanctity and majesty. The eerie, rapid scene shift made Jie Ming and the others feel nauseous. By the time they processed what had happened, it was all over. The wizards had meticulously sealed every captured deity and angel using various methods. That brief moment felt like a war spanning eons. Unbeknownst to Jie Ming and the others, in a temporary mental domain formed by the high-tier wizard's mental energy, powerful wills were rapidly clashing. Each collision transmitted vast amounts of information, a makeshift group chat for the high-tier wizards. No wonder old Locke acted during the last contribution tally. He must have sensed these kids' moves and wanted to nab the deities first, an aged voice said, tinged with irritation. I knew that old crook was up to no good, always stealing kills, another voice grumbled. These kids are ruthless. This faith contamination tactic reminds me of my first time exploring a plane like this. Bullshit. You were scared as a dog back then, hiding for half a day before daring to come out. Bastard, you looking for a fight? Come on, let's hurt each other. Think I won't dissect your specimens in secret. Though the high-tier wizards bickered shamelessly in the mental domain, they maintained a dignified facade, standing tall, exuding immense authority. After capturing every deity and angel without exception, the wizards gave a reserved nod toward Jie Ming in the other's direction, as if acknowledging their contribution. Then, without looking back, they turned and passed through the massive plane rift, leaving a loggia behind. Jie Ming rubbed his eyes, unsure if he'd seen correctly. He could have sworn one of the wizards, Locke, likely just beaten by the others, looked bruised, but he couldn't be certain. The rift healed swiftly after their departure, the sky returning to darkness, with only the capital's eerie, chaotic light still flickering. Everything fell silent, as if the earth-shattering battle had been an illusion. The five stood in the forest, staring at each other, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They'd thought their contamination plan would merely provide the high-tier wizards an opportunity, a fleeting window. They hadn't expected the wizards to act so swiftly, seizing the chance the moment it appeared. As Jie Ming processed the staggering scene, his wizard artifact flashed with light, a direct communication from the wizard camp. A deep, authoritative voice resonated in their minds. The trial mission has been completed ahead of schedule. All apprentices, return to the camp immediately. Your contributions in this plane will now be evaluated. Even though he'd orchestrated it all, Jie Ming felt dazed. It was over just like that. Wizard Camp. The moment Jie Ming and the others stepped through the camp's gates, a familiar yet long-absent sense of ease enveloped them. Here, there was no interference from faith energy, no clamor of the mortal world. Only the pure aura of wizardry in the presence of their kind. The tension of recent days melted away, replaced by the satisfaction of a completed mission and anticipation for what lay ahead. Welcome back. Several low-tier wizards approached, their eyes tinged with envy and admiration. Clearly, the camp had already been informed of the events. Soon, a new contribution leaderboard was updated and distributed. Unlike before, when information was etched into everyone's minds, a massive stone tablet was erected in the camp's central plaza. The giant rune tablet floated above the square, inscribed with rows of names and numbers glowing in golden light. Jie Ming, Seraphina, Kalern, Anya, and Rex's names prominently occupied the top ranks, with Jie Ming, due to his pivotal role and outstanding performance, reclaiming the coveted first place. As expected, Kalern chuckled, seeing his name in fourth. A rare smile graced Seraphina's face. Not bad. Higher than I expected. Jie Ming, however, remained calm. Though there had been some unexpected hiccups, the outcome largely aligned with his predictions. But rankings no longer held his interest. His focus was on whether he could use his contributions to acquire a deity for study. After all, his research into the Divine Faith Network had barely scratched the surface. Compared to the fleeting glory of the leaderboard, the allure of unknown knowledge captivated him more. However, as their eyes scanned to the next name on the list, they all froze. Wait, second place. Anya stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar name, her voice laced with disbelief. David? How is he in second? Jie Ming and the others couldn't help but fixate on the name. David. This level, 10 genius had shone like a comet upon his debut, only to fake his death and vanish months ago in the David annihilation battle. They had discussed him in the sewers, but found no concrete clues. Yet here he was, reappearing in their sights in such a dramatic fashion. What did he do? Anya couldn't help but ask, her tone brimming with curiosity. Kalern scratched his head, bewildered. Last I saw him was in the Beastman Kingdom. After that, no idea. Rex rubbed his eyes, doubt flickering in his gaze. His movements in the Elosia plane have been a complete mystery. He never sought help or contacted us. How did he earn such contributions? As David's fellow alumnus, Seraphina knew him better. But even she pursed her lips upon seeing this result. The five exchanged glances, only able to shake their heads helplessly. No rush, Seraphina said, looking at the group. When the final rewards are distributed, everyone's mission reports and contribution details will be made public. We'll know then. Jie Ming gazed at the name just below his on the list, stroking his chin. Interesting. Elosia City. The capital was now in utter chaos. The once bustling streets were deserted, save for the scattered corpses of patrolling guards strewn across the ground. In the distance, the twisted light in the cathedral district had faded, but screams of panic and curses echoed from the palace. At the mouth of a sparsely populated alley, the so-called lucky rural warrior, Caden, stood dumbfounded. He gazed skyward, where the plane's rift had sealed, restoring the night's tranquility. But his eyes reflected the frame-skipping scene from moments ago, the high-tier wizards capturing all the deities in an overwhelming sweep. His wizard artifact buzzed with a notification that the trial had ended early. It's over, Caden muttered, his face blank. Just days ago, he had been diligently stoking the fighting spirit of the capital's civilians, delivering impassioned speeches in taverns and plazas to incite hatred against the wizards, ensuring they'd rally an army to fight desperately. He had only just begun to feel the capital's civilians' fervent faith and battle resolve coalescing as planned. Yet in the blink of an eye, the trial ended early. Even the deities had been entirely captured. Still dazed, a frantic squad of Capitol guards charged from the other end of the alley. Their eyes burned with fear of the unknown and chaos. Spotting Caden, a civilian, standing in the street, the squad leader's gaze flashed with malice. He'd long disliked this guy, and with the city in disarray, he saw a chance to exact revenge while venting his panic. Caden, the squad leader, roared, his sword pointed at him, but his words were cut short. Crack! A dazzling bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The entire squad, including the leader, was reduced to ash in an instant, leaving no trace. Having done this effortlessly, Caden's form began to blur. His disguise melted away like water, revealing his true appearance, a strikingly beautiful woman with a resolute expression. It was Berta Vera Augusta. She coldly glanced at the ashen remains, then turned and left the capital, vanishing into the depths of the night without lingering. In the opulent hall where the leaders of Elogia's races once convened, now reduced to ruins. This hall, once the pinnacle of power and wisdom in the Elogia plane, was now a shambles. Half the intricately carved dome had collapsed, exposing the dark night sky. The once pristine marble floor was stained with blood and scorch marks, littered with the twisted corpses of humans, elves, beastmen, dwarves, and magi-eyes. Among them, the human king, Adalek III, and several key nobles and ministers sat frozen in their seats, their faces locked in ultimate shock at their deaths. Their expressions held more surprise than fear. Amid this bloody carnage, only two figures remained in the hall's center. One was the sage, seemingly young but centuries old. His frail, hunched frame sat in his usual seat, his eyes weary and vacant as he stared at the devastation. The other was his apprentice, Reese, dressed in a simple robe. His lean face surveyed the surrounding carnage. Such decisiveness, Lord Sage. Reese's voice echoed in the empty hall, tinged with indescribable emotion. I thought you'd only purge the human leadership, but you wiped out all the race's leaders in one stroke. Even my mentor would applaud such a move. As he spoke, Reese's form began to change. His lean face shifted, its contours hardening into sharper angles. His slender frame grew sturdier, exuding a powerful presence. His black hair was replaced by short golden locks, his demeanor radiating untamed defiance. Soon, his true face emerged. The level 10 genius from Norn Academy's #1, David. The sage didn't respond, sitting silently with vacant eyes fixed on the wreckage. After a long pause, he spoke hoarsely. I hope you keep your promise. Rest assured, Lord Sage, David said, approaching with a confident smile. We've already signed the contract, haven't we? My mentor, the master of human transmutation alchemy, can easily create body modification potions. In a few generations, this world's humans can be transformed to match those of our wizard civilization, becoming its citizens. Using body modification potions to reshape and cultivate humanoid beings from other planes, aligning their physiology with that of the wizard civilization, was common during the civilization's early expansion to meet growing labor and military needs. As the wizard civilization's population reserves grew and more efficient cloning and cultivation technologies emerged, such methods became rare. But occasionally, emerging factions or wizards with specific goals would use this ancient, effective method to rapidly increase populations or experimental subjects. And I wouldn't break my word over something trivial, David added, his gaze sweeping over the unblinking corpses of the mortal leaders. David's method for earning contribution points was simple. Dismantle Elogia's defenses from within through a decapitation strike. After surviving an ambush and faking his death, David had identified the sage's formidable strength during the attack. After careful observation, he approached the sage in secret, showcasing the wizard civilization's might. He promised that if the sage aided in the decapitation, he would use his contributions to secure a region, helping this world's species integrate into the wizard civilization, preserving their seed and legacy. In the end, the sage agreed.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.